Hola. Hola. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, 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 back. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, 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 back. Bring it back, bring it back. Hola. Bring it back, bring it back. Hola.
idly this recipe, recipe, recipe till idly, recipe, recipe, recipe till idly this beat inside my head. I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till idly, recipe, recipe, recipe till idly, recipe, recipe, recipe till idly this recipe, recipe, recipe till idly, recipe, recipe, recipe till idly this. Inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till idly this beat inside my head. I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till idly. Recipe, recipe, recipe 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 till idly. Idly, 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 idly,
I stay low key, key. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. I stay low key, key. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. enemy. Riding the road race for lane. What? I'm hiding the enemy. Never be back. My pulls, so I'm riding the enemy. Riding the road race for lane. What? I'm hiding the enemy. Never be back. My pulls, so I'm riding the enemy. Riding the road race for lane. What? I'm hiding the enemy. Never be back. My pulls, so I'm riding the enemy. Riding the road race for lane. What? I'm hiding the enemy. Never be back. My pulls, so I'm
Welcome to qualification day here at Valorant Champions. We have a big day ahead of us because two teams will be advancing to the quarterfinals by the end of today. I'm your host Youngsu and I'm joined on the desk by Bala and Paperthin. Now, like I said, big day, two teams going through to the quarterfinals, but more importantly, Paperthin, first seed, which is going to be huge in this tournament.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. I mean, everybody wants that. That's the prize that you're looking for getting out of these group stages. So many things are are on the line today. There's a lot of big matches, a lot of big teams.
And I think the important part is that while we've already seen one team go through, which is Fnatic, the form that they go through with is very important too, because we've already seen a match where I think both the teams today look kind of shaky a little bit, but if they have a good match today, that'll set the tone.
Oh yeah, we'll get onto that for sure. But for now, we have some updates on the schedule as we move forward. Here is an update from the Riot competitive ops. Upon further deliberation, matches in Group A will be delayed to provide additional time to review the ruling against Vivo Keyd. Today's matches will feature Team Vikings versus Gambit and then Liquid versus Sentinels. More updates can be found on the website, I believe, and we'll keep you updated as we have them. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the schedule. Like I said, we've only got 2 matches today, but they're 2 absolute bangers. Quarterfinal spot on the line. Gambit will be taking on Vikings first, followed by, I was going to say Tens versus Scream, the long-awaited battle, but Team Liquid versus Sentinels. And this matchup, you know, everybody has been waiting for this baller for a long time.
Oh yeah, I mean, we wanted it all the way back at Reykjavik, right? But we barely missed out on that, and we will get it. So Tens versus Scream, but it's not just Scream. I think Liquid has come out as one of the strongest contenders for the championship title. I'm very excited to see that match. I want to see Sentinels bounce back and fix some of the things that we saw in their opening game.
Yeah, they're so strong top to bottom. The Liquid looked so good, so dominant. They have for some time since Navera came over. I have a lot of faith in this team. Sentinels, on the other hand, right, not nearly as clean, not nearly as dominant as maybe we're used to seeing them be. I think some of that's mental fortitude and other things. I think the talent's there on the Sentinels. They just need to kind of get their heads on straight, and I think they'll be A-okay.
EMEA on top. I'll take it, you know. But
look, one of the reasons we're so harsh on them is because we expect greatness from them, and they're just wasn't there in the opening match. That's all. That's all.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean EMEA.
I like what you're saying.
That's not what it means.
I have to just make that leap, you know. No one else will otherwise. But I will say that, you know, you spoke about Fnatic a little bit, and I want to talk about Fracture, because this is the new map coming into the tournament. We didn't really have an idea how it's supposed to be played. So far, Bala, are you pleased with the stuff we've seen, or do you want to see more?
I am very, very pleased with the stuff I'm seeing out of Fnatic specific, right? They have one of the most unique ways to play the map that I've seen so far, and it looks nigh unstoppable, specifically Durka and the way that he takes tower, but their defensive sides are so strong too. I think they have the keys to champions in general with their unlocking of Fracture. Everybody else is playing so soft on it, but the only teams that look comfortable playing it is Fnatic, Cloud9, and Vision Strikers. Everybody else, obviously we haven't seen them yet, but they're also banning it for some cases. Like, there's only a couple teams that look okay to play just based on the entire thing alone.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams came into this map pretty confident, especially the Vision Strikers, and you could see that Fnatic just had a much better read on the map, how to play it. You know, King tweeted that he was having an incredibly difficult time with that B tower side, holding it down, trying to keep the pressure, particularly from Durka at bay. He just couldn't do it alone. Normally, King, a pretty good Killjoy lockdown player, you can expect him to hold a site alone almost for you, or at least buy you a lot of time. He wasn't able to do any of that. It was extremely difficult for him to keep up.
I think there's something that I thought about coming into this tournament. There's 3 things that I need a team to do in order to win the tournament, or at least be in shape to win the tournament. Number 1, unlock Fracture. Super key. That gives you an advantage in the veto straight up, even against a team like Liquid, who is first banning it. Second, the form, right? They need to look good. But then third, they need to be playing in a way that is meta-defining, I think. Team Liquid have that one checked off. Fnatic, maybe not so much, but maybe the Fracture is enough of a win for them that'll be perfectly fine.
I do want to ask you really quickly in terms of the maps about having Fracture unlocked, because if you're going to go up against a team like Vision Strikers and Fnatic at this point, they're so strong on 3 other maps as well. Yeah. So do you ban Fracture, or do you ban like Ice?
Well, that's just the thing, right? That it doesn't really matter whether you play it. It just matters that you're good at it and people are scared of you on it, right? The other map, sure, you could be good on Icebox, but people aren't going to take that and be like, oh, we can't play this against you because we're prepped on that. We played it for ages at this point, right? Fracture is a different story. This is new to people. They're not comfortable playing against somebody who is good on that map yet.
Yeah, and it's tough because you're not exactly sure like what agents to bring. Like the Vision Strikers, right, just brought the agents they're all comfortable with, basically. It's all kind of their main agents that they're able to bring to the table, so they felt very confident coming into this. They did scrimming well with it, but it wasn't really able to stand up to what Fnatic brought. And it wasn't just the comp that Fnatic brought. It was the strategies. It was the set plays. It was the combination of utility that they brought in. And frankly, they were just out. I think they had kind of out-mentaled Vision Strikers at that point. To be completely honest, I saw a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from the Vision Strikers during that game. So regardless, I think, yeah, I mean, it's good to show that you're really powerful on it, especially for Fnatic. Nobody's letting that through anymore.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get to see more Fracture today. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Vikings and Gambit. Welcome back, everybody. Let's dive into our first matchup of today, Vikings versus Gambit, and start with Gambit. Now, coming into this tournament, a lot of high expectations, but did you expect them to drop a map in their opening game, and how much does that influence what you think about them right now?
I mean, look, Team Secret, I think, a lot of people underrated in a way. I probably underrated them myself even. I didn't think they'd take a map off of Gambit. I thought they could push them. I mean, again, they're veteran players. They're an older group of players compared to some of the others in this tournament. But yeah, I think Gambit is kind of usually off to a slow start.
Yeah, but I think that's a problem. I genuinely think that's a problem because you continuously cast doubt about whether they are that championship level team that they showed us in at Masters. So the fact that they are repeatedly struggling against teams that we do not expect them to struggle at, even no matter what the form of Team Secret was, is certainly a scary thing.
Well, what would you like to see from them today, Bala, that you feel like we didn't get to see when they faced Secret?
Yeah, I just feel like they were getting caught off guard in ways that they really, really shouldn't, right? Their default heavy style in the past was something that everybody would commend over and over and consistently. You had Dubstep walking down mid and taking out Nats in the back line. It felt like even Nats started off slow. I want to see them all come out to a strong start and 13-0 right off the bat, not waiting for Breeze in the next map. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd like to see Redguard just get a little bit more comfortable in his play calling a little bit sooner. One of the things that made them so special at Masters 3 was kind of their ability to be flexible, to be adaptable. The whole time I was watching them, all I could think about was Bruce Lee. Like his metaphor is always, you're like water, right? It's just you conform to any situation, to anything, because they were known for being a very default heavy team, like you were saying, but they were able to dial up a lot of aggression at really good times. Those kind of things, they eventually got the hang of it, once they got past the first map, but I'd like to see it, start a little bit sooner this
Redguard
time.
could be a waterbender.
I think he's an airbender. I think he's an avatar, possibly.
No. I'm an
Yeah.
airbender. True.
Okay, it took me a while to get that. But speaking of water, Icebox here, Bala, what went wrong? What was the thing that you felt like let them down?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet, but I think it's a big problem. And I've been saying that a lot on 2 different occasions right now. But Icebox, I mean, you could see some of the results that they've had recently. And this isn't all their results, mind you, but these are scary games if you're a Gambit fan, because we just saw the loss against Team Secret. We remember the overtime against Crazy Raccoon to get out of groups. And then there was the 100 Thieves game as well that stopped them from moving to playoffs first. So there's plenty to question about whether their Icebox is still world class, because that's what it was when we head into Berlin. And I don't know, maybe it's the comp that needs to change, but something needs to happen, or they're going to have to start potentially banning it against some of the higher tier opponents.
Yeah, I think they're pretty hit or miss on it sometimes recently. It feels like, they barely beat Crazy Raccoon. They beat Vision Strikers, and it wasn't, the best one for them, but it isn't as consistent. Clearly, they kind of lost a grip on it. A lot of teams seem to have lost the grip on Icebox out of the big regions, right?
Yep.
NAEU seem to have really lost a grip on how to handle these other teams. This is where a lot of the quote-unquote lower-tier regions are getting their bread and butter, where they're getting their work done. So I think there has to be some reassessment of what's going on in that map. A lot of teams are kind of coming up with some crazy, unique strategies with how to use the Sage Walls, where to put down the plants, how to get set up for their post-plant setup. Fnatic did a great job disrupting the Vision Strikers, for example, with one of their post-plant heavy styles. But, overall, I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to approach this, if it comes through.
I mean, I hope that's like the Fracture effect, maybe. They've been cracking on Fracture and maybe not doing as much homework on Icebox. But one player who's always going to be consistent, the Berlin Masters MVP, the guy that showed up and got an ace in his first match here at Champions, the man on your screen right now, Bala, Nats. I mean, people question whether he's still going to be as good as he was at Masters. Do you believe that he can have a similar performance here?
I think he can. I just think he needs to, once again, come out strong because consistently in the last couple of weeks, I mean, in Red Bull and so far here at Champions, it has been slow. On Icebox, he was one of the reasons why Team Secret had to wait into that match at all. When it came to Breeze and Bind, of course he did show up. Bind is his playground. I still think no matter how often you've been watching his setups, it's hard to stop.
Yeah.
It's like really hard to stop.
I think with him, some of it is probably also that people are targeting him. You know what I mean? Like, people have to be looking at him and thinking, okay, we got to save our Sova utility for Nats when he's, behind a toxic screen or inside a poison cloud or God forbid, inside that Viper's pit where he's almost unbeatable. You have to have something available to make sure you can track him down and isolate him and take him out, because if he's allowed to do what he wants, he's just an unbelievably disruptive force.
Yeah, well, Gambit, they are here at the qualification match after a 2-1 win over Team Secret, and this is what Chronicle had to say about the squad.
Hello, I'm Chronicle, playing for the Team Gambit esports, and I'm a pretty cool guy. We managed to improve so hard and we won Masters and now we are on the champions. I don't feel like so many pressure about that. Every team before every match preparing to their enemies and it's pretty obvious. I know that every team would like to knock us out from this tournament, but there is no pressure about that. Thank you to our fans who is supporting and cheering for us. I hope we'll never disappoint you on this tournament. И также всем русским фанатам огромное спасибо за то, что вы за нами следите. Это нам дает огромную поддержку в плане морали и прочего. Надеюсь, мы вас не подведем.
Yeah, and you want to translate that last bit for us?
No, I do not.
You probably said the exact same thing because that's what I've been hearing from Gambit players over and over. No pressure. We don't really feel much. This should be, a same old tournament for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go up against Vikings today, who, again, in a similar position where they don't feel any pressure. I think they probably have even less pressure, especially when it comes to the expectations. But in this group, right now, Paper Thin, they have a great chance of getting out.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that the teams from their region are showing up to play in this tournament big time. They're really, giving big runs at some of the better teams ahead of them, especially Furia, right? Really push Sentinels very hard. So I think there's some pressure now, that where before it was probably like there wasn't much expected out of this region. That has completely changed at this event. Now you're looking at this team and saying, okay, you guys are pretty good. Can you come through? Can you at least take a map off of Gambit and show that you belong in this tournament?
I'd say there's pressure. I mean, obviously, to get out the group, we're all talking about how it's rising, but I think just getting into this tournament, going to this tournament in general, for Vikings is pressure. I mean, Brazil still hasn't formed a team that has performed on an international stage, and I think there's a big opportunity for all three that are here at this point, but Vikings specifically in this group have a massive chance.
I mean, they're the ones that we've seen the least, right, on an international stage because the fact they didn't make Masters Berlin. But with Vikings, we always talk about the meta. Can they catch up? Do you feel like they've done a good enough job here?
I think so far what we've seen has been yes. I think they ditched the Omen on Icebox. They have moved into a permanent jet role for GTN. I don't know if he's as comfortable as I want him to be yet, but the fact that Sasi is able to play his Sova and also flex a little bit to that breach, I think the meta question probably is going to be completely off of the list of narratives that all his analysts have and counters have at the end of today.
And he was plus 20 with 20 assists over that Crazy Raccoon game. Now, that being said, Crazy Raccoon just seems to be a very odd team. They seem to not perform well at the beginning of these group stages and then somehow find some kind of form at the end to really push the teams they're going against. So I don't know how much to take out of what I saw here, but Sasi, regardless, was still incredible. I mean, 20 kill, plus 20 on the kills to death, 20 assists to back that up, and he was 7-1 on his first kills versus first deaths. So he's getting it done in multiple different ways as a Sova and a breach.
Yeah, let's talk about Sasi a little bit more here because, depending on what maps are coming up, Bala, would you like to see him maybe get on the jet a little bit here and there, or just stick to what he's doing now?
No. Don't put him on the jet. I want him to play Sova. I want him to play any of these other agents that he's prepped, but I just do not want him on the jet. That is the one requirement I have, a win condition for Vikings, is to keep him where he's comfortable because he'll do things like this. I mean, I've been looking at the stats as well. He is the highest in terms of first kills to first deaths. The ratio between that, the FKD, is unbelievable for Sasi. He's something like 7-1. It is ridiculous. Way at the top, and he's participating in a lot of those opening duels too.
Well, speaking of Sasi, here he is to tell you guys a little bit more about Vikings.
Hi, I'm Sasi. I'm from Team Vikings, and I am most likely main Sova. Sidehawk is the IGL, so me and him is the tactics. So we control the macro on our team. And then come GTN and FRZ. That's like the flags and the duelist who controls the micromanagement and the aim and stuff. And then there's Sotekas, is like the cold man, the Iceman is his nickname. So he's like the guy that always do the clutches, always keeps his calm on the game, so he helps us. We function like as a 5-man together. So yeah, that's how we won 2 times in Brazil. I remember in January, when Riot announced that we would be the first Worlds I mean, I came from League of Legends, so champions for me is like the League of Legends. It's worlds. It's not masters, you know. It's champions. It's like another vibe. It's a dream. It's like I'm here, you know. For me, I'm already a winner. The other 15 teams that are here, not just us, they know that they worked so hard to be here. It's another way of experience video game, you know. Honestly, I'm excited to play against Gambit, and we got lucky, I guess, because they are in our group. We are coming here like underdogs. We don't have the obligation to win against them. Like, we don't need to win against them, but we want to. So yeah, I'm excited to play against them. We want to play against the best. I want to have fun, you know. Honestly, I want the people to remember that I'm a champion. I'm an international champion. But we would be making Brazil proud, you know. I want that. I won't stop until I get that.
He's the best. Oh, you gotta love Saucy. What a guy. He gives me like Redgar vibes.
I know, he really does.
Yeah.
I said last time, I'm so happy to have him back on the stage. He's just such a positive person, and he's really made me a fan this time around. I mean, back at Reykjavik, I was certainly a fan as well, but you know, that performance didn't necessarily push them to the forefront where they're in big games like this.
And I'd like to say, I think something that they do have going for them, if they want to kind of look back at their history, back at Stage 3 in their region, they did beat Furia multiple times. So they're clearly better than they should be. I shouldn't say clearly. They should be better than that team. And with what we saw from Furia earlier, I think they can really push Gambit here today. There should be a lot of confidence. And I think, yeah, they're going to have fun with it no matter what, right?
Yeah, I think the other thing he said is like, he's made it here. And that in itself is such a big deal for them. But also, even if they don't beat Gambit today, they still have a really good chance of getting out. That's still that lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a wonky group. Let's just call it what it is. And, you know, we do have Crazy Raccoon and Team Secret coming up later. So whoever loses this has to face the winner of that. And I think, yeah, that's obviously going to be kind of the weakest, you know, seed coming out of all of this. I don't mean to be disrespectful saying that. That's just kind of what the history tells us so far.
Yeah, I think you do the math on their probability to make it through the group, right? And it does, like, it's 60%, maybe something like that. But it doesn't change whether they lose to Gambit. That's the type of thing that it is. It literally stays up there because I think they've proven that they are very strong no matter what.
Yeah, well, that matchup is going to be coming up in a little bit. We're going to take a break here. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to Champions, everyone. We are moments away from our first match and also the map vetoes, but during today's show, we're going to have our first annual tacti hunt, and they look like these. These cute little friends. So many of you have been tweeting at me on where you can get these. Unfortunately, I don't know, but production, giving you a heads up, if one of these go missing... by the end of this week, it's probably me that's stolen them. But there will be 3 of these, the little friends, hidden throughout the broadcast. And when you find one, take a picture or a selfie and post it using the hashtags Valorant Champions.
I found one right here.
It
doesn't count.
Valorant Champions Tacti Hunt, Valorant Champions Hunt even, and a Tacti Hunt will randomly select submissions and feature them. Bala, we're probably going to get you on there at some point. Yeah, be creative. I like the balancing. I like the one you balance on your head. Try this one,
I was
though.
happy I could do it. Oh, no.
I feel like this one will be harder.
My head's not that flat.
Well, I'll ask Ryan Central or Tom this. I'm sure one of them will be able to at some point, right?
Yeah, I think Tom's is probably the most level.
You reckon?
Maybe. I don't know. That's my guess.
Eggs aren't level, bro.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thinks Ryan and Link are like the same person. It's been like a meme.
Wait,
so
they're not?
I've never seen them together in the same room.
Yeah,
so
see?
who knows? But just before we head over to getting to know the teams a little bit more, today, this matchup, one thing you want to see. If there was anything between these 2 teams, what is the one thing you want to see?
I want to see GTN take more fights to start off, right? I think that's one of my biggest criticisms for Vikings. And I think if he solves that problem, because I think he should be playing that primary entry role, I think Vikings will have a much better time. And that means Sassy is going to be supporting him, but also means Sassy will be able to follow up on him too and opening more space for Vikings.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Gambit's side, I'm just looking for them to come out to a strong start. Really, a lot of this is going to be on the back of Redgar, putting them in the right positions, making the right plays, dialing up aggression at the right time. We know they can default well, and we've seen that they can also be explosive. So we got to look for the ability to do both of those things and kind of have that balancing act that made them so successful during Masters 3.
Well, in that case, what is something you don't want to see? I know you don't want to see Sassy on the Jed, but anything else from you guys?
I don't want to see Defo lose his pace because his pace is so good.
Oh my god!
You know how I just flipped that? It's like a positive because Defo's been so good, and then I just flipped it to the negative. Like, don't want to see him not do that.
Play the reverse card. I like it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kind of the double negative. Yeah. What about you, Paperthin?
I want to see the Vikings at least take a map. That's what I really want.
Well, you don't want to see. You don't want to see.
I don't want to see them not
take
take a map. I have to reverse it now too. Sorry, I got his reverse got me all messed up on this. So I want to see them at least take or not just get beat out. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. I'm just totally lost on this. No. I mean I don't want to see them just come out flat. They need to come out strong here as well, and it needs to be competitive. And I think there's something in the water at this tournament that is giving a lot of confidence to these regions that haven't had success before.
It's called champions, I think.
Yes.
That's what's in the water. It's champions.
I mean, honestly, before we saw the teams, I would have been a little bit like, oh, I'm not quite sure if they could take a map, but anything can happen here. Literally anything can happen. Well, it's time for Team Vikings and Gambit to take the stage. Let's get day 4 of VCT Champions Berlin underway.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game.
What is this?
This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness. Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
Well, it's gonna be the first time we play against Sentinels, so really hyped about this game. In Iceland, they were so much better individually than everyone else. But today, only individually is not enough. You need to be tactically good as well.
I think everybody expects a lot from us, but we try not to take it into the server. We just kind of focus.
This is what you need to see if Sentinels want to climb back to the top.
They're really good. I think after they added Nevera, they won some EU Tier 3 event or something. I don't know. I don't watch it. You win in Europe. That's not a lot.
They're one of the only NA team where they don't have anything like really in-depth tactically. We are looking very strong right now, so I'm not really afraid of this game. Come at us.
I think Team Vikings is a great team because of their great firepower and good team play.
It's a titanic matchup where you're looking to take down the tournament favorites.
They are the last winners, international winners. It's gonna be tough, but we are coming here like underdogs, so we want to play against the best.
We don't care that they won. This is a new tournament. This is a new team.
And Sassy, this man has been on fire throughout the day.
They've got the crown, but it do be a heavy burden.
I want to just win and prove that we're the best of the best in the game.
Hey.
Good luck, guys.
Gambit, don't think it's gonna be easy.
We're coming for you, NA, you know? And finally, we get to meet you guys, and it's gonna be a great game.
We respect all the teams that we're gonna play here, but I'm sure you guys already know from our procs that we're the same Sentinels we were all year.
Well, we've heard it from both Vikings and Gambit in the past as well. This is a new tournament, winning Masters Berlin. That's great. That's nice for you, but everybody is challengers here, and no one is really guaranteed to take the trophy.
Yeah, no, there's definitely no easy rides through. This is a difficult task for Vikings. It is possible, and Gambit also still have to get through these hurdles. We don't want to see them fall into the decider match like they did at Masters Berlin, because it's so important for them to continue that pace and break all the narratives of them stopping and playing slow.
Well, let's talk about the maps for today. Now, Gambit, Paper Thin, they love to ban out Haven. They pretty much only ban Haven. Are you expecting that here as well?
Yeah, and it's a map that Vikings is somewhat comfortable on as well, so I definitely think the Haven ban will come through. On the other side of things, I definitely think that for the Vikings, they don't like Ascent, so that's what they banned last time, and I think they might ban it here again. So it almost feels inevitable that we're going to see Bind. It's both of their favorite maps.
But Fracture, that means Bala is going to be left open. Yeah, Haven taken off by Gambit. That's got to be the most expected thing here.
Yeah, but I think it was left open for the first round of picks as well in both of their games earlier, and they ended up banning it no matter what. So I think both of them also used their second ban on it. So Ascent for Vikings, I actually felt that they could have gone for Breeze ban, because they've banned that in the past as well, and clearly Gambit are very comfortable on it.
Well, Split is where we're going to first here. What do you guys make of this?
This is how we ended Masters 3, right? We on Split. So for Gambit, I think they're pretty comfortable on this. It is a little bit different. You're not going to see Nats on that Viper usually, but who knows? Maybe we'll see something a little different.
I am surprised to see them not just pick Bind straight out, right? Like, why leave it to the end? Oh, maybe they could leave it to the end just because that basically how they came through that other game was because they did, right? They always have that in their back pocket because it's somewhere that people are very comfortable going to. I'm looking forward to the second pick here, though. For Vikings, I think they have the big opportunity to go, okay.
They've gone with Bind.
Wow, I thought that they might go with Icebox instead.
Especially into Gambit right now.
Yeah, because of what we just talked about at the beginning of this, right? How weak they kind of are on that and how prone to upsets, quite frankly, I think they are there.
It's just not a great map for the Vikings either is the problem. Historically, they haven't done very well on it. The win percentage is pretty low compared to Bind, where they're like 73% win rate all time. So I think they're just more comfortable on Bind, and I don't think either of them wants to play Icebox is the funny part. I think they both had struggles on it, and it both kind of scares them a bit.
I mean, the last 3 maps left open I feel like no matter what it is, it's going to be pretty interesting. Okay, Fracture has been removed here.
I think it has to be Icebox, right? Because Breeze, Vikings don't really play that. So no matter what Gambit bans, they want to go that other direction as well. Unless Gambit had come out and banned Icebox and left Fracture open, which that is, not even close to being possible. So it is Breeze for Vikings. That means Icebox for the 3rd map, which is very scary. If they could get there, that is prone. That is it. Big it, for sure. But still doable.
I mean, looking at the maps now, Split, Bind, and Icebox, do you think that we might see Icebox today?
I think so. I think we can get there. I think there's a really good shot here for Vikings to at least take one of these maps. I don't know if we get there. Then it's kind of almost it feels like a coin flip.
Here's my question: how do they get there? Which map are they taking? Right? I don't feel strongly about either one going in favor of Vikings. I don't feel very strong in the other way too, but I just don't see how it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, I do want to talk about Split very quickly because you guys talk about the possible changes we could see there. In the Scrim Bucks at EMEA and also Red Bull Homeground, Gambit ran a Sova, which is either maybe the biggest big brain thing ever, or it's just like straight up it. What do you think?
I think it could be it. To be honest, I think it definitely could, especially against a team like Vikings, right? A team that I don't think I've ever seen in Brazil, the Silva run on Split. EMEA, it's very common. So if I saw that against Team Liquid or Fnatic, for example, Fnatic especially, I would not be so comfortable. But against Vikings, I think there's some merit to that, yes.
Well, we can see, we shall see, because Agent Select is going to be out here soon, right after this break. Well, the maps have been locked in and the players are waiting eagerly backstage. Let's get this qualification match underway. Well, everybody in this tournament wants to take down Gambit, and today we'll find out if Brazil will be the ones to do it in Team Vikings. And based on their last matches, Bala, we've been talking about this, they very well can.
They absolutely can. A chance to actually make the Gambit doubters really, really, really loud at this point. That is Team Vikings' goal, and for Gambit, it's the opposite. Shut those doubters up, right? Every single time they keep saying they come out weak, they come out weak. Is that a sign that things are actually not working? This is their chance in this decider match to go into the playoffs.
I mean, they sure picked up steam at the end of those last two games. They looked unbeatable. They looked like the team that we saw at Masters 3. But again, this is Champions, like Bala said. This is different. Now it is, like, the pressure is 10 times more than it was at Masters. And I think here the Vikings, yeah, they got to come out swinging. I'm really curious about their split comps and those kind of things. Like, what are they going to do? Because they've been all over the place with their split comps. And I'm really curious to see how they're going to attack what the Gambit team usually does.
Well, let's talk about that, because they went from having...
They're fired up.
Yeah, they're very fired up. I mean, Gambit, they went from having a Sky and Viper on split into having a Sova and Breach. That is very, very different.
Yeah, a lot of people are just, right away writing that comp off because Sova on split. Like, it's just literally that's what they
Why?
do. Because it is strange. Sova is kind of weak, especially when you think about how he plays in ranked as a solo player. It's very difficult to get value out of the Hunter's Fury or darts. There's not many places to actually insert that. But if you're not prepared against it, and if you have some specific things, it can be quite strong. So I hope they bring it out, but I won't be disappointed if they don't either, because that could still be left in their back pocket.
I think on the attacker side, it gives you just a little bit more ability to kind of get through the defenses, right? Split is typically one of the defenders' heavy maps, and you can use those recon darts to get a little bit more information. If you're able to get a plant down, there are some cheeky angles you can pull off with the shock darts, but Ball is right. It is really hard to get value out of a lot of Sova's utility on this map.
I also want to say that, we haven't seen Vikings play here since August, and the last time they did play this map, Bala, you're going to hate this, but Sarsi was on the jet.
I know. I'm prepared because I'm pretty confident, based off what I've seen from interviews and whatnot, that Sarsi is no longer playing the jet, and it will be GTN's primary role.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sarsi, he can't move over to the Sova here either, so what would you like to see him play?
Breach.
Yeah, I think the Breach that we saw in Haven was very solid, and they have run Breach on this map in the past, but it wasn't Sarsi, which is why I'm a little bit concerned for them going into Split. Obviously, you can just kind of transfer all the things you did from one player to the other, but you're not as comfortable.
Yeah, it's hard to know those lineups like 100%, and the timings of those things, especially on Breach's flash on this map. It's really kind of awkward to hit those corners at times, so you got to be really practiced, really well prepared. The rolling thunders are easy. If you can get to those, that's easy mode, right? And who knows? I think a Breach is pretty standard, so I would be really surprised if they didn't have a Breach here.
Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now, guys. Keep your eyes on Chronicle to see if he logs into the Sova, and also Sarsi, of course, to see if he has indeed. Okay, so Okay, so everybody has decided to do the thing that we wanted them to do.
Yeah, so this is Gambit's Masters 3 comp, at least when they switched up the playoffs, and this is the same Vikings comp, I believe, just with the switch from Saucy to FRZ.
I feel like the Chronicle KJ is a new addition. Am I?
Hold on.
Yeah, because there used to be
Why? Was it not there?
The other
that
set.
went really fast.
The one with the gray hat.
Cypher.
There we go. Because Nats played Cypher on split against Envy in the
and
finals.
Chronicle was on the Viper.
Yes.
So I think they've done this switcheroo.
Well, they did the same thing on Breeze, so I'm not sure why I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, no Sova though, which I'm a little bit surprised with, just because they did practice that, but maybe it's not that strong. But let's talk about the predictions for this match. You know, I feel like this is a slightly harder one to predict, but what are you guys leaning towards?
I think for the series overall, I'm definitely leaning towards Gambit. After seeing the agent select on the first map, I'm a little bit concerned about it, just because I don't know, it's going back to old tricks rather than working on the new stuff that you're working on, and I'm not convinced about the Chronicle swap, but I am still comfortable with Gambit taking this series.
I think Gambit's going to take the series. I don't know how dominant it's going to be. I hope, again, that the Vikings can take a map. I don't know if it's going to be this one. I think they might be more comfortable on buying. But, I mean, there is an 80% win rate for Vikings on split, so they're no strangers to this map.
I'm with you guys. I think it's going to be a close one no matter what. Thank you so much, guys, for your input. I can't wait to see what our casters think about this matchup. Over to you, Doug and Potter.
Thank you so much, Sue. This is a big match, Potter. We're talking about a quarterfinal spot on the line between these two squads. And, you know, we've talked a bit about it on the desk, but I want to get your thoughts specifically between this matchup. Who you got? What are you thinking?
Oh, man. Well, firstly, I'm excited.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a delay, but we finally made it here. Let's just dive into Gambit, right? I mean, we think back on day one, they had a bit of a slap in the face early in the morning, right? They had a wake-up call to start things off. And, you know, honestly, I think that's a great thing for a top team like Gambit to come into a tournament and have a nice little warm-up for themselves. So I'm fully expecting this squad to come into this series looking clean and polished. I don't want to see any of those shenanigans, those close maps like that Icebox versus Secret. And for Vikings side, it's all about Saucy, right? I mean, I know that Ball is going to be disappointed because he's not on the Sova. He's, in fact, on the Breach this time around. But let's see what kind of aggression these Vikings team brings out to the table for this pistol.
So are you are not in the 2-1 camp. You're thinking we get out of here quick.
I'm hopeful that
Sure.
it's not.
Sure.
But, you know, I mean, just historically, I think Gambit, they should be able to take this one 2-0.
And I think you kind of alluded to it, Potter. I think it's important for a team that has championship winning aspirations to be able to get through some of these things perhaps a bit cleaner than some might expect. So I do think you're right on the side of Gambit. Like, that's your moneymaker, man. You're in here statistically. This is a team that you should be beating. Get in, get the job done, and get out.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you can see that the spike is still down for the Gambit side as they just kind of push back the defenders in mid. They do have ropes control, and you can see that the spike's now been collected by that Killjoy. He's going to go ahead and meet back up with his mates back towards A. So this is looking like it's going to be an A split. We're down to 40 seconds on the clock here.
Yeah, and you've got Redgar playing in a position to cut off rotations. A great start out from GTN, though, because that's the thing. Like, Gambit had established heaven control, right? They had that to them, and losing them up there, I mean, it's a big deal. We'll see if they're able to continue to double down on it. Redgar's going hunting. He's not just worried about cutting off rotations. He wants to cut things off way earlier off, but Sonic gets two big openers as well. Gambit, I don't know they're going to be able to get onto the site. Yeah, Redgar dealt some damage over by B, but that's really all he had, and that leaves Shados in a pretty brutal 1v4.
Ooh, dominant stuff there. And it didn't look like that's how it was going to go, right? Because Gambit just had so much real estate. The fact that they had full ropes control. And you saw Redgar pivot. He deviated from his squad, went back up towards B Heaven ropes, and that was supposed to be the distraction. You mentioned it, Doug. He was not only there to cut off rotations, but he was there to keep the defenders towards B, right? But unfortunately, the entries, it did not go the Gambit way. And Vikings, strong start. And a needed one as well to get this pistol.
Well, I think we've got to touch on Sadok's utility position there, right? Like dropping that nanoswarm down under Hell, then the other utility that pushed him into that spot. He was just kind of in a terrible situation to be in. Sadok walked away with two there. We'll see what Gambit can do. Not much as far as forcing up goes. They're just bringing pistols into this one.
Yeah, things have just slowed down. There is a Sheriff in play, Doug. There is a Sheriff. It's on Defo's back, and
Well,
Well, all right, good night.
that was Caster Curse 101. Right there.
I've done it to him.
Oh,
Use some
Redguard's gonna
damage.
Yeah, Redguard got tagged up by that as well. Oh, and they know where he is. You gotta go, guy. You gotta go. He had a gravity well on the other side of him, too. There was nowhere to run as Gambit just continued to kind of get picked apart here. And for Vikings, you want to get out of this round as cleanly as you can, and that's certainly not what you want to see. Nats gets the Sheriff upgrade. Chronicle has one as well.
All of a sudden, Doug, this is a 2v2. That's clean for Sudoka. It's a freebie for sure, and some breathing room here for Vikings at least. Chronicle. He's still got a Sheriff on his back, but just 23 HP, and with the spike down, surely this is it.
Yeah, he's going to have to go absolutely insane to pull this bad boy off. You mentioned he only has 23 HP. I think additionally, Vikings know where the spike is. They're really kind of posted up right around it. The delay. So even if he somehow got past these two players and got the spike, he wouldn't have very much time to get the spike down. So a clean start out from Vikings, and it's been methodical, right? Like minus that blunder there in round 2 where it got to a 2v2 when it probably never should have been.
Yeah.
It's been clean for Vikings.
It has. I'm having a tough time saying it's been clean just because for me, you know, look, if they come out and lose the next round, they're going to be money broke. They're going to be economy broke for the next 3, right? So for Vikings, certainly a perfect world would have been that at least they get 3 alive so they can continue on with this actual bonus. They're going to have to really play this one conservative. You can see just a ghost, armor, sheriffs, and those saved specters on the back of Vikings here. And full purchase here for Gambit. And look how aggressive Defo is.
Well, and it was off the gravity wall that was there. They had the setup that they wanted, and it was off of FRZ peeking mid. So Defo goes hunting, tries to find something, and there was just too much firepower on the other side.
Need that back. Unfortunate stuff. I wonder, was there a bird that Defo was following? I missed that, but certainly Defo felt like he could absolutely capitalize on that space. Loved that sort of aggression. It doesn't work out for him this time around. And for Gambit, they're just, that barely missed him. Barely missed him. Nats doing Nats things, taking over this A heaven control. And this should eventually allow the Sky, you can see towards mid, either they're going to meet up together and create some sort of A heaven control, A heaven split, or Nats is just going to create a distraction. He's going in.
Well, yeah, and the alarm bot that was there gave his position away. That triggered the fault line, and you're right, he went in to try to find some of that, but Vikings, they had all of their bases covered in a sense to kind of catch Nats going in there. That's going to force Gambit to turn their attention towards B, and it's kind of worked out so far. As Chronicle was able to get the opener, there was a ghost back sight, and it was good to take care of Redguard, but not much more. That should allow Gambit to get onto the site and get the spike down, but the question is, are they going to be able to hold it? They have the weapon advantage in a pretty considerable manner too, right? Like Sassy only has a Sheriff, no armor to work with either. If they can keep the members of Vikings at bay, they should be able to get onto board here, Potter.
They should. Sky used a flash a little bit early, wasn't able to capitalize off that. Not any more utility left here for Gambit. Shadows, he's going to have to get this kill.
Shadows. That was kind of scary to look at, but Chronicle. All right, so Chronicle was able to get one. Shadows, he's going to have to force his way out of garage. Sadak swinging around. 1 kill, but doesn't get the second as Sadak got it to half, and he's going to get the defuse. Vikings up big.
What a round. Barely surviving. 2 HP to Sadok's name. That is going to hurt. I mean, Gambit were just so close, right? Not only were they close, but they had the ultimate superior buy. You could just clearly see it across the board. Yep. We mentioned it, right? Vikings, they had a Ghost, they had a Sheriff, and 2 Spectres on their name. No ultimates. And the fact that Gambit aren't able to convert that one, that's gonna hurt. I forget the exact statistic out there, Doug, but it's something wild. If you're unable to convert that bonus, I mean, I think it's something like 70% of the time the team that wins that bonus wins the entire map. So for Gambit, again, we talked about their slow start on day 1. The fact that map 1, they were getting bullied in that server on Icebox. Split, it's supposed to be a home map. It's supposed to be a comfort pick for them. And it's a slow start for Gambit.
Yeah, they've got to get out of the gates. They've got to get get past this like trudging mud that it feels like they're working their way through at the beginning of the tournament. And so far, this isn't the start that they wanted. You mentioned economy on the side of Vikings in the previous round. Because they were able to convert that, the concerns have been assuaged as far as what they're bringing in. They do have full rifles. They do have full armor and a good bit of utility to work with as well. So Great start out from Vikings for Gambit. It's been tough treading. They do have a little bit to punch back with. They also have Chronicles lockdown, but Sadak has this as well.
And all 5 members of Gambit here are very much grouped together. Decent paint shells. It slows things down, at least keeps Gambit at bay. But here we go, round 2. They're coming back towards B Heaven, and oh man, this Killjoy utility is just so perfectly layered. Sky Flash is going to come in, and the Jet dashes in.
Defo's got to find an opener. Sadak able to take care of Redgar and Nats as they try dropping down. Sadak finds a third before getting dropped himself. Numbers advantage still in favor of Vikings, although Shados might have something to say about it. He's already gotten 2 on the round. How much more can he get? Spike down, 10 seconds. Sudakash dropping down. He's going to have to pull off this 1v2 to make it happen. Dancing around the utility, not able to get anything. Vikings get to 4.
I feel so sorry for whoever Redgar, or Sudakash rather, just killed. Just kind of gliding off that rope, shimmying across, landing, and just getting and finishing the kill. Beautiful stuff for Vikings. I mean, these are feel-good rounds for this squad, you know? And we came into this series talking about the underdog story, Vikings not having proven themselves quite yet on an international stage such as this. But man, oh man, what a start. You couldn't have asked for a better start if you're Vikings here.
Now, if you're Gambit, what needs to change? You've had gun rounds, you've had advantages, you've had situations where you should be winning rounds and you're not. What needs to change? What needs to be different?
Yeah, maybe just the go button, right? Because what we're seeing Gambit, they're getting the map control. They're constantly putting themselves in the right positions. We've seen them all the way deep in A Heaven. We've seen them deep in B Heaven. We've seen them drawing out that utility. But that go button, once they have that control, once they're hitting the site and execing, it's been kind of wishy-washy. A couple players going in, the Sky Flash, the timing. It hasn't been quite as clean as we know and love about this Gambit squad.
The attack has been lackluster up until this point, and Vikings, they've been very glad to take space as well. We saw at the opener of the round there, they pushed into Garage, they put the wall up in order to get the Ult Orb into FRC's hands, so they understand what their plan is at the beginning of every round. Like, they know what they want to do, and they've been able to execute it.
Yeah, things are just really slow. This is very much reminding me of that pistol round of, you can see Chronicles there, just biding his time. He's got the spike on his back, and again, he's rendezvousing back up with his teammates back towards A, and as the Jet in the sky, they're just faking this B Heaven.
That should draw the util out. Nice dash away to stay alive, but you're right, it is all a fake. It's just enough to draw out utility. So they got a good bit of that out. They got the paint shells, they got the slow orb as well. Now they can turn their attention towards A, where they should be playing off of the lockdown. It's going to be countered by one of their own. Redgar creeping his way forward onto the site, trying to find some space to work with some room to breathe. This Defo's up in heaven, providing cover fire. Both going to go off, and it looks like both teams should be able to get away unscathed. The stalemate, a gentleman's agreement, if you will, and now things are open. Now both teams press go, and now the kill feed lights up. 4 seconds left. Chronicle looking to get the spike down, should be able to do so. A 3v2 in favor of Vikings. Rolling Thunder coming out. He's been knocked up into high heaven, but the Nanostorm provides enough cover for Chronicle to get 2, but he's not quite done with the job. Sudakash has to go in aggressive. The Viper split comes down, and he's not taking the bait. He's going to wrap his way around. He might get the timing on this Potter, but he's got to land it just right. Not able to land the shots. Chronicle, huge there for Gambit as they get on the board.
Huge, huge, huge indeed. Chronicle, the fact that he's breach ulted, stuck in the site all alone. His teammate is all the way back towards the ramps, can't even hand him any sort of help. The Molotov comes in at a key time. The fact that he makes that clean kill onto Saucy, the adjustment into the air. I mean, that sort of verticality, that sort of adjustment in that sort of pressure, that is tough to do. Beautiful round for Chronicle here to just get Gambit their first needed round on the board.
And now we see how far they can take this train. Vikings on a very light buy, given one just went down, so this should be a situation where Gambit are able to rattle off a bit more. But with that said, we even saw earlier in this map, Potter, where Gambit were in a position with pistols that they made it much closer than they should have. So hard to count out Vikings here. They also have 2 ultimates to work with. We'll keep an eye and see if they invest those, but their utility usage has been so good.
Yeah, and GTN, he's just one away from the showstopper. If you talk about ultis, Defo, he's going to have to be extra cautious here, make these bullets count. 2 members, Chronicle, he's good for 1, but he gets immediately traded out. And look at the spike, Doug. No one is near it to pick it up.
the thing, Potter. 1-for-1s on the side of Vikings here. That feels good, right? Like, you take those. And that's all it's been, back and forth. They haven't been able to really lean into the gun advantage that they have. If you're trading kills, that's great for Vikings.
You take those. You absolutely take those. The spike finally gets collected by Defo, and he's going to meet back up into the site, but both defenders have made their way here. Again, Jesus, GTN, he's one away from the showstopper. Oh, he's definitely going to take some damage from this.
Good on Shados to open things up. GTN's going to have to be crispy with the Sheriff. That's crispy, but the dash forward, he had the showstopper, but he doesn't get a chance to fire it off. As it comes out dry, Gambit gets to 2.
Oh, we talked about slaps in the face, and just then... GTN gets slapped in the face himself, Doug.
He tried.
Yeah, and you know, that's such a feels bad. It takes so long to charge up that ultimate. Valiant effort, close affair. And, I mean, just think back of how this round started, right? Such a scrappy buy coming through here for Vikings as well.
For them to have gotten it as close as they did, yeah, man. Like, that's, I don't want to say concerning. It's a bit early to say that, but... If you're Vikings, those are confidence rounds. You're back to a gun advantage.
Yeah, you certainly take notes of that. You certainly take notes. Defo's gonna go ahead and try to make his way through a timing here with that Viper's Q. And as I say that, the two defenders go ahead and back up.
I don't know that they're going to get a chance at contact on much of anything, and we have to keep an eye on that alarm bot on your mini-map. You see it just at the entry to go down into ropes. That really kind of counters the lack of information from the Viper's wall.
Yeah, it definitely does, but look at this. Look at the mini-map. I love this call coming up from Gambit. Every round thus far, in the first 30 seconds, it's been pressure towards A. That's where the pressure started. They're going to leave Nats there, and now majority of the Gambit members are rendezvousing back towards B here.
It's another, the Cosmic Divide comes out on A, it's another fake, but look at Vikings, look at the discipline, they haven't moved an inch, and it's probably because of the Killjoy utility that's telling them that, hey, this is not real, right? Like, the Killjoy turret has not gone off, the alarm bot hasn't gone off as well. You can't believe that Cosmic Divide, and that's why they stay put.
Yeah, you can't believe it, and the stopping power, that combo, the Sage Slow, and the paint shells off of Race, it's just too damn much to deal with. So Gambit, they pivot, and they make their way back towards A. They're almost in the site, but Doug, there's only 20 seconds left on the clock.
Now, this one's interesting because they double down on the fake again. That draws out the defensive Cosmic Divide. Now they're going to try to work their way towards A site. Sonox is going to have his hands full. Oh, yeah, he's got nothing. That should open the door for Gambit to get onto the site and get the spike down in time. Shadows flashed up, and doesn't matter. Defo there to help as well. Sudikas, a lonely man right now.
Oh, beautiful shots coming in here. You know, in those moments, you just kind of flood in. The trades, the spacing at that moment, it's just all chaos. It's all hectic, it's all chaos. It's a matter of who comes out on top, and in that moment, it was absolutely Gambit. Vikings, they felt flustered. They felt like they had to catch up and get into the site and try to get some sort of a pre-take going before that spike even went down, but that in turn just kind of funneled them all into the same crosshair there, right at that screens.
And it was interesting to see, like, Gambit have established a reputation for waiting a bit later, right, into the rounds before they really double down on what it is that they want to do and pull the trigger. But in this instance, they faked twice.
Yes.
And it wasn't just like, hey, I'm going to throw out a nade or a slow orb. They invested 2 ultimates to fake things off. Vikings, they were patient the first time, but the second time they bit.
Yeah, they certainly did. Nice little double pump coming through from Gambit. And you know, that's definitely going to be a topic we're probably going to be talking about a lot, Doug, throughout this entire series, is that stylistic difference. Vikings coming from Brazil. We know and love these South American teams for their aggression, being in your face and just really never backing down. And for Gambit and a lot of the EU teams, it's mostly discipline, right? Mostly slowing the pace down and punishing any of those overzealous, over-aggressive moments. So, and we're gonna invest into the Sky ultimate here. It's good to see that the team is taking things a lot more safe, even though it is a half buy, just some sheriffs. The economy is just not there, but you know, you definitely want to take things safe here.
You wanted a bit more go button. That was probably the closest we've come to seeing an early go button, and even kind of through that, like, Vikings dropped Chronicle. They have found some space. Oh, and if they get this timing, okay, Nats. kind of tucked in this corner here. And I don't know that the members of Vikings are aware for it. It's pretty brutal crossfire, too, as they're able to swing out. There's Defo. He was the safety valve. He was the insurance. If Natch dropped, that was desperately where they needed him. The heal's going to come up onto Defo. Now, Vikings, they did upgrade a weapon, so I wonder if they have a chance to do this thing or just kind of save off. No, they're doubling down, Potter. They've both upgraded weapons, but they're going to have to go fast. The thing is they have to check every corner.
Yeah, I don't think they're going for it quite. I think they're just containing at this point. They're just going to try to ruin some money, maybe get some kills, get those feel-good kills for themselves, even bolster up that those ultimate orbs. But yeah, at this point, it's just too far gone.
So with that, we talk about some of the smaller things in the game, right? They are Vikings upgrading both weapons, not just kind of punting on the round, but they were also able to hurt some of the economy of Gambit and carry a rifle their own into the next round. So, you know, we talk about economy and, you know, there is a lot to be said about those minor decisions like that, and especially in a close half like this.
Yeah, definitely so. Every little thing counts. Every little thing counts, certainly. And you know, Gambit, that's 4 in a row for them. So for Vikings, certainly that point proves even more crucial here. Especially because Vikings had that 4-0 start. We'll see a lot of pressure this time. Everyone's fighting for mid.
Defo wants to go. Defo wants to find, and Defo does. And it was off of the Trailblazer, right? The Trailblazer followed. He swung out from Sewer as they were able to take mid space, and then the flash to get him into ropes to find the opener. That was pretty.
Definitely pretty. GTN, the jig hasn't been up. Oh, but he peeks right into Redgar's crosshair and just punished for that mid-round aggression. Look at these two. Just biding their time down in Sewer. Look, if Defo goes down there,
One,
whack-a-mole!
two. Man, just so good. So good. You can tell they were trying to wonder, how do we want to approach this? How do we want to do this? A prime gaming flawless coming out from Gambit. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for sure. And you know, we just talked about it. The fact that stylistically, both these teams are so different. I mean, if you take a look at Gambit in this round, there wasn't really a strat. They didn't even have to fight to get into the site. All they had to do was take some mid control, poke just a tiny bit, and sit and wait. And as long as they just kind of sat and wait, Vikings re-aggressed and went right back into their crosshairs. So certainly for Gambit, it was a beautiful read. For Vikings here, I think they're going to have to take advantage of the fact that this is the defensive side of Split, right? I mean, try to make Gambit come into their crosshairs, maybe change it up just a little bit. I'm not sure, but these last 5 rounds, Gambit, they've just slowed it completely down.
Oh, and it's worked,
yes.
Right? And we've seen the willingness to commit to that play style, right? I think a couple rounds ago, we think about those 2 ultimates that were used in the double pump fake and everything that kind of went around that, and that's Gambit at their best, right? Like, that's when Gambit is able to manipulate rotations, is able to get into the heads of their opponents and kind of have them play their game. That's when Gambit's at their scariest. So yeah, it was a slower start, but the adaptations that we've seen from the beginning of the map up until now make me feel much more confident about Gambit's chances in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Trying to go through my mind here and go through all the different possibilities of what we can see coming through for Vikings. And I mean, it's got to be off the back of Saucy. He's 1 off of his breach ult. We saw how crucial that breach ult could have been in that retake had Chronicle not had some insanely anime battle going on towards A and be able to come out on top of that breach ult. But look, that is probably going to be what Vikings lean onto here in the next couple rounds, is the fact that that breach ultimate's coming online. Sodic's ultimate as well with that Killjoy. This should bolster the Vikings' defenses up.
This looks like they're trying to push towards A main. Yeah, they've taken some of that space off of the fault line out from Sassy. As you mentioned, that's going to allow them to get the ult orb, so the Rolling Thunder now online. Gambit towards B for the earlier parts of the round.
Things have slowed down quite a bit. This time around, a bit of a different look. None of the Gambit members are towards A, applying any pressure. All 5 members are very much grouped in B, and Defo is in.
Not just in, he's up, he's down. He takes Sudicast down with him as he's gotten onto the back of the site. Just Sheriffs on the side of Vikings. What can you do with it? You've got the cover of the Viper's wall to provide them a bit of safety as Shadows continues to creep his way forward. Saucy won. That's all he's going to get, but the Sheriff, or excuse me, the Spike did go down as GTN gets a second.
Whoa.
A 2v2 here. They've got the lockdown too, Potter. I wonder if they commit it. You've got Redgar on this sneaky little flank, but the wall's going to go down just in time. But Sadok's waiting for it. He knows he's on top, not able to land the shots. Redgar takes care of him. It falls down onto GTN. He's already had a highlight shot so far, but he's not going to get a chance at a second as Gambit hold the line for now.
What a close round. What a close round. And again, off the back of a Thrifty, one of those really low buys where, you know, again, those rounds, they are actually probably the most dangerous, especially on land, right? I mean, we talk about pressure. We talk about the pressures of the stage, the pressures of traveling, the pressures of facing up against the best teams in the world. Look, when you've got less on your back, less on your inventory, less to fight for, pressure's off, man. You get in there, you get involved, and you start taking a lot more risks. And so we're definitely seeing these low buy rounds just be wreaking havoc.
This is very similar to what we saw a couple of rounds ago from Defo. Again, the Trailblazer mid, Defo follows it up, but this time they Astra smoke ropes to give him some safe passage into Mail, but the wall goes up. Defo's antics are kept at bay for now.
Or his teammates are going to go ahead and break that off for him. This should make the Vikings have to respond. They've got to react. There's the Astra Orb. Oh, nice. Huge pickup. FRZ showing a little bit more than I think he intended there.
And see rotations right off of that. If you look at your minimap, you see both GTN and Sassy, they started to rotate back. They got halfway and then kind of thought things through again, but I've drawn attention to it, but Gambit's ability to manipulate what their opponents are thinking is so integral to their success. It's been their bread and butter. It was that way at Masters 3, and we're seeing some of that here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're Redgar, if you're on Gambit, you're absolutely just thrilled about the fact that majority of these rounds so far, I believe, probably in the last 5 rounds, Gambit have had all 5 members alive by 30 seconds left in the round. They're defaulting extremely well. And the Killjoy ultimate's going to go ahead and go down to try to defend off the speed.
Well, and that's the thing, right? That's another instance where Gambit is drawing out our ultimates with a fake. They draw out the lockdown towards B. There's nobody there. They invest their own Cosmic Divide. Now the Rolling Thunder coming out from Vikings as they're going to have their hands full. Sudicast again in a position where he's going to have to go huge. And so far, so good as Sudicast gets 2. Chronicle managing to get the spike down, but Sudicast has not been dealt with. The clip runs dry as he falls. Chronicle avoiding things there. 1v1 is all that's left, and Sadok, the savior for Vikings in this round, gets the defuse.
Incredible round here for Vikings. Saucy, the MVP within this round. I don't know if he even got a kill, but the utility that this man's brought into this round, he held off the hit. All of Gambit were funneled in that A-ramp. They got hit with the breach ult. They got hit with the fault line. They got hit with the flashbangs. Everything just delayed and bought time for those rotations to make it right in the nick of time. And what a fantastic hold here from Sudicast.
So big there, and then, ultimately, the rest of the team got him there, but he had to finish the job, right? In that 1v1 up top, I believe he had taken some damage too, so he certainly wasn't healthy. Just comes up absolutely enormous for Vikings, and it's good to see them, given the fact that they have lost, 5-6 rounds in a row, it's easy for a team to fold there, but they punch right back.
Punching up, swinging back, Doug. You love to see it. We're coming up to the last round of the half here, and Nats is back towards this A ramp. I think this is going to indicate that they do actually want to end A late.
You should run.
We've seen these defaults around before. The spike is down outside B, Gambit just taking their time. Interesting Killjoy ult towards mid here. I like this. This is really going to screw with the Vikings rotations once this is all done and over with.
Breach utility to clear it out. They invest. Oh my god. Oh no, they're going! GTN gets 2 off the showstopper. They were sitting ducks. They had nowhere to go. Now Gambit trying to figure out how do we approach this round. We've got members in towers. We only have the Bladestorm to work with as well. And Defo's so weak. They do have the spike. Maybe some Astra utility gets him through, finds him the safe passage onto the site, but you've got 2 members from Vikings there. The Cosmic Divide's going to fall out as well as Gambit creep their way forward. 30 seconds left. The Bladestorm comes online. Nats. Oh, GTN, you're not quite done yet, are you? Still playing backside. Defo's got to find some value with that thing. There we go. That's exactly what they needed. A 2v2 is all that remains. Make that a 2v1. Sassy, you mentioned it, Potter. The MVP in a position to go huge for his team. Again, great flash, but Nats gets 4. Gambit get to 7.
What a recovery, Doug. I cannot believe this round. The fact that I thought GTN was going to get 3 with his showstopper there. As soon as his little head popped over that Astra smoke, he saw those little feet in mail. I thought he was going to get 3 for sure, but the fact that it ends, I believe Gambit were down 2 versus 4. They somehow, someway are able to convert after a showstopper wipes out their entire team. Fantastic stuff for Gambit. And I mean, we talked about Gambit, the experience, the fact that they are probably the top dog, one of the top dogs at least coming into this tournament. At every point, whenever Vikings made things look difficult, Gambit looked cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I do like what we're seeing out of Vikings here. We're going to throw it to the desk to break down the first half. Yinsu?
Thank you very much, guys. I know Potter says she couldn't believe what's happening in this round. I can't believe what's happening in this half. It's really, really, really tough to be able to predict who's going to take this.
We've got a gigabanger on our hands. This is a good match to start things off. I at the beginning of that, I was like, oh my. I doubted Gambit for a reason, right? Their comp that they were playing, it wasn't the one that they were necessarily prepping. And at the very start, they were running the exact same type of control strats that they were with the Breach and the Sova. And I think that's kind of something we missed at the beginning. We were so hyped about the Sova. But it was actually the Breach in that comp that made a lot of things work, and it wasn't quite working at the beginning. But then Defo really started to get rolling with his dashes, and Shados was assisting him with his dog.
Yeah, Defo hit some absolutely just filthy shots, and Chronicle kind of got him going here. He was able to stymie Saucy's Rolling Thunder with a Nano Swarm, kind of did some damage on the way in. Even though he's stunned up, he's able to finish the job, then picks up a couple more off of it. That's when all of a sudden the tides completely turned, and Gambit went on a big win streak themselves. I liked what I saw out of Vikings early, but man, Gambit just really just put their foot down.
I think one of the reasons why that win streak just came out so strongly was because even though Vikings won the first 4 rounds, as soon as they lost that round where Chronicle hit the snap while he was stunned, their economy was shattered. Every single round they were just blasted with that 2 pistols, all sorts of different things. But this is the guy, Defo. This was the guy I think who was absolutely insane. Really good decision making, I have to say. I'm so impressed with how Defo is playing throughout these last 2 series so far in this map as well, because he is just making the right choices.
I don't know what that was. I don't understand that double peek up the rope.
That was like mid-air. I mean, I feel like for Defo, you know, he was pretty solid and consistent back at Masters 3, but he's in a competition papers in with so many good jets.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. I mean, we saw it with Durka from Fnatic. We saw it with Patty Pan. Yesterday, even he was pulling out some wild stuff. And this guy just continues to kind of put on this show that the Jets have been giving us this whole event.
But on the flip side, I think Sutekas is really stepping up for Vikings as well.
Yeah, well, we're going to see if it's going to be enough. 7-5 at the half. Only 1 pistol in it. I can't wait to get back into this game. Potter and Doug.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, we cannot wait to get back into the game either. Thank you for taking us that way. Gambit looked good on the attack. Now they get to their defensive side of the map, and Vikings have to figure out, well, what sort of nonsense can we make happen?
What kind of nonsense? I will keep my eye out for that nonsense certainly here. Shados, 2 flashes to his name. He's got the ghost. That certainly tells you he wants to find some duels here.
We'll see, you know, one of the things we talked about in the previous half was how Gambit were able to exploit the middle of the map to kind of do whatever the heck they wanted. We'll see if Vikings are able to have the same success. So far, I mean, they've weakened a couple of members on the side of Vikings, or excuse me, on the side of Gambit. Let's see if their utility is enough to make this happen. I don't know. Potter, Gambit are not moving from here.
Yeah, they're not. They're certainly not. Very interesting. Shados already using and burning both flashes. That definitely made things a little bit nerve-wracking for Vikings. They do not want to mess with that area of the map. They know there's a lot of bodies towards there. They're shifting towards A, but this is pretty obvious here, Doug. I think for Gambit, they're going to have a pretty good idea that the hit is coming towards A.
And they have all of the utility from the Killjoy set up to be able to kind of take care of that. There we go. Exactly what we were just pointing out. Chronicle's turret and the Nano Swarm combination is so difficult to get to. And now we're getting to crunch time in the round, right? There are only 30 seconds left. If you're going to commit to a site, you're going to have to do it soon. The alarm bot giving away the rotations, and you see it go back, right? Shados is already hustling back. You've also got Redguard in an aggressive position. This is textbook out from Gambit, but the kill doesn't come through. That should get Vikings onto the site.
Love this pivot. Such a decisive, quick call for Vikings. They're going to have to get this spike planted and make all these frags count. It's come down to a 3 versus 3 post plant here. Oh, no.
Yeah, looking to attempt the retake. See the Kush drops. Spike ticking away.
Saucy.
Holding things off just fine. Saucy with a great shot. Makes it a 1v2. FRZ's got a lot he's going to have to deal with, but if he's able to isolate the gunfight, he might have a chance at this thing. He's got the classic, and he still has a bit of armor to his name, Chronicle on the tap. Pulls it right back, the turret to provide some cover, but they're going to have to do this soon. I don't know, Chronicle getting it to half. FRZ, you got to challenge it. He challenges it, but Chronicle lands the shots at just the right time and gets it a fuse.
Turret, man. Turret is MVP here in this round, just tanking a lot of the bullets. Not just that, but a crosshair distraction as well. A beautiful response for Vikings, all things considered. You know, we talked about the fact that as they were hitting that A site, it was really telegraphed. You know, all the Gambit members, they knew it, but that one hole, the one opening that they had was the ropes. They beeline it back towards B Heaven, try to make this split happen, but on the way, too many casualties. One dropping here, one dropping towards B Heaven, and it just, the post plant, it just makes it way too difficult.
Vikings not finding success in the opener. It's very unlikely that they find success here either, and Defo's here to ensure that that is the case. He's already gotten the opener with Marshall. He's going to get a chance at a little bit more, and he does it. This should be a prime gaming flawless.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. I mean, if you're Gambit, that's exactly the kind of anti-eco rounds that you want to happen every single time. So certainly for them, that's a beautiful start. And hey, for Defo, those Marshall kills, those feel good, Doug. Those feel real good.
There are few things as satisfying as fully like decapitating somebody with a Marshall.
Yep. That second shot, that little no-scope. Defo's feeling, he's feeling good right now. Nice, clean anti-eco. We'll see a strong buy, a decent buy, at least for Vikings coming through this one. 2 half armors, but they've got full utility coming into this. And the pistol round, we saw them putting a lot of pressure. In fact, all 5 members of pressure towards mid. This time it's just 4 with Killjoy holding off the A push, but so much aggression here.
Pressure mid at just the right time. The snake bite right to the forehead, but it's not enough as Sudakas is able to take care of Nats. Gambit have already dropped one. They're going to flip back to B. Redgar in a position again to be able to come up in a big way for Gambit as they all push right into his lap.
Yeah, and while all of this was going down, Sadhack, he got pushed and bullied completely off of A ramp. You saw the Sky and Jet duo combo going in tandem, pushing down, and look at this. They're going to reaggress. Now, the timing here is going to be everything. As Gambit reaggresses down A ramp, they should run right into all 4 members of Vikings here.
Defo used the Blade Storm. He still has that Marshall that he was so good with last time. But
this timing, this pinch.
You're absolutely right. Sudakas, if he's able to land things at just the right time, it's going to be a problem. The fault line, they start to work their way out. Don't know that there are 2 players up. Oh, there they go. One. No. The Blade Storm, not able to do it, but there was Sudakas at just the right time. He was able to grab one of his own. That should create some space, but Chronicle in a spot to take it right back. Oh, no. I don't know that they know. Sassy, if he gets the timing right, the gun barrel, he should be able to clear out that ultimate as well. My guy, it's safe. Walk your way out. Oh, that's so close! All right. Redgar cleans that up, but he still has his work cut out for him. 2 members left. One around pillar, the other one further off site.
And Redguard, oh, the turret just catches him there. He does have a smoke to his name, but FRZ is playing this so well, just biding the time, using that spike as a teammate, and beautiful shot, just a little jiggle. Redguard, not a lot to shoot at there. And a beautiful conversion round there. Things just went back and forth into this round. Defo certainly could have had a clip for himself. In fact, he probably could have had all 4 kills there on another Tuesday, right? But not to be this time around. He's only able to get the 1. And that's the first round on the board for Vikings on this attack half.
Man, you could see that from Shados. They had an opportunity, right? It felt like it was there. They probably should have gotten away with it and busted economy for Vikings, but Vikings avoid disaster, at least for now. We've seen this a lot, right? We saw it in the previous half, the Trailblazer, and then Defo works his way forward. These two have been so tightly knit together on this map. They're consistently playing around each other, and that was the bullying that you mentioned. Sadak already has to give some of that space back. A shot right to the face. His Killjoy's down.
Whack-a-mole once again. Defo and Sky. Duo combo pushing through, and take a look at Shadows. He's not stopping. He's already in attacker spawn, and he's going to make the big flank all the way around. The members of Vikings, they have in control, but look at this Viper Molly off this alarm bot of Killjoy.
Not enough yet, but you saw the turret that triggered that somebody dropped down, and that's why you saw the op shot there. There's Nats creeping his way forward. He manages to find the opener on GTN. FRZ still down there. As Nats drops.
Spike down.
Here comes the spike, finally making its way onto the site to join FRZ. He's 1 point away from having that res online as well. Cosmic Divide coming out. Still got to get the spike down. The delay is there. Defo.
30 seconds left.
You got.
Shadows finally making his way to the site. He's finally here. I think he's going to probably be the first point of contact. Maybe he's waiting for his teammate to get contact, but Defo gets taken out.
FRZ getting a little spicy with it, as Shados does as well. Vikings fall apart there at the end, and you know, really for them to have gotten as far as they did, they got the spike down, right? Like it was tough treading for a little while, but they got in there, they got the spike down, they had the setups, and even FRZ going aggressive onto Defo there through the Cosmic Divide was a great setup, but it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, but you know, all things considered, especially how the round started off. You know, we look back all the way towards A ramp. Sadok didn't even get to shoot a single bullet before he got taken out, right? Then we saw the Sky pushing all the way into attacker spawn. That is so much map gone and lost for the Vikings. So the fact that they're able to somehow at least even make it into the site and only 2 members surviving and standing at the end of the round, you take those.
Right.
You're somewhat content with that. At least you can at least build off of that. The mid round seems to be where Vikings at least are shining. Maybe not shining as bright as they would want, but they're having a little bit of hope. At least the trades, they're going in their favor. They're just not able to convert the actual post plants.
Yeah, I think Gambit have looked so good. And you're right, the mid game seems to be an area where they can do something, where they can find some area to really exploit, but Gambit have just been so good on it. And even with that, Gambit coming through with the timeout here late in the second half, potentially just ensuring, like, hey, let's shore up a couple of things that we've spotted that can be problematic, and let's get out of this thing clean.
Yeah, and I think that's a good idea, right? Just because, again, we talked about day one, it was all over the place. That icebox, the way messy for sure. And even on the third map, you know, we think about Bind. I believe that Gambit were down either 5-2 or 4-2, and it was off the back of Nats' ace on that map in order to kind of get them back into the mood and be able to get them to get over the finish line in that third map. So definitely for these guys, they do not want to put themselves in that position again. If there's anything that is feeling a little bit off, a little bit funky, they're going to want to rectify that sooner than later.
Well, and that's the thing about a team and really a region like Brazil is, if you give them an inch, they will take it, right? Like, momentum quickly can shift back their way, and you saw how they opened up the map. It was very aggressive. It was very momentum-based, and that's what got them to that point. Good on Gambit to swing it right back, but the timeout coming in to make sure disaster is avoided. GTN going aggressive. Shadows trades it right back.
Love the aggression for VKS, or for GTN, rather, there. Defo certainly wasn't expecting that. At least they're able to get a trade. I mean, Saucy, now the question is he going to want to, well, maybe not anymore, but I was going to say he might want to invest that Breach Ultimate coming into this round now. I mean, they've still got a Sage res as well. Things could get really interesting in this round, Doug.
Yeah, they've already managed to drop Redguard, and that's followed. These trades have just been going back and forth. Yes, Gambit got away with it. Shados got 3 at the end. That's awesome. They upgraded the op, but it's these back and forth kills in these ecos that they constantly keep me on the edge of, is this going to be disaster or are we okay?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Shados is able to convert there, but yes, this round woulda, coulda, shoulda been something insanely different. Good on Gambit, though, to actually convert that one, and either way for Vikings, it was a throwaway round, a bit of a throwaway round. And it seems to be that, again, they're going to bring most of their presence towards mid here. I like the aggression. We're seeing a Judge coming out to the table again.
And with that, Defo should... Well, the thing is, they don't have any personnel mid. Okay, so there's a Trailblazer that comes out. That's going to allow Defo to take more of an aggressive position up in mail to hold down mid with that op potentially. But you see Vikings through that. They've kind of given up this idea of working their way mid. They're going to get into sewers to try to lean towards A. Once again, when you go towards A, you're going to have to deal with all of this Killjoy utility, this time coming out from Chronicle and the Bulldog to boot.
Yeah, and Saucy, he's going to have to make a decision here. Does he want to use his ultimate before they get into the site or save it for the actual retake? And there's my answer. He's going to go ahead and use it before. I don't think he's going to get much off of it. Nats and Chronicle already fine too.
Yeah, GTN not able to convert off of that raise, and as quickly as things started, they come to a screeching halt, and really off of that, you see Gambit already on the rotate. Redguard trying to take some more of that space away. Nice shot out from Defo. He's going to get a shot at another one here. The flash. Not exactly what they were looking for, but Sassy.
30 seconds left.
I just don't know that there's enough there. I mean, maybe, but you still got to yank so much of it back in your way. And you've got Redguard, again, making sure there's nobody rotating back. They can double down on this defense on A.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough, especially because Saucy took a lot more damage than I'm sure he wanted. 10 seconds left on the clock. At this point, it's looking like Vikings just want to save their guns. Hopefully go into the next round, make something happen. Not a bad call either. You take a look at the ultimates that are going to be coming online. We've got the Showstopper. We've got the Killjoy ultimate. So definitely some options into the next round. He's going to have to survive. Okay, he's good.
Potter, let me ask you this. Given the fact that that put Gambit into map point early on in this series, probably what, 9 times out of 10, do you feel like it is the right call there to save your rifles going into the next one with the ultimates? Or is it, because it's so late, is that risky?
It's tough. It's tough, right? Because the biggest argument is that it's already hard enough to go over the finish line by just winning one round, right? If you've got 6 match points on and you're back against the wall like that, you just have no room for error. So certainly, I think I wouldn't have called for the save there. I think if you're down by that margin already, that big of a margin, you got to take your chances. You got to get yourself back into the game. Even that eco round where it was a 4v4, and I mentioned that the breach ult was up, the Sage res was up. I would have Sage res immediately, called it right off the bat. You just, when you don't have the guns, you use your ultimates. When you have the luxury of combining both, your guns and your ultimates, sure, you do it, for sure. But you don't always have that sort of luxury.
Sure, it feels like maybe a bit of like playing safely, perhaps. Maybe even playing, I don't want to say not to lose, because it seems like they are going to lose,
It's
at least pretty confidently.
Yeah. It's such a tough call, right? I mean, you're 2 to 4. One of your teammates, I believe it was Saucy, that had 30 HP. So certainly for them there, I'm saying right now while I'm standing here, I would have gone for it. But maybe if I was there on the stage, I would have said, you know what, guys, let's save. Let's give the next round another try.
Well, that's exactly what Vikings decide to do. Again, because of the way they played that, they do have 2 rifles that they are bringing in, so not everyone has to buy up. That even with that, though, even with that money save, Sadak and FRZ are both at light armor now. Both Sadak and GTN, 2 points, or a point each from having their ultimate online. But can Defo find success off the
no, that turret.
Yeah, he saw the turret, yep.
Oh, no.
Give him the shoulder. He doesn't take it off. Sadak swings out. The Nano Swarm there, and look at all of this utility coming in as the rest of Vikings work their way towards A. You've got Nano Swarms, you've got Alarm Bots, and guess what? You've got Chronicle, or else you had him, at least for a moment. Vikings finding some space.
They are, but they haven't had to deal with Nat's ultimate in B main yet this half. I'll be interested to see exactly how they react. I think Sadak, as soon as he turns this corner, he's going to realize, and this should probably make Gambit second guess, or at least do something else. And take a look at Shadows again. Look at where he's at on the map.
Sneaky guy. Sadak playing in and out of the Viper's pit. And I mean, they have some time to switch off if they want to. This is sitting on a ticking time bomb. Shadows get the timing just right, and he does. And unfortunate for Sadak as well, as he looks away at the worst possible time. But with that, you kind of have to go, right? You have to get onto the site. Saucy tries doing that and manages to take care of Redguard along the way, swinging out around the pillar, but you're going to have to mess with the guys that are in the Viper's pit. Defo an up barrel down his throat as he cleans him up. Saucy's the last alive. He's gotten 3. He's going to need 2 more to play another round, and he's going to get a shot at it. The flash gets 1. He got 4 on the round, but that's That's all he got. As Shados cleans it up, Gambit win 13-6.
My goodness, my goodness. Look at the celebratory dances coming out from these Gambit guys. That was dominant, you know? I mean, throughout the whole match, I kept thinking about what are the win conditions? What can Vikings do? But either way, no matter what they did, Gambit looked clean and polished. They didn't look faltered. They didn't look shook at any point. Nats, he's looking like his superstar self. And Shados, man, he had free reign all over A. There were 2 or 3 times in that second half where he was just in attacker spawn. That was his home. He was just pushing A main, no fear, confidence is beaming. This is a great start for Gambit.
And this is, you know, I mentioned it earlier, but this is the Gambit we were looking for, right?
Yes.
Like, when they are in the minds of their opponents, when they're able to play the map as cleanly as they do. You talk about Shados and the ability to take space away. We talked about how they use utility to create some room for Defo to get aggressive, both on both sides of the proverbial ball, right? Like, we saw him on the attacking half do it up mid. We saw him on the defensive half do it towards A main. If they're able to continue to exploit their opponents by using utility to take space away, which seems so fundamental when you say it out loud, but Gambit just seemed to do it at a better level.
Yeah, better level through and through. And Split is a map that's difficult. You know, when you run into a team that has all their protocols and, as you say, all the utility, all the layers that Gambit have, it's so tough to get past those defenses. You get past one corner, one choke point, and then there's the next, layered with either Killjoy or a Sage nade combo, right? That Sage slow orb with those paint shells. It's so difficult to get into B when you're unable to draw out that utility with a solid default. And Vikings, they didn't find much success in that front.
No, and you know, maybe given some of what we saw on the map, they can kind of build off of that to make something happen in the second half. We're going to have to see if that's the case. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, map 2. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, officer.
If you feel Russian style, so put your hands up to the sky.
Well, the first half was a close affair for Gambit. They closed it out in the second half. I'm back on the desk with Paperson and Bala. What a solid defense round from them.
Yeah, and I think the defensive side is where we saw the power of the swap with Chronicle and Nat switching roles on split, right? Giving Chronicle the way to play the Killjoy and then also giving Nats his Viper.
He's just nuts. And he plays off of not just his own utility, but other utility well. He was moving around outside of the Astra smokes very nicely as well. So just doing what Nats does best, being an absolute pest, just being so hard to track because he's always kind of lurking around the edges of utility. And he's always ready to react to stuff. He's always got the right ideas at the right time. Such a difficult player to track.
I mean, Gambit are one of those teams that they don't just make agent changes on a whim, right? They do everything so methodically. There's a reason behind it. And you can see why maybe the Sova was a bit of a test. They wanted to try it out at Red Bull Homeground, but this is the comp here, that paper thin, that just really, really works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can take Nats off of Viper on almost any map at this point. He's just so strong on it.
His Cypher is also
his
so
Cypher is
strong.
really good, yes, but I think his Viper is just a little bit better and a little bit more versatile, so in some ways, it's hard to find, fault with them going to this, of course. I mean, it worked out very well here. Maybe later on, against different opponents, they think the Cypher is a better switch into, so that's so dangerous to have when you're going up against this team, is you don't know what you're getting out of Nats when you're going on split.
I think one important thing to note, though, is the ways, the maps that I like Nats on Viper a lot are when there is an Astra paired with it, because you're not overloading him. For example, Breeze. I'm not really a fan of him being the only controller on the map, where he has to do so many different things that, he can't do the other things that he's so good at.
Yeah, I mean, Shados here, we're seeing some highlights, his little frag movie, but it does, I saw this tweet online in terms of like which players we feel like really come to their form on a LAN environment, and it does feel like multiple members of Gambit are this way. Shados included, Defo we spoke about earlier as well. Bala, we had a brief conversation about how he kind of matches up to all the Jets in this tournament, but it's just consistency, right? That's what it matters the most.
Yeah, to be honest, back to the LAN point for a second, I think Gambit might just be a LAN team.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
Straight up. I love to see the way that Shados is playing, but also how he's activating Defo and letting him take space. I think that pair is a reason why Gambit have some of the best map control strats in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that they have such a good read on their opponents, particularly in that round where we had the Rolling Thunder from Sasi. I think it was round 18, and they got the judge into the hands of Redgar. He pushes up into B Garage. Now, you want to usually use that Rolling Thunder from inside of B Garage, right? So he's ready in case there's like a push through there. He can at least slow it up and give his team enough time to maybe get into position to react it. On the other side of the coin, you had Chronicle in the back. He had a Nano Swarm right underneath Rafters, ready for the push to come through. You got Nats up above. You are ready for either side of this Rolling Thunder. This team is so well prepared for any situation that's thrown at them.
You can't really counter that either, can you? You just got to pray that you land your shots as well. And speaking of landing shots, Chronicle, he can do this even under a lot of high pressure. This is the Verizon high-speed moment. Again, in a position, Barlow, where you don't expect him to win.
This is ridiculous. Honestly, it also speaks to why Breach is still not really getting as picked as he should, because he's full stunned from that Rolling Thunder, and he still hits. This first shot, obviously you have first shot accuracy still, he still hits it, but then he's in the air.
That was like a one-tap as well, I feel like.
I'm also confused, like, does GTN have low HP or something like that? It's just, why is he double saturated? I mean, he's doing it with the Rolling Thunder. It makes a lot of sense, but to have the icy veins of Chronicle in that situation is just solid. It
has to be so frustrating for the Vikings. They did a lot of right things in that moment, but Chronicle was just better. I mean, that's just one of those things where you just kind of have to tip your hat and go, wow, what a shot.
It turned the tide of the game,
yes,
to be honest. Like, that was the first round that Gambit won, and from then they went, 6 rounds in a row?
I think it was 6, yeah.
It was so good. I just can't hype that play up enough, because from there, I think they changed how they were approaching it as well. I think they call a timeout, and Coach Eng spoke to them a little bit. And I feel like they stopped doing the same type of things that we saw them at Red Bull, and they started playing the real type of control Gambit-y style.
And like you said earlier, it also affected their economy right after that, right? The rounds have been so nitty-gritty. There have been so much trading back and forth that they were, even though they were up 4-0, they hadn't been able to bank any money. So that was doubly devastating.
Yeah, I mean, they're just Lanimals, like you said. They just do really well in this environment. But let's take a look at Nats right now in the AIM Lab pre-round shoot around. See his secrets. Him shooting around in the range in there. This guy, again, people had doubts about him coming into this tournament, whether he can replicate his form. But like you said, the Viper, the Cypher, Agents, that's really suiting the meta right now. But it does feel like if Gambit were to make it deep, he's on track for another stunning tournament performance.
Yeah, he is. I think he is, but it's not that I'm still kind of doubting a little bit. I don't think it's that same MVP level type of performance. Maybe it'll come in playoffs, but...
Yeah, he turned... I feel like that's where he turned it up, right? In the groups, they were still, a little bit shaky, but then when it came to the playoffs, they just kind of...
clutch after clutch after clutch.
Yeah, exactly. I believe.
It was nuts. He was disgusting. That was one of the most impressive performances I've seen, just from a ability to move standpoint. His rotations, his kind of playing off his own utility. It wasn't just him just clicking heads or something like that. It was him just out-thinking you, out-maneuvering his opponents.
I mean, it also helps when your whole team is on the same page as you and they facilitate you to let you do those things. I think Redgar said in the past, right, it's not just Nat being able to lurk and get those picks. The reason he's able to do that is because the rest of his team are making noises like left, right, and center and getting their picks as well. So
yeah, and pushing defenders off. And
exactly.
I think it was definitely difficult for Vikings to find anything specifically because of things like that. But I do have to wonder, now that we go to bind, what is going to be the process here? Because I asked you at the beginning, where is their path through? And I think it was split.
I think it probably was, especially since they started on the defender's side of split, Bala. I really felt like that was, and it looked okay at the very beginning. They're up 4-0, and I'm like, yes, this is exactly what we need to see from them. Saucy's looking good on the breach initially. He's hitting some good fault lines. He's hitting, some good aftershocks and these kind of things. But then it all just fell apart. The wheels came off the bus, and they're just not able to follow up off of Saucy.
I have a big question here for Vikings, because what we saw in split was GTN playing the Raze, right?
Yeah.
Instead of playing the Jet, and not allowing the flex player, who is FRC at this point, to play a secondary duelist or the Raze or whatever it might be. Instead, he played that, and that was their only place, and he's not really getting what I want from him, which is to be that primary entry. If you're playing the Raze, it's very difficult to get in those positions, especially on split. It might be different on bind, but I do think they might be making a similar decision here.
Now, Michael, I'll let you finish.
No, I was just going to say, they usually don't play Jet on bind. So I'm kind of curious. I'm also very curious to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a couple of question marks here. Again, Vikings, we haven't seen them play bind in a hot minute, but they kind of changed up their comp for one match, whether that is them trying something or not. We're heading to Agents Select now, but that comp they played most recently, Bala, had no Viper.
They haven't been playing the Viper Astra, which I think has been... Okay, there it is. Sadok playing it, and we do have GTN on Raze, so very, very similar, except they have the Jet for Gambit and the Raze for Vikings.
Yeah, they reverted back Paperthin to a comp they played before, so I'm pretty happy with this.
I like this comp. Yeah. I think this is a really solid comp. It gives them a lot of control. It gives them everything they need. My eyes are on GTN here. I'm a little bit concerned. I didn't see much out of him on split with the Raze, and that's one of the maps where I think Raze can really shine if you're really able to use those blast packs to get the maneuverability you need, find some good value out of your paint shells and those kind of things. He did have that one, of course, unbelievable showstopper in that last game, but I don't know how this is going to go. They're going to really need to dial up something special, because the end of that really felt flat.
Well, Gambit, they are one map away from the quarterfinals, but let's see if Vikings can come back into this game. Over to you, Doug and Potter.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yes, bind before us. They looked flat, I believe, as Paperthin said at the end of split. Vikings did specifically. They're going to have a chance to make things a bit better here, but Potter, are you expecting better?
Asking the real questions, Doug. You know, I got to be honest, I'm pretty nervous for Vikings right now. I hope that they're going to come out swinging. I'm looking straight at Saucy, right? Paper Thin touched on it on that first death segment. 7-1 in his opening kills, very involved, and now he's going back to his comfort champion. His bread and butter on that Sova. Certainly, this should help him start facilitating the movements on the map, right? We talked about their defenses last time on Split. It was faltering a little bit. This time around on that Sova, he should be able to move around the chess pieces on the server a little bit easier in the Vikings players.
Well, I think another player we have to keep an eye on is GTN. The desk highlighted it. He's back on the Rays. Give me some more. I need some more firepower, baby. I need some more gunpowder. Make something happen. For Brazil, Vikings starting off on the attacking half. You've already seen, space taken away. And if it's not off the sky, it's off of the Sova. But they do the same thing, and this is so good for Gambit.
It certainly is. And good delay there with the Asher utility. And look at Saucy, he's still in drone form here. The timing is going to be brutal. Defo finds an opening, and Sudakos will see if he'll be able to respond.
Ooh. They're going to have to turn their attention back, and they do. GTN starting off great as Sudakos gets a second one as well. The flank that we talked about, the disaster spot, is really taken care of, and off of that, Vikings are able to rotate away, understanding there were two who were pinching in. B should be open. They're absolutely right.
Yeah, they should be able to get the spike down here. And Redgar, he's made it in time. He's in the general vicinity. He's got to be very wary of this elbow push. It's about to be a 1v1 Astra diff moment here. Redgar versus Sudakos. We'll see who comes out on top here.
Got armor. He didn't need it. Didn't need a lick of it. He's able to win that out. A 3v2 still in favor of Vikings as the spike ticks away. Gambit looking to find an opening. It's big that they were able to take elbow control, but their job's not quite done. A great flash as FRZ swings out. Up from Hookah, not finding anything quite yet. They continue to go forward. Redgar finds it. Has to find the second one, though. Sadhak dancing away. You still have to take care of the player that's up in Hookah. Redgar looking to get it potentially to half. No, Sonic swings out at just the right time. I don't know that he got it to half. Sadhak's still alive. The noose and Shados gets the kill, but he didn't get it to half. It's not going to matter. Vikings win the pistol again.
Oh, man, what a close turn of affairs. And Gambit, that's one of the tough things about bind and flanking. You know, you think you've got a big play, you're working so hard, you've been walking for so long, you finally come back and you make a huge flank happen, but then you just get immediately traded out. All that hard work, it's just all gone for nothing. And you giveth and you taketh.
And the pressure that you took is gone.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like, you feel that if you're the team that's getting flanked upon. Flankies, perhaps.
Flankies.
We're going to stick with that?
I like it.
Yeah, flankies. Yeah. The flankies, they feel the pressure and they go elsewhere now. Look at Gambit this time attacking from a short, taking some of that space away. Redgar's got plenty of info, and you've got Nats who's staying back on the site. He's going to have a chance at something big here. He's got a shorty, and I love that because off the utility that he has set up, he's forcing them into his lap, but the flash in his face, the bullets, take care of him as well. FRZ looking to go hunting, looking to find some more. Sassy gets the spike down.
And Vikings are not messing around, man. They got into that B site so fast. That Viper wall was meant to slow them down, meant to make them second guess just a little bit before they just brute force their way into there. But that Sova dart, perfect timing. And this should be a pretty clean round. Now Shados, he does have the Sheriff on his back. He's had some spectacular shots on the first map. We'll see what kind of damage he can do.
Player standing.
Not at all.
That was surely just get something. No, nothing. A prime gaming flawless for Vikings as they win the pistol. They hold serve in the second round. Now Gambit should be able to respond. But, you know, we talked, Potter, about what can Vikings do to get back into this thing, because things really, I mean, the wheels came off on the first map on Split. This is an excellent start for them to kind of get back momentum their way.
Yes, sir. And I mean, the cherry on top would definitely be this bonus, Doug, for sure. I mean, if Vikings are able to convert this one, then we certainly have a series on our hands. All of a sudden, Vikings have a bunch of breathing room coming their way. We'll see what happens, though. Gambit have a healthy purchase coming into this one. Well, I say healthy, but only one with full armor. Either way, full rifles across the board. And one of those pesky bonuses once again coming out for Vikings. I like the fact that GTN is focusing on those orbs. we'll definitely see that showstopper coming into play by at least the second or third gun round.
With hopefully more success than what we saw previously. He did have that one moment as the dusk highlighted, but other than that, it was a bit lackluster.
Oh, this timing. Holy.
He made his way in behind the enemy line. Sadak has control of U-Haul. Well, Trailblazer in his face. They push him right back. But you haven't dealt with him, and you don't know he's there! Tempo dashing away! Not going to be able to stay alive long enough to make a difference. Sadak gets too big there. You called it, Potter. The timing to get into U-Haul to create that space, really, I mean, it cracks the site open for Vikings. Now they're going to get the spike down.
It certainly will. Not only that, but because those 2 kills came so fast and no trades in sight, Vikings have a real good idea that they have all of backside in their control. You can see Viper feeling a little more risky, getting more into that forward position at Pipe. Now Vikings are looking like this is a secured dub. 100% should be in the bag, and Gambit are feeling that as well as they start to back up and see if they can at least salvage some of these weapons for themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if Vikings just go ham here and hunt them down with their bonus weapons. Oh, and Redgar, what a response.
A little too much ham.
A little too much ham.
A little too much ham. Never thought I'd say that. But alas, a little too much ham. But Potter, at the beginning of the round, you mentioned they got to win the bonus. That's going to be spicy. That's where Vikings should, in theory, be able to snowball this into a couple of rounds, get a nice and cozy lead, a comfy lead, if you will, on the first half of Bind. And so far, they're sticking to forecast.
So far, so good. Now, the one caveat that I didn't mention is if the opposing team save 2 to 3 weapons, if not more, then they can get another full purchase coming to the next one. So it's not quite as snowbally as I probably kind of painted the picture to be. This time around, Gambit, they have 3 saved weapons. I think the rest of the members will be in that weird range with 1,700, 1,900 credits to their name. They'll probably buy some sheriffs, not a lot of armor, and we'll see what happens.
Now, I want to get your thoughts on this as we find ourselves in an early timeout. Gambit have shown either down B long, either through a short. They have no qualms with turning up the heat a bit, right, on the defensive half. They'll take some of that space away. We saw it on Split as well, but it hasn't provided the success that they have found previously, right? It's been a bit brutal, even when they take that flank, which I think taking the flank was ultimately the right call. They just didn't account for the fact that they were going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
Do they need to peel that back a bit? Do you continue to play at that pace?
You know, Bind is really strong to be a team that's unpredictable and constantly pushing and constantly testing those boundaries and those limits. But I gotta say, because of how the first map went on Split, and we kept pointing out the fact that Gambit, they look so disciplined. No matter what, they're sat back, they're waiting, they're biding their time, and they're just allowing Vikings to make mistakes right in front of their eyes, and they're right there to capitalize and punish them for it. So under normal circumstances, I would say double down and keep doing what you're doing. But for Gambit, I would say stick to your game plans. Lean into your strengths. I mean, what got you here? Which was your game plan? Which was your discipline? And it was your teamwork. So maybe simmer down on the pushes. I don't think Gambit really need to resort to those sorts of gimmicky plays. I think they can just stick to the basics and ride this one out.
Well, Defo's giving you the finger right now.
Well, we take those sometimes, maybe.
He's already worked his way through showers, already made his way. Supposedly back there, and with that comes a ton of information. But
so much damage.
They still have to hold sight, right? Like, they know at this point they should have a very good idea that the hit is on to B. Although the spike being on long leaves the door open for the potential of a flip back, either Shutelli or rotating out. Seems like they're mulling over, and this is where Defo taking that space away can prove to be even more valuable than just the information you had initially.
Yeah, but look at Nats. He's done a fantastic job of holding off this tough Octagon push. Now, he's not quite as healthy. He's lost all of his armor, but the fact that he has that control, it should give them some time to defend this hookah, and things have just come to a stop.
Yeah, and it feels like Vikings haven't quite found the window, right? Like, they're trying, they've dropped the Viper's Pit, they're trying to find the spot, whatever it is for them to go, and it just hasn't been right? Like, the wind hasn't blown at just the right space for them to feel confident in their ability to go, and off of that, you're seeing some of this trepidation as they move forward, but now they feel a bit more comfortable. It's been slow, but it's been sure. They're going to get onto the site, trying to spam through the Viper's wall, and off of the Tracers that come off the Vandal, they're able to trade that kill right back. FRZ and GTN get a couple of pieces. Sassy does as well, but Defo has a chance to be the hero for Gambit. he's not even messing with it.
He's just going to tuck tail, back away, and definitely the right call. And what a round from Vikings. You know, I talked about the fact that Nats had that full top octagon control, but Vikings, they revisited it. That was the plan all along. They made their pressure, they made their stand in hookah, cut noise, walked, fell back, and then retook that octagon, and that just bolstered this pinch, this B-site hit that came in. I think there was only 20 seconds left on the round. Yep. I gotta say, I think Shadows definitely probably shouldn't have spammed in that corner. You know, I know he wanted to kill the spike planter, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose, and then really you got a round on your hands. But I think he probably just tucks there and waits for a distraction. He didn't even get a lick of damage off. He just kind of immediately gets responded on. So definitely a little bit unfortunate that Nats gets taken out as well. Just one thing after the other, Gambit just kind of fell apart on the speed defense.
And for as much as we've talked about Brazil liking to go fast and Vikings and their play style, that was a different flavor of Vikings, and it was a pretty tasty one, right? Like, you talked about the cut noise, you talked about the slow, creep your way forward, take that space without them knowing preferably.
Oh,
it works. Defo, completely changing the script of what we just said. The flash, the dash, the blade storm's not going to find anyone, though.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Gambit want to wait around at all. I mean, it's just been every round relentless. Defo, he's scrimming it right now, man. He's playing. He's having fun. He's got the knives out. Just no cares in the world. The spike will go down, but this sort of fast flank and with a jet that's this carefree and this aggressive, things can get dangerous real fast, Doug.
Redgar's got a Bucky, too, in U-Haul that he may have a chance with, but I love how... That's
Good night,
perfect.
FRZ. Let's go, Defo.
Well, and even with that, like, Vikings, they've lost Shower's control, but they had the setup that I think they wanted. They're so careful to make sure nobody's kind of getting sucker punch. Oh, it's no! Not able to land it as Defo gets cleaned up. Redgar takes one for his troubles, but that's it. There's the showstopper. And another unfortunate use of it is it provides no value whatsoever, but Vikings get to 5.
You know what? If I'm GTN there, I blame Sudakas, honestly.
Bro, that was mine.
Yeah, that's my kill. What are you doing, man? I popped my ultimate for that. Why are you stealing my kills out here? But, I mean, fantastic stuff from Vikings. As I mentioned before, you know, when you hear the jet knives go off and when you hear them running you down, things can get pretty hectic pretty fast. But a decent response for Vikings, and you could just see it, right? The reactions there right off the bat. Good stuff. FRZ, such a huge kill to be able to put the stop onto Defo there.
This is interesting. There was a dart that hit back Showers for Defo to swing out with the op. Didn't get a spot on anything, but the Trailblazer did come through, and that's a whole lot of utility coming your way, my guy. The Hunter Fury in as well. Defo still trying to stay alive. He dances around all of it and lands his shots onto FRZ anyway. GTN takes space up short. Sucker punches Chronicle and Showers. Vikings have found some space to work with on the site, but Gambit refusing to give an inch. They're still healthy enough to be able to fight this thing back. Yeah, the spike went down, but they took control right back. How do they get the defuse? How do they continue to take care of what Vikings have thrown their way? To get this defuse. Spike ticking away. It's going to have to be soon. The flash to swing. Good onto Shados. Only 2 on the side of Vikings remain. Redgar on the tab. At least gets it to half. Sudakas taking care of that. Redgar's going to stick it.
His suck didn't. Oh, no. Sudakas, that's going to hurt. He thought he got the diffuser off the spike there. That is unlucky. You know, we've been seeing these small mistakes catching some of these teams with the missed smokes yesterday on Haven and now with the missed suck orb to get them off the spike. This was a fantastic execute coming out from Vikings. You can see there the pressure that Defo was under towards Shower. It was a complete A crunch, right? You saw the Raze making his way up short A, double satchel, pinching into that Showers as the Sky is keeping those 2 defenders busy in the Shower area while the Sova ult is coming down. So many layers for Vikings, and the pressure was on. Gambit faltered. Beautiful stuff for Vikings.
Defo once again having to play utility simulator as he just dodges around everything that was his way. That time it was a Trailblazer and the Roomba. The counter with the Seekers of their own. But Vikings taking this round a bit slower than what we saw in the past.
Yeah, very much slower. I feel like that those jellies for Shadows were pretty early. He definitely felt the pressure on there. Probably gonna miss. What a shot from Saucy.
Redgar's judge. A ratty little spot. If they don't check that 50, they'll get punished. But Vikings leaning towards B, and I mean, they got the opener over towards long, so I also understand you drew the Seekers out from that side after cutting noise. There could be a chance at something, but the flash, that flash may have given away some info.
Yeah. Unlucky, it just catches Sadak, so that info that you're talking about definitely is going to go over towards the Gambit side. This Hunter's Fury hits the mark. We'll see if he's able to finish off, and he certainly does. Yeah, Vikings, they have to TP. They're going to make their way towards A, right into the hands of Redgar.
Redgar's only got a judge. We mentioned it earlier. He's going to have to take this aggressive angle, and that's exactly what he does. They know he's there. The judge doesn't deliver. Vikings get onto the site. 13 seconds left. Should be able to get the spike down. No ultimates to speak of for anyone else, but there are kills aplenty for Saucy as he gets 3 on the round. It's all down to Nats. If he can get 1, he can maybe make something happen, but doesn't land him. Saucy gets 4. Vikings get to 6. Gambit, they're in trouble.
They are in trouble. You know, we talked about those early tactical pauses for Gambit on the last map. I think probably pretty soon here we're going to see one coming through for Gambit. I think this was weird, right? Because as soon as you said, Doug, out of your own words, he's only got a judge, I thought, who's ever said those words in Valorant before? He's only got a judge. You never say that. You say he's got a judge. Be careful, right? So certainly it is so wonky that the judge doesn't come through, but fantastic response for Vikings. That was 2v3 conversion.
And no timeout.
Yeah. Oh, that's rough.
Ooh, I like this, though. This isn't rough. If they can make it convert, this is exactly the kind of seemingly reckless play that you have to dial up in a situation like this to try to shift momentum back your way. Gambit throw everything in the kitchen sink at him. But off of that, Vikings navigate the waters, teleport out, and they should get onto B for free.
Yeah, and Viper's Pit, Saucy's in a very interesting spot. I mean, if all three, okay, they're all going to TP, it seems. So Saucy will be able to play the post here, but oh man, as the spike is going down, this retake's already going to... Oh, doubling back, okay.
Well, and it was off of that, you mentioned it was Saucy in a great spot. What on earth is going on here?
It's going back and forth. This is tug of war, Doug.
Yeah, look at how the turn's tabled. The spike back on B again after we were there and then we left and then we were there and then we left and now we're back. Spike's down. You've got Saucy in a really good spot there to cut off any rotations if they come in through defender spawn. The Viper's Pit comes through and there's green all over the place. It's like we're watching Nickelodeon in the mid-90s. As both Viper's Pits comes through, Nats drops, and off that is going to fall the Viper's Pit as well. Sadak pushing his way forward through that very same ultimate that we just highlighted. Gambit have a Marshall in the hands of Chronicle into that Viper's Pit. I mean, what do you do? Defo's already fallen. Sadak has got 3 on the round.
Okay.
And Sadak has got 4. He's going to get a chance at the ace. Potentially, unless Saucy's a bad teammate and steals it from him. Yeah, Shados doesn't have time. Sadak, go get the ace, guy. Go get the ace. They give it to him. You saw him walk away to tee him up. An ace for Vikings, an ace for Sadak, and a 7-round first half early on. This is so good for Vikings.
This is so good. And that was probably one of the closer rounds we've seen Vikings so far in this half, which is so weird to say, especially when we know they're up against the likes of Gambit. But yeah, and that was on an eco. That was on an eco, just TP, hey, let's go party outside shower and see what happens. And it almost happened, Doug.
It was probably the most chaotic of all of the ones that we've seen. Again, teams kind of flipping things around. What was up, what was down, who knew? But Vikings are able to deal with the chaos. And an ace helps when things go sideways.
Definitely a little bit. We'll see here. Okay, this might be the first kind of real slow default round that we're seeing out of
both teams, really.
Yeah. I mean, Defo's pretty much been living in attacker spawn, and things are just down to a complete halt. Vikings, they should be able to get this hookah control, and they've already have it. So that should start initiating future map control. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Vikings do what they did last time, which was revisit this top B octagon area after they leave someone tucked in hookah.
Well, and really, this setup, Potter, is what you were looking for out of Gambit.
Whoa.
Just a couple of rounds ago. The flash, they swing out again. They did not leave B entirely open, though. I don't know that they know that Redgar's there. Redgar's able to take Sadak down, and he damaged 2 other members. They're so weak. He gets the second, not able to land the third, but the damage has been done. You see there's a little bit done there, but the spike going down. GTN taking elbow control to deal with the defenders that are starting to rotate around. They're going to walk right into his lap. GTN has a chance to go big here for Vikings. Potentially get them to 8. I don't know that Gambit can find a way in. Not easily.
Oh, GTN, this paint shells could potentially be huge. There's that combo. It barely Shadow's just limping away. Now it's a 2 versus 4. The spike is ticking away, but Sudakas, he's got to come up huge here, Doug.
He does. Again, no ultimates. They do have a couple of shock darts in the hands of Sasi. What can you do there? Nothing. Shados is going to get the defuse. He is going to get the defuse. I thought potentially he would have switched over, given it to Defo or someone else, but he's going to get one step closer to bringing the Seekers online. Gambit get the second round, and it was clean.
That was weird, Doug. That was weird. I mean, look, let's just take a look at these highlights. Hopefully we're able to see it, but there was 3 defenders at B. Then all of a sudden, 2 players TP'd all the way back towards A. Shower, and Redgar was all on his lonesome at B. You pointed it out, Doug. But the fact that he's rewarded with 2.5 kills, the lone anchor at B, no help, nowhere in sight. That's just everything for Gambit in their defense here.
And he almost got a 3rd.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, probably should have got.
Oh,
what?
Okay.
My guy, what is that? Gambit dial up the aggression that we've seen down B long a couple of times, and I mean, Sassy just takes their faces off.
Yeah, he was ready for it, and I mean, he can just meet back up with FRZ. FRZ can definitely top him off here. He'll be healthy. And okay, Redgar's got to judge, and I'm not going to do what you did to him, Doug. I'm not going to do it.
Redgar's got to
judge. Vikings have to be very careful.
Cosmic Divide comes through. Now, surely here, Chronicle is the nuisance.
Oh, no.
Chronicle was not a nuisance. He had a chance to be a nuisance, but he didn't really convert it into much of anything. Redgar and Defo are the only 2 that remain in the 2v5, and Gambit still haven't really found their way out of the gates, it seems like, quite yet. They haven't found the openings that they wanted. They've tried switching things up. It hasn't been from a lack of effort. They just haven't converted where they've needed to.
Yeah. I am wondering if Gambit are making reads and they just so happen to not be the right reads at this moment in time in the server, or if they're practicing or doing things that they did at their boot camp. But it's strange the random pushes that keep happening on this map so far on the defense. I think Bind is one of those maps where you definitely can make things interesting by being aggressive, but it seems like every round almost, besides one, Gambit at push on the defense side, whether it's some random TPs in the mid round or whether it's just brute forcing their way down long B, and it's a little strange.
Well, I mean, it hasn't worked.
Yeah, look at this, Doug. There's no utility. Was there even a flash? I'm not sure.
Well, and I think like the kind of what you're getting at here, Powder, is good, right, wrong, or indifferent, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just hasn't netted them the results that they are looking for here, and it's been regardless of where they push. It hasn't been like, well, B isn't working, and you kind of keep running your head out of wall, trying to find some success. It hasn't worked anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. What? Oh, Vikings look like they want to be really aggressive at A here. They're already in.
I don't mind. Oh, no. I was going to say the only real, saving grace is if they can maintain Shower's control, there's a chance at something here. Chronicle takes 1 hit, but stays alive otherwise. I think I feel like Gambit are in a really good spot to take this thing back. The flash out, FRZ turns it away, but the sneak bite keeps him at bay, at least for now. Defo gets
what
the opener.
A dog.
He's going in. Yeah, doesn't get a second one either. This is what I was talking about, man. The Showers control that they have, if they're able to maintain this, they should be able to reestablish control of the site. The Seekers come out as well. GTN has his hands full, and as you so aptly said, Redgar has a judge.
He's got the judge, and he's able to make that retake happen, Doug. The judge is just too strong. It's just too damn strong. But you mentioned it, Doug, and I'm glad you pointed it out. The fact that even though Vikings made it into the site, they're getting the spike down. You look at that mini-map, and you don't see any Vikings members set up in any sort of position to make that sort of post-plant look good, right? A lot of pressure. Gambit had showers control. That short A push was coming. The pinch from spawn was also coming. They were all funneled and stuck in U-Haul.
And that's just, you just don't want to be there.
Yeah.
You can't hold enough of the site. You can't maintain enough control to convert that. Vikings calling a timeout here as we near the end of the first half. And I mean, the story is really told on the timeline. You saw it at the bottom there. Vikings came out of the gates swinging. They looked really good. They were able to snowball economy. They had everything going their way. And while Gambit has started to punch back a little bit, they're still looking at an 8-3. We're looking at possibly like a 9-3 half in favor of Vikings. That's nuts.
Yeah, that is nuts. That is nuts. Yeah, they're going to want this fourth. I mean, they're going to do everything they can, obviously, without it being said, to try to convert this fourth. But as I said before as well, when I looked back at the VOD of this Gambit squad, that third map versus Team Secret was Bind. And when we look early on in the first half, in the first quarter, it was it was Gambit that were down 5-2, 2-5 rather, the scoreline. And it was off the back of Nats, who was able to get an ace, an incredible ace, put his team on his back and push them forward. And that's kind of the superstar performance that maybe Gambit need, maybe to kind of wake themselves up, a nice little slap in the face, a 180 from what they've been or how they've been performing in the server. But Gambit needs something. They need something to wake up here in the second map.
Gambit need a spark to at least get this to 8-4 and then potentially find more success on their attacking half. But for now, they've taken Showers control. Things haven't changed very much, right? Again, we see the Trailblazer. We see Defo has taken space through Showers. Sudika's almost waiting for it. Oh no, and Sadak is there as well. They've got a really good crossfire setup if they continue to push their way forward. There's that crossfire that I was talking about. Sudika swings out. Defo gets dropped.
Yeah, Defo, not a trade in sight, not a lick of damage either. Gets taken out, and once again, Gambit on the back foot. Saucy, this timing. Oh, unfortunate for Saucy. Redgar makes the read. Beautiful push to equalize things. That at least gives Gambit some shining light at the end of the tunnel in the last round of this half.
So they've got, you just saw Sadak drop the poison orb down short. The setup is intended to allow you to creep your way up a short without having to give off very much at all. The combination of the wall and the orb gives you just enough cover to make your way forward undetected. That's exactly what they're doing. Now they have the Cosmic Divide coming out as well to split the site
30 seconds left.
in two. They haven't fully breached their way through that yet as GTN gets a spike down. A good flash coming up from Shados. Not able to land any of the shots. Sadak is, however, as the numbers advantage still in favor of Vikings.
What a flash, what a play. I thought that would be everything, but Sadak is just so ready. Redgar, that's crispy. He's gonna need at least another.
Yeah, and the showstopper out from GTN, I was about to mention it. He's able to really just use that to zone. Nats doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's got to buy time for Redgar to make a play. That's exactly what he does. Redgar's gotten 3 on the round. This is still doable, but they're going to have to get on the horse. They're going to have to do something quick. You have so much Astro utility littered around the spike. That's exactly what happens. Redgar's 4th. The gravity well, Redgar's 5th. You asked for a spike, Potter. That very well may be it. He's got to get the defuse, though, first.
Oh. Okay, 2.65, we're good. That sounded a lot closer in my ears than it actually was. My goodness, incredible stuff for Gambit. That didn't look possible, Doug. I kind of already checked out in that round. I thought for sure Vikings were going to go ahead and convert another post plant that we've seen them do time and time again, but somehow, some way, man, Gambit, they're able to convert.
They converted to close out the half. We're going to throw it to the desk to break down what they saw on the opener to Bind. Yinsu?
Well, Gambit, they managed to stem the bleeding a little bit, guys, but that could have gone horribly Bala for them.
Yeah, that could have been really bad. I mean, it started out the same way as we saw in Split, and the economy advantage this time goes in the favor of Vikings, though. That bonus that we talked about kind of struggling on Split the first time worked out really well here. They let people save the guns, but the next time around, they were clean on the follow-up.
Yeah, they looked a lot better here, and I think the big story of that half was just the aggression from Gambit. I mean, all over the place, always trying to push down one side or the other, fast rotates through the teleporters, trying to catch, the Vikings off guard, and they almost never fell for it. They were always ready for it.
Yeah, Vikings, they responded well as well when Gambit started to get back into the game. 8-4. Is that enough? You think we're going to see map 3?
I think so. I mean, usually Bind is not bad on defender side. It's not like really heavily. It depends on what region you're in. I guess I'm always so confused by this because sometimes I'll come from my region and I'll be like, this is definitely an attacker side map, and people look at me like, are you crazy? And I'm like, I don't know. But Bind can go either way. So I think that ace though at the end, that might be the tide changer.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Potter pointed out in the Gambit game last time. It was the ace from Nats that switched things up. And we got another one that's from Redgar, and Redgar had a clutch moment last time too, so potentially. But in terms of Vikings, I think if they come out with the same sort of strategic prowess that they had on this map on their attacking side on defense with the Astra Viper, it could be really, really easy for them, to be honest, to close out, because that is such a solid way to play the composition entirely. And it was this man, in my mind, who was leading the pack. And Viper on Bind on defense is just as strong.
Yeah, he had so many great moments here, Paper Thin. Really coming out strong for his team.
That little cheeky push into U-Haul, that was kind of a Nats impression. Like, that's the guy you think of when those kind of plays happen right away. But it's Sadak doing a great job shutting down that double push through that Cosmic Divide there at the end. Even though that round ended up going sideways, he still had a really nice one for them. And that's what you need. Strong Viper performances on Bind are really, really impactful.
I think the one thing that they need to do here, come out strong. Obviously, if they win the pistol, they need to not throw away their economic advantage. That was what they did on Split, and against good teams, if you let that slip a little bit, it becomes a drastic problem.
They need to close it out here if they want to take it to map 3. Let's get back into game, Doug and Potter, and see if they can do it.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yes, Vikings looking to push the matter forward, looking to potentially get us Icebox, which has been very well documented as a bit of a landmine spot for both teams. But before we get there, we've got to finish up Bind. Gambit looking to put Vikings away. They're on the attacking half here. We've already seen that Viper ball set up across A. That's not where most of the players are.
Yeah, they're not. The spike is, however, outside towards the shower area. Beautiful molly. That's gonna, well, I say it's slowing down Defo, but not Defo. He's gonna go and hop, skip, jump right over it, and that sort of map control early. That's everything.
Yeah, mere mortals, you're right, that slows him down. But you've got
but
Defo.
Not Defo.
And Defo is constructed abnormally, apparently, as he just makes his way in through, and they've taken Hookah control. But they haven't gone much further than that. A heavy stack towards B seems to be the play.
Yeah, and FRZ right now is just jump spotting. The jig is up though. Shados has definitely figured that one out, and looks like all of Gambit are rendezvousing back towards B here. Yeah, this is looking like it's just going to be a full-on B hit here, Doug, because none of the Gambit members have anyone back towards A. They can't make a TP back.
Gotta go. No place is safe. The options are limited. Defo taking care of Sadak. Elbow control drops as well. As Vikings fall shortly thereafter. Shock darts coming through, but the spike should go down, although that was certainly painful. And they may have an opening at this Roomba up close. Oh, GTN's utility opens things up. Back for Vikings. Redgar and Chronicle left alone. Yes, the spike was down, but can they hold it? Can they keep them at bay? You've got a Ghost and full armor on the side of Redgar. So he's healthy enough to make something happen, and they know that he's there. He's been so tagged up, though. The swing had to be there from Chronicle, and there it was. Chronicle gets a second. Chronicle needs one more to win the round. The classic swinging around the corner. You gotta land the shots, but no. It's Sudakas who wins the pistol for Vikings.
What a pistol round. This might have been the most back and forth pistol round I've seen so far at Champions. My goodness, at any moment, either team absolutely could have converted this one. I'm at a loss for words. I cannot believe that Boombot did that to him. That hurt me deep inside. The fact that the Boombot just kind of veers away and blows him up back aside like that. Oh my goodness, what a back and forth pistol round. But a beautiful play here, 1 versus 1. Sudakas to convert.
I believe the phrase is unlucky.
Unlucky.
Really. Unlucky.
Unlucko Malacco.
I'm sorry. The what?
A force buy.
Nice. Change it.
We gotta change the subject really fast. Really fast.
Gambit, as you said, force up. This time, Roomba not nearly as successful. Defo off the dart, finds the kill. Beautiful setup out from Gambit.
Yeah, the spike should be going down here now, and Defo, he's looking like he's loosening up, man. No, wait. Okay, Sudakos is able to run and gun with the Spectre of his own. He finds 3. And now just like that, there's 4 members alive. That's a good flank for Redgar, a nice response. But the spike, it's ticking away, Doug.
We've been here before. Vikings. Okay. Man, it looks like they're going to do it again. The tap. Shadows has to make something happen, and he tried to pop a flash to swing out and cause problems, but Saucy's able to clean that up, so Vikings get to 10. Gambit, they lost the pistol, they rolled the die, right? Like, they invested, try to find something with that force up. Nothing doing.
Yeah, nothing doing indeed. And, you know, Vikings, their game plan is solid so far. You know, so far, I've been kind of focusing on Gambit and where they're faltering a little bit, but that's because the expectations for the squad are just so damn high. For the Vikings side so far, their pace, they've been switching it up. Their strategy, their executes, their retakes, it's all looking fantastic for the Vikings side.
They're clicking. They're clicking, and Gambit.
Clicking on all levels.
I mean, really, in Gambit, we talked about their slow start in the previous map, and they finally caught up, but it seems like that is not, well, it certainly hasn't been the case, and we question whether or not they are going to be able to get out of this rut in the second half of fine. Gambit down big, and this is, you know, we're feeling the implications, Potter, of that force up last round. Now, if someone's watching who may have not watched a ton of Valorant in their day or is relatively new to the game, Potter, break down some of that economy difference for me, right? So you lose the pistol, but then you buy and things go south. What are the implications of this?
Well, the implications are that you broke. You broke, and it's no joke. I think the bonus topic, it's still a tricky one, right? I mean, I think even there are scenarios right now where in the second round, you still win, but only 2 of you survive, and in the very next round, you're up 2-0, but you can't afford a single weapon. You can't afford utility. You barely have, what, 20, I believe it's 3,200 to your name. Wait a minute. What is happening here, Doug? All of a sudden, we're looking at 2 versus 2.
Nats is happening, and Shados is happening. Nats has already gotten 3 on the round.
30
Shados,
seconds left.
or excuse me, Nats got 2 and Shados got 1. He still has to rotate and get the spike back, though.
Oh, but they're gonna
walk.
Yeah,
they're gonna walk right into Nats. He's got that Bulldog. The Bulldog good for 1.
ADS.
The snake bite to delay entry in from pipes. That should give Shados enough time to get the spike
10
down.
seconds left.
And the poison herb as well. How have they gotten this far? It was off the sheriffs that we were just talking about. They've gotten Gambit to this point. FRZ, nothing doing. Nats gets 4 with that Bulldog that he found throughout the round to get Gambit to 5. And now this economy conversation that we were just having gets infinitely more interesting.
It does. It does. It gets infinitely more interesting, but infinitely more difficult to talk about, right? Another added layer right on top of that. You know, I'm going to put the economy discussion to the side for now. I got to take a look at the credits here and really see what happened, because what the heck? How did Gambit just convert that?
Well, and here we go, right? Off of that, they invested, right? They bought up big, but they now have full rifles. Vikings do not have the same luxury. They only have the Stinger in the hands of Sadak, and they have that Cosmic Divide to work with. We're seeing some of that aggressive space taken away, out from Hookah to contest what's happening in Sand. There's nobody home. And off of that, I wonder if they fully rotate off. Saucy's showing, hey man, I can do it with the Sheriff too.
Oh, and I like this move. I like this move coming in from Vikings. You know, they did some sort of aggression in the beginning right off the barriers towards B. Now all members are beelining it towards A. They're just going to have a full 5-man stack, and this is looking like the right call.
Potter, I think Gambit might flip off of this. You see Redguard, he's still playing back in spawn. Yeah, there go. So all of their presence on A and the utility that they invested manipulates the rotations over from Vikings.
TP.
Again, vintage Gambit, and that's going to allow them to get into B quietly. But as you said, Vikings playing around TP, understanding that, hey, the hit isn't here. There should be an opening for you to flip back. They could take it that way.
Shados. This Shados kill is going to be everything. Look, he's only got 13 HP to his name. This spike, it's going to go down, no problem at all. And the timing with Shados, the communication here, it's got to be top-notch to be able to get Shados a flank going and get these easy free kills in the back.
I like Gambit taking elbow control here. That's exactly where the remaining members of Vikings are. The flash is there. That's going to give the position away, but they swing out into it anyway, and Redgar lines them up and knocks them down. He gets 3 on the round there, and with that, Gambit are still in a spot to win this dang thing. Vikings just down to 2. Sonic's going to get the timing just right as he gets 2 of his own. Shadow's left alone. You talked about his 13 HP. That's all Gambit have left in this round. You see the tap coming out from Saucy. I don't know that they know where Shados is. I don't know that they know where he is. But Sonic lands the shots anyway. A thrifty round win, seemingly back-to-back fashion. Those Sheriffs, you can't count them out.
You can't count them out. You can never count them out, Doug. These thrifties are so painful for me to watch. You know, Redgar, fantastic stuff. The fact that he got 3 kills was huge there. But, you know, a part of me thinks that if he didn't get those kills, and it was Shados that actually completed that flank, and he was the one to get those kills, and Redgar was watching the flank instead, that probably would have secured this round for Gambit. But the fact that Redgar and his Sova, both at elbow, were so focused on spawn to tee up Shados for that frag, they forgot about flank.
Cosmic Divide, Defo with the dash. He's been spotted.
Welcome to my
Continue. So here the Viper's pick coming out as well as the spike goes down, and this one's going to be much faster and much messier than we've seen. You've got Redgar still playing, making sure there's nobody working the flank out from Sand, but all of the action, all of the attention is on the site, and once again we find dueling Viper's pits as the Cosmic Divide comes out as well. Every single ultimate, or seemingly every single ultimate coming out, and of course through all of that, it's the nade that gets the first. The showstopper there, they want to go. You can tell they want to go. He checks the corner. He's able to land it on the Shadows. Natch drops as well, courtesy of his friend Chronicle. But the same for Chronicle, you're going to have to make up for what just happened there, and he's going to get a chance at it. The Hunter's Fury, but he pulls off of it. He's got to stay alive. He's not able to. GTN gets 3. Vikings get to 12. That was probably the most chaotic round I've ever seen.
Oh no, Gambit, that's not good. FRZ just had a shank out, Doug. He's sending a message. He's telling Gambit, look, man, I don't even need my gun to win this round with you right now. He tried to space on that Sova as he had his Hunter's Fury out, get the shank across. That's a message if I've ever seen one. That's a message saying, look, we are in the driver's seat right now. We're about to go over the finish line. We are in full control. And that should have been a post-plant that Gambit should have had a better time in. But, man, Vikings, these Viper ultimate trades, it's been, what is that, our 4th time now in this game alone that we're seeing that? Fantastic stuff.
Well, and you didn't mention it, so I will be the one who draws attention to the elephant in the room. That's Shock Dart from Chronicle onto Nats. A little friendly fire there.
Can't be doing that.
Feels bad.
Yeah. Man, and I think the Viper's Molly landed right then at that time too, making him vulnerable. Unlucky stuff. Man, what a round. What a round.
And what a statement from Vikings.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Because, and let's be honest, right? Like, we've been waiting for Gambit to be Gambit, right? We're like, okay, yeah, you started off slow, but it's going to happen, right? Right? Like, you're going to do it. It's going to come back. We're just kind of waiting for it, and it hasn't come. And we've even seen instances where Gambit have plays that kind of like bring things back. We talked about Sparks. There was the ace at the end of the first half, but Vikings have been able to suffocate out any sort of possibility of momentum coming out from Gambit. You take a look at it on the timeline. They've won 4 of the last 5. They've been able to weather this like impending doom that should normally be coming out from Gambit perfectly to find themselves at map point, 1 round away from taking a size box.
Oh, I'm looking straight at Defo. This is a broken buy for Gambit coming into this last round. At least he's got the Blade Storms on his back. Gambit have to do a really good job at baiting out Saucy's Hunter's Fury here, right? It looks like Gambit have been leaning more towards this A than anything else, and that's exactly where Saucy is. We'll see how Gambit respond. They have the showers control now, though.
Flash on long out from FRZ, and now the Trailblazer as well. You've got Redgar. Oh, they do check him. They spot him out. His position's been given away, but Redgar naturally just stays there. Now he rotates away. And for Gambit, you know, given we're considerably far into the round now, they haven't found a ton of space yet. They haven't found a ton of room to work with her in opening at all.
Yeah, this is a fake, but just a Sky alone with a fake,
game buy-in.
Yeah, look at the rotations. I mean, as the fake comes through, the two members of Vikings were rotating back towards B. They had the right read, but for some reason they went back towards A.
Defo's gotta land those. Defo's gotta land those. That's the win condition, is that Blade Storm in this broken by situation, and Defo isn't able to land any of it while his teammates fall as well. Chronicle's the only one who remains healthy here in the round for the side of Gambit, as Vikings, their defenses are bolstered. Oh boy, okay. We'll avoid that. That didn't happen. But they still have such good numbers. Shados has to make something happen. He's not going to do it. Map 1 was not enough. Map 2 was not enough to decide what's happening here. We're going to map 3.
Holy moly. And it was so dominant, so decisive on this bind. The attack, fantastic. Saucy has made some incredible calls. You know, we talked about the fact that those A pinches were so deadly. The Hunter's Fury comboed with that raise, just beelining it, satcheling into short A and pinching into shower as that Sky is coming out from outside shower. This was a fantastic A hit coming out from Vikings. I'll be curious to see what Gambit's response is in the third, but my God, that caught me off guard.
Yeah, and it evidently caught Gambit off guard as well. And Redgar had himself a day, 21 and 14, but that's not, in a perfect setting, you don't want that out of your Astra.
Yeah.
You want that out of your Jet. You want that out of an Initiator, perhaps. Not the guy whose job is to stay alive and use utility to keep you in the round.
Yeah, exactly. And oh man, even that pistol, it did seem like a lot of the crucial swing rounds, starting with pistol, then the bonus, the first gun round, and I believe it was the second to the last gun round. All of these were converted by Vikings, right? I mean, every step of the way, these 1v1s, the close-knit, just clenchy rounds that we're used to talking about Gambit converting, it was Vikings this time around should be the ones on top.
Well, and I think the other thing we need to talk about is Gambit looked so good on split when they were kind of like pulling Vikings around, right? They had Vikings play the game that they wanted. They manipulated rotations. They threw eye candy out there, trickeration to kind of keep them on their back foot. That never happened on Bind. Like, we never saw that. That's a problem if you're Gambit, right? Like, that's your bread and butter.
Yeah, we didn't. Trickeration?
You like that one?
I do.
We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, map 3, don't go anywhere.
He doesn't need to zoom in. Got it.
Would have to be an ace. Refusal. Thanks for the opposite picture in picture.
He's got a util. Simple does it. My goodness.
This is his world, and we're just living it. I'm surprised. Durka, an operator. And connect. 자, 이번에 화살 없어요. 도살용 화살만 있어요.
1대1이에요. 자, 나노 수학. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Come on, let's go. Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. Turn the LFO, come on, let's go.
what a response from Team Vikings. They brought it back on Bind with a huge victory over Gambit. I'm back with Bala and Paper Thin. Your dreams have come true. You said this is what you wanted to see at Map 3, and we're going to get it now.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of came in surprising fashion, I guess. It was a very unconventional defensive side for Gambit. It didn't really pay off. It seemed like it didn't fool, Vikings at all. They were pretty much ready for all these crazy wide rotations, and then they were just too far behind.
They did it. They completely controlled the economy in that second half after winning that pistol, and they converted a 3 versus 5 pistol round that I thought was lost from the get-go. But I do have to say, I have to point it out right off the bat. Look at the MVP on the left, and then look at the lost player on the right. This was a massive Viper diff, and you will never say that again against Nats. That is unbelievable what Sadhak pulled off in this match.
Yeah, you don't usually get a Viper diff Nats very often, but this is the issue, right, with Gambit. When you're at the top, everybody has to... okay, we'll talk about this molly first.
Look at this molly.
And then we'll talk
Where
about...
does it land? Boom!
Yeah.
Right as they push. What is that?
What in the
for
world?
Vikings?
This is incredible. This is really incredible.
And that's the round they needed to really continue to ramp up the difference in, I guess, not losing players, the cleanliness of those rounds, right? That was the bonus round. So if they continue, what happened on Split was they lost so many people during those rounds, even though they were converting them, that they couldn't carry the economic advantage forward.
And I think this was really interesting because we saw a lot of these kind of combo plays from them. This time with the snake bite, there was also the gravity well into the paint shells that didn't quite pay off, but then, there's other things that they were trying that looked really, really good from them. So I'm really impressed overall with what we saw from them. With their utility usage, they looked really improved. They didn't seem to be they just seemed completely dialed in on this one.
I mean, the ideas, executions, they were all there, and this is them answering back to the criticisms everybody had after Reykjavik, where, the Brazilian teams, they're aimers, they know how to shoot, but the kind of synergy and the strategic play isn't there. But Bala, it is here now.
Yeah, I think for Vikings, it was always kind of there in the background, but when it came to these big matches, for example, on splits, it just quite wasn't there because you're making these decisions that don't quite work out. But here it is, and I think we're there for Vikings, and I think they can carry it through for Icebox, but the problem is Icebox is a very kind of unstrategic map when you really come down to it. Hopefully there's a lot of new stuff. I actually saw Gambit pulling out some new stuff as well, so it could be just the battle of strategic minds. And Redgar is fragging, so don't get me wrong. He's kind of carrying a little bit, so that could be something that continues their momentum, because when your IGL is feeling good, that is a good sign.
Yeah, that triple Redgar had was absolutely just filthy down the alley. What in the world was that? All of a sudden, 3 people are down. Just like, okay, did 3 bullets even come out of the gun? Like, I'm not even sure. But, yeah, I mean, Redgar was by far the shining star, but even though his numbers were huge, they still didn't convert into a lot of other rounds. So kind of a surprising map for Gambit, frankly. I mean, you're thinking if Redgar pops off like that, you would think Gambit's going to be doing really damn well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Redgar's been having great form in this tournament so far, just in general. But speaking of responding to criticism, we have a quote here from Sassy in an interview with esports.gg. He said, "People won't respect us, but we will surprise them." I think the word respect there is really, really poignant, because that is exactly what happened after Reykjavik. People kind of looked down on his region, his team, especially not making it to Masters Berlin as well. And it's really nice to see them working on all this stuff behind the scenes just to get here.
Yeah, I think it really is. And you're right, it is poignant, because at the beginning of this tournament, it was the same thing, right? A lot of people were just not respecting Vikings because we hadn't seen them in so long. But what's very clear, and I think everybody has to respect now, especially if you're Gambit, they have been putting in the work. And just because you didn't see them does not mean they're not prepped for this tournament.
I'm really excited going into this Icebox. I'm curious to see what the agent lineup is going to look like. Both of them like to do actually basically the same thing. Double duelist with the Reyna, and then, Viper and the normal Sage stuff behind it with the Sova as well, of course. So I'm really curious if there's going to be any wrinkles in that, if it's just a mere matchup. I think we really just need to see Nats just kind of return to his normal form here. That's going to be a big key here for Gambit.
I think the interesting part is that when we looked at binds, a lot of the attack side from Vikings was was kind of taken from Gambit.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
everybody's doing that at this point, right? Because it's just solid strats, right?
Yeah.
It's just solid meta. But when we go to Icebox, it might be mirror comps, and who knows if it's going to be some of the same stuff from Gambit. But I need to see something different from Gambit. I honestly want to say almost that I want to see something different in the comp, because it's just, like I said at the top, I'm very scared for their Icebox. This is, right now, Vikings has just done one map, right? And to close out the job, they need to take Icebox.
KO?
But
KO?
Icebox,
KO?
On the side of Gambit, but who would play
Instead of Reyna. Yeah.
You Shados on the
Shados
go?
instead?
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. I feel like he would be he would be that kind of duelist, almost soulcast like KO, I guess, in that sense. But I think the question is, as we go on to Icebox, how hard is it when you are the team that everybody was watching at the last tournament, and you're the team that everybody is essentially taking stuff from, copying stuff from? How hard is it, Bala, to innovate and to change in such a short amount of time?
I think for Gambit, that's something I've always been impressed with. And honestly, on Split, on Bind, I was like, there was a molly that Nats was throwing. Usually when they're taking bathroom control, he's running up and throwing it off the wall to bounce it and stop somebody from pushing through. This time he was shooting it as they were getting close to the bathroom. So there's these things that I've always been impressed from Gambit, but just little things is not enough, you know? It has to be kind of a whole idea change for their Icebox, a whole game plan change.
And for me, I think it's going to come down to just getting a little creative. I think they got overly creative on that last one, where they're just trying to, send Defo down into attacker spawn, like Potter was talking about. He was living down in attacker side spawn when they're on defender's side. So I don't mind the aggression dial-ups every once in a while, but it can't be consistent, because then you start reading it, and immediately Vikings did have like Sutekas lurking over by the stairs on the mid A side, waiting for some of these lurks. So it wasn't surprising.
But I don't want to overstate the fact that I want something to change on Icebox, because if they go for the normal stuff, that does not necessarily mean that they're out of the game.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm not saying that at all, but for me, that is something that they're going to have to address at some point in the tournament, and you might as well address it now.
Well, we're into that Prime Gaming Agent Select now, expecting perhaps a mirror matchup, but let's see, like you said, if either side are going to try and change something up here. And no, they are not. We're sticking to that mirror matchup, the tried and tested double duelist. But, for Nats, Defo and Redguard, they've really stepped up. But Paper Thin, how much does Nats need to step up? How big of a win condition is he?
Oh God, he's got to be huge. I mean, he's your MVP, and those are the players that always need to step up when the moments are, the most important. When you need to come in clutch, this is the guy you're going to be looking to. I mean, of course, Defo is nuts. He can definitely do it. Everybody on Gambit, of course, can do it. But Nats has to come through big.
I have one point here about Redguard playing Sage. Because he was the carry on behind, he was the only person really fragging. It's kind of scary to see him go that way, because Sage on Icebox is so difficult to play. And then on the other side for Vikings, FRC and GTN, they're going back for it. So they're playing the double duelist, and GTN's finally playing the Jet. That's very crucial. But both of them were so weak in these last two maps.
Yeah, well, a quarterfinal spot is up for grabs here. Would it be Gambit or Team Vikings to advance? Potter and Doug, take it away.
Excellent question, Yinsu. Yes, the question on everyone's mind: who is going to advance to the quarterfinals? And Potter, I gotta harken us back to just a couple of days ago when we saw Gambit play Icebox against Secret. It was not good.
It wasn't good. And it wasn't a good start either. The desk touched on it. Nats for Gambit. He's got to be the superstar. He's got to step up right now. This is the moment that really was built for superstars, right? To show up right when your squad needs you. And it's got to be towards B. The struggle was real defending versus Team Secret towards that B main. This time, they're starting on the attack, though, to start things off in this first half. And I got some more bad news for you, Doug.
Hit me with it.
Last time, they were only able to get 4 rounds total in the entirety of the attack side. So for sure, for Gambit, we got to see a little bit something different. This time, they have the same composition. So certainly, they've got confidence, at least in their game plan.
We'll see if the game plan pays off, if they find success with it. What lacked, again, in their map up against Secret just a couple days ago. This seems very fast and very aggressive, and a very good start out from Gambit, as Defo's already gotten the pistol. Shadows drops though, man, and Defo does as well.
This is huge though. Chronicle, he's just kind of made his posture, right? He's made his stand. He's stopped the flank from coming in, so he can feel pretty confident that he can hold other angles. It's all down to Nats. He's got to survive. 3 versus 4 post plant, completely doable. But Nat's got to be good for 2 here.
Chronicle does
the tag!
So Chronicle has 2 shock darts. Oh, but he's playing so tight. I don't know that he's getting a chance at it. Redgar's able to take care of Pseudocast. There's one. Sadak tanks it. I don't know that it hit him. I don't know that it's going to make a difference. The wall again causes problems as FRZ gets 2 at the end, just to make sure that everything was fine. VKS win the pistol again.
That's worrisome. What a strange pistol, Doug, because even the plant of the spike itself, sure, they came through mid and that's why, but it seemed like Gambit had plenty of time to plant for a more optimal spot in that post for themselves, but they kind of put themselves into a pickle, and Vikings, they respond so well. If Nats was able to get at least one, that drone, Doug, that damned drone, just tagging him right at that last minute. Unfortunately, he's unable to even get away with any in that moment.
It just ruined everything. I felt flashbacks to a series we saw earlier. I want to say it was the Cloud9 Fnatic series where the Sage walls were just so difficult to deal with on defuses, and we saw that in the previous round. Vikings find success. They invest their money wisely. As they get a Bulldog in the hands of Saucy as well. Gambit, only real difference is they do have that Marshall in the hands of Defo. Misses the first shot.
Yeah, and Defo he's either been past that Marshall and he just invested in half armor, or he really invested quite a bit into this round. Not sure exactly which one it is quite yet. Sage wall will go down. The defenders should have a good idea of it, and Saucy does.
Exactly. As soon as that wall goes down, Saucy's there with that Bulldog. Defo takes the high ground as they work their way forward. Very similar to what we saw in the previous round, but Saucy just not giving much up, and then GTN does a bit of the same. There are only 2 that remain on the side of Gambit. The spike is nowhere near any of them.
Nats does collect a Bulldog. Good jump spot, but GTN holding on to the trigger. Both Marshalls. The run and gun, too strong.
Yeah.
Do you get taken out, Vikings? Decent recovery.
It was just too much,
yeah.
Right? Like the positioning was great, and really for Gambit to have gotten as far as they did was great. They tried to work through mid, but then the kills that go down there, and then the spike going down there, I think that was ultimately the problem, because you saw 2 members of Gambit were already towards B, right? Like they were on B proper. If they had the spike in their hands, potentially a different outcome, but because of where it fell, they had to double back for it, and it was exactly what Vikings wanted, right? Like walk right into their lap.
Yeah, exactly so. It's an okay save, though. It's an okay save. As a technical pause comes out to play. What was that noise, Doug? What you got?
The technical pause.
Okay.
I believe, and I might regret saying this, so do I say? No, I am going to say it. Yeah,
do it.
I like to flirt with disaster. Why not? I want to say this is our first technical pause. Possibly ever, Potter.
No.
Oh, yeah. You and me?
No. That's false. On day 1, we had a couple technicals. Come on, Doug.
Maybe you're right.
They
thought they were just timeouts. Oh, maybe
they
that's
weren't
what
long.
it was.
Yeah. See, we haven't gone through a technical pause where it's like 5, 10
now you're messing
minutes.
with us. Now you're just talking about flirting with disaster. All right. So far, you haven't
jinxed it the
us.
opposite way. You see what I did, Doug? You see what I did?
We're back into the action. Gambit down early. Let's see. So this will be my last drawback to the previous time we saw them on Icebox. They lost the pistol. They lost the second round. They lost the bonus as well. Right? So far, things have a potential to go exactly as they did last time, and that is obviously very concerning for fans of Gambit.
Yeah, very concerning, especially as you say that right off the bat, Shadows gets taken out and Gambit are a man down. Now, Redgar, he's 3 away from the orb. Now, a lot of stars have to align for him. But perhaps, again, collecting the orbs, maybe finding a frag for himself might be on the cards, because you can see that Nats he's being patient. He's not leaving A. So this tells you that Gambit, they're not planning to fully commit to B at this time.
No, and this feels so much like
he got spotted.
Yep, you saw it. You called it, Potter. They rotate back, but this might be the opening that they need, because off of spotting Nats, they Vikings send 3 back towards A, and that exactly should open the door for Gambit to make their way in towards B. Now you've got 2 members in Pseudocast and Saucy who are starting to creep their way back. One's this, and the dart too. The dart's everything. Yep. Jigs up. Chronicle already falls. They haven't gotten the spike down yet. The wall's going to fall as Redgar looking to get it. He does. But it's a 5v2. This is brutal.
This is more than brutal. Look at this flank coming in from GTN. Defo finding that kill does mean a lot, but man, this flank for GTN.
Well, and
Gambit just had no idea.
Yeah, Sukash just stuck it.
Yeah.
And this is, we've been here.
Yeah.
And actually, it is something that I wanted to mention, Potter, because this whole you lose the opening 3 rounds and a half has happened, I believe this is the 3rd time in this series, right? Like where they're just getting busted on the bonus. They're not converting when they have the gun advantage. And this is becoming a recurring theme.
Yeah, it certainly is. And a little bit wonky, a little bit disappointing, actually, is the word I'm looking for. This hit, you saw the idea behind it, right? Redgar walled up Chronicle, the Sova on Gambit as he went across the bridge into that kitchen area. But it just seems like Vikings, they're making the reads. They're in the right places at the right times, and they're punishing Gambit when they get close to these sites.
Gambit managed to move around dollars just enough so that they can bring in a little bit here. You hear the Empress comes online, courtesy of FRZ. And I mean, this is so well adapted out of Vikings, even with all of the noise that was drawn towards A. That was not enough, right? You saw GTN fully send back towards B long to make sure that there's nobody coming around. So even with some of this play style that Gambit have been known for, they're starting to be wise to it. FRZ doesn't get a chance to do anything. And Sudakas was good for one. Oh no, not able to land the shot onto the planter. 3v3 on the site. Remember, GTN was opposite A, so he's now going to have to hightail it back to get there in time for the play. The spike still hasn't been planted. They've cut noise again. Now Nats looking to get the spike down and should. Now a 3v3 for the side ensues. Sonic swings out at just the right time, tries to catch him on the way out. Doesn't land the shots on Nats, but does onto Chronicle. 3v2. Make that a, my goodness, a 1v1. And the last thing you want to do is 1v1 against Arena, but Saucy has no problems with it at all. It shows that the Sova, at least in this instance, was the better of the two. He gets the defuse as well. Vikings at 4.
Wow, what a round coming in for Vikings. And, to put some more context, Gambit, they definitely did not have the upgraded weaponry to be able to make this as close as they did. But regardless, it still came down to that 2v2, and it was damn close.
And it wasn't nothing, right?
Yeah,
like they
had a couple Spectres.
Yeah, they had something.
Yeah, a little bit of something, certainly. Man, Saucy. Ice in his veins, dude.
He's a bad dude.
Yeah.
He's a bad dude. Vikings up 4. Here in the early moments of Icebox, an operator in the hands of GTN. And my goodness, if the man's patient, if things align just the right way, he's going to get a shot at it. And we saw it. We saw it. It was just a moment. We saw the slower, the shock dart, and the operator holding down that angle. Oh! The dart gives him away, or the drone does.
I like that look, though. Love that patience from Defo. Even though he gets tagged, he waits for that jet to come into him. Unfortunately, he misses. Saucy's going to answer back with a drone of his own. Get some information in mid, and look at Sadhawk. He takes that moment of information and pushes forward. Decent position for him. The sound cues, if there are any, should give Vikings a lot of information here.
Oh, head
no!
Shados dropped the Lear, but he manages to stay alive a bit longer than I think either of us expected, but ultimately falls. A bit delayed, but the outcome as predicted. Gambit, numbers advantage for, what, potentially the first time this map?
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to convert. FRZ is in a peculiar spot here. He'll be able to dismiss away, but he just gets spotted. Yeah. What a dash.
He doesn't get a shot at anything as he drops. You heard the Empress come online at the hands of Shados. Only has 1 armor. To his name, Sudakas in a good spot! Sudakas in a good spot, and Saucy is as well! Saucy gets 2 before falling. The wall goes up. The res comes through as well to bring Shados back online. We'll see if the Empress can cause more problems, more damage. The spike's still in tow. You don't really have time to go anywhere else. You're going to have to get through the defenses. You're going to have to get past GTN. So far, so good. Redgar should have enough time to get the spike down. Sudakas in that 1v2. Too much to look at once. Gambit they get the first round.
Right when they need it as well. Nats, no other than Nats, shows up right in the nick of time with that flank. All of a sudden finds himself in that heaven area and is able to help out his teammate. What a slow, drawn-out round. At every point, it seemed like Vikings had a pretty good look, a pretty good response. I mean, it all started off with that Sage in a very forward position in mid. But Gambit, they're able to make this A work slowly but surely. They're figuring out how to put rounds on the board, and it's starting to happen early. Look, I know it's just one,
Right,
but
round
this
on the board.
round on the board.
Yep.
But that should start to kind of provoke some ideas, right? So start getting the gears rolling, and maybe they'll have some answers.
And so we saw that same utility setup early on there at the opening of the round don't belong that we saw in the previous round. Again, the slow orb onto the shock dart, and then the operator was in a different angle, but it's there, right? To where if that for some reason wasn't enough, there's overkill on damage to clean up an opening kill there. And Gambit, they've been wise to it, right? Like, we haven't seen them waltz their way out. It's always been off of the drone or something of the such to create some space and provide some safe passage for them to work their way through.
Yeah, and this is kind of a rinse and repeat for Gambit. Last time around, we saw exactly this, except Nats was at A, and while the rest of the 4-pack were at B, Nats made the first move. It looks like it's the same thing, except it's swapped. Nats does find the opening onto GTN, places a little bit of damage, and the Viper Pit's going to go down. The Spike is meeting up with them.
Well, and it's interesting because oftentimes we've seen them fake off of this, but this is real. There's no doubt about it. The rest of Gambit have shown up. You've got Sanak, who's playing close by. The wall's going to go up from Redgar. He's going to get the spike down as well, get one step closer to having that res. The Hunter's Fury out from Saucy. Did some damage. It got some tags, but it wasn't enough to get the kill. And as you mentioned, Shadows drops through all of that action. Post-plant in tow.
Oh, Redgar trying to find a cheeky timing. But he gets just deleted by Sudakas. Spike is ticking away. Viper's Pit is still in play. And I think we're waiting for some Sova util, perhaps?
Well, and it's another counter. It's another counter Viper's Pit. They still have numbers. At least they had him, but Nats able to respond with 2. Vikings clean things up, though, and they get the defuse. It was a good setup out from Gambit. It was a slightly different flavor of what we've seen, and Vikings handle it as well.
They do handle it. My goodness. I'm not even sure how that fell so flat. It does seem like Vikings, no matter what, their answer to the Viper ult is to place their own and all congregate into their own Viper's Pit and just make sure they're good for the trades. It sounds simple enough. Of course, in practice and in executing it, it's not that simple. But man, Vikings are making it work consistently across this entire series.
I'll take everything from them.
That's what Vikings is on the precipice of doing in this group stage. Well, maybe not everything. They're still the lower match, but certainly not where anyone expected Gambit to be in this group. While Vikings, while they can taste it, while they can see it, it's close, it's within reach. They have to finish things, and an early 4-round lead is exactly what they want. But Gambit again have tested the waters. They're leaving Nats close by 410, I believe, was just spotted by the drone out from Saucy. So now Gambit have to choose how do you reset this round? How do you want to approach it?
Yeah, Sudakas is going to have to be real careful right now. He's all alone, and I know Gambit's purchases is not as good. Well, they're not going to go towards B main, so he's all good. It looks like this is going to be a B split with the Sage wall. Oh, it's an A split.
Silence.
Oh, good night.
Nope. They wanted it to be an A split, but man, they've just been so on point, Potter, right? Like they've been almost clinical since Bind. A prime gaming flawless coming out from Vikings, a 5-round lead. Gambit, we find them where we found them at the beginning of Bind, lost in a bit of a daze, not really knowing how they want to approach things. Now the timeout comes through. Their manipulating habits haven't been as effective, and Vikings, they're just on one right now.
They are on one, and I hope Twitch chat can actually hear the roars that are coming from the Viking side of that stage right now. Man, I'm getting chills because you could hear hear the passion, just how much this means to these guys, and they are on one. For Gambit, they're going to have to find a response, because if there's one thing I know about Brazilians, once they start rolling that snowball down the hill, I mean, I don't even know what it takes to stop a snowball that big.
I don't know that there is anything that can do it. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Potter. For Gambit, I will say this, though, like, it's not all lost yet, right? Like, this can still become a very competitive half. It is 6-1, and history would suggest otherwise, but you find yourself even at 7-5, kind of given how this is gone, like, oh, okay, yeah, you can make something happen. But a lot of the concerns that we saw from Gambit on Icebox, they're still around, right? Like, they haven't necessarily been taken care of. And the crazier thing about all this is, on the side of Vikings, they've played this map 3 times, Potter, since July, and they've only won it once. And they look real dang good right now.
Yeah, those are worrying signs. Certainly worrying signs for Gambit. And I think, okay, no operator. I was wondering if we would see an operator coming out for Defo. I think they got to get some B main control, right? I mean, either A main or B main, one or the other. It seems like a lot of the focus in the beginning of the round has been towards mid, and they're going again.
Ooh, Sadhak.
Oh, the spin!
They know. The shock dart's there too. He has to drop down.
Wow.
And it's a gift delivered to Sadhak with Christmas right around the corner. He drops him out without Nats taking care of him as well. 4v4 for the rest of the round.
Sadhak, beautiful response, or rather, Redgar with the trade. Even doing some splash damage there. GTN, what a flank from Gambit Chronicle here. GTN, he's under so much pressure. He's getting flanked.
And he manages to get Redgar anyway. He still has to deal with Chronicle. That shock dart, that pesky little shock dart, stopping his antics for now. Okay, and Gambit have snatched this thing right back.
That's the spike.
Yep, and Saucy, he's been a freak in instances like this before. He's come up big for the team. He's going to get a chance isolated as well if he looks at the right spot. No, nothing. Chronicle gets the 3rd. Gambit gets to 2, and we talked about it, Potter, right? Like 7-5. 7-5's okay. We take 7-5. They get one step closer.
Yeah, they do. And this time around, the trades in middle, they come in Gambit's favor. You know, a nice 1-for-1 there. At least there was a response, right? Jet, you saw how much pressure. The shock dart coming. The Sage even spamming his little toes right above that tube area. But the fact that on that response, Redgar found the timing and made his way into Kitchen, that was everything. That opened up the entire round for Gambit. Good response and a nice lurk opening here for Redgar.
Once again, we're seeing mid taken. Defo likes to get up top, likes to take up space. This almost feels like we've seen this round before. That was
Deja vu.
Deja vu. We just saw that happen.
Look at this wall up. Saucy right on the other side of things. Redgar and Nats, they do have a pretty good idea that this is a possibility.
Surely they heard it. Right? Surely they heard it. No. Sassy goes up top, but are they going to be expecting him to pinch around? Yes, Nats is. Gambit seems to have awakened, at least for now, but Sadhak and FRZ keeping things at bay. Chronicle looking to get the spike down. Should succeed. Shados aggressively pushing the matter, taking some of that space back as Sadhak drops a 3v2 in favor of Gambit. Spike ticking away.
And very, very strong post-plant setup here for Gambit. Shados is definitely going to be looking to get that first contact, and the rest of the members will respond. It's going to be up to GTN. There's no flashes. There are 2 smokes for GTN as he picks up a rifle. If he's able to find it first, maybe he can force it to half.
They have their Hunter's Fury in the hands of Chronicle too, and there it is, right? Comes on out. They have to take that fight to his lap. FRZ was able to get 1, but that was all he was good for. Shados gets 3, cleans up the round, has an Empress as well. And I think the other thing we kind of have to mention here is Vikings, Gambit, they took what they wanted, right? Like, they got the spike down, they were able to get the kills that they were looking for, but this is some of that aggressive positioning from Shados that I think we need to see, right? Like, you get the spike down, go into defender spawn, fight back there to apply even more pressure.
Yeah, and Shados should definitely be thanking Defo and Redgar right now, because these 2 were so aggressive in mid. Again, you said it right, Doug, that deja vu Defo top tube, and again, he's up there. It just seems like this is rinse and repeat. Sure, it's working, but
Well, and that's the thing. It seems like for Gambit, it's fine if you see Defo up there. We don't really care because we're going to win out that duel. We're going to drop more people there to ensure that it's not just the 1v1, that they have the numbers advantage and that they're able to trade off, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, so much damage taken for Gambit. They are able to top off Nats at least. And there are 2 members backside. Saucy, he's good for it. Hunter's Fury is online.
And the res as well, if there's a chance at something, maybe Sadak can bring the fallen comrade back. GTN no longer around as the spike goes down. You see the dart is giving Redgar away. Hunter's Fury, a little dance around. Nope, really no need.
Oh,
Saucy cleans him up. What on earth was that? Fish in a barrel. Saucy gets the last. Chronicle's gonna have to go absolutely ballistic, and he's not gonna get the chance. The ace for Saucy, the 7th round for Brazil.
Saucy with the blind Hunter's Fury. That was his last one as well, and he gets a double. That's 3 kills on this retake for Saucy. A 4K in total. What a fantastic round. And that was one of those wonky, weird buys as well.
Yep.
My goodness.
And Potter, we talked about it. Momentum. Look at it. That's momentum right there, right? Like, that's in its rawest form. The shifting of the tides back their way. Gambit had put together a couple of rounds. It seemed like they had finally figured themselves out and were in a position to make that a good one. And that type of play can be backbreaking.
We'll see what the response is here for Gambit. There's only a Spectre on both the duelists back here. Definitely not what you want to see. Saucy, that's some decent information, and right now the jig is up. You know, we talked about 3 rounds in a row. Gambit have been in mid. Right now there's not a single body. Viper's Pit does go down. This should be a lot of information for Vikings.
Well, and Sudakas is not going to have his, but in not having his to counter, he decides the second best way to take care of that is to just take care of Nats and drop the ultimate out from Gambit. With that, the numbers advantage in favor of Viking. You hear the Empress come through. Gambit testing the waters towards A, and you've got a setup here. You've got FRZ in a good spot to make a play.
Spike should go down. And yeah, this dart combo, it's got to mean a lot. It's got to mean everything for these Gambit guys if they're even going to bother retaking, which at this point they kind of have to.
Sorbs coming through, Shadows creeping around the ice wall. Drops. Saucy, see if you can find some more success. It's actually GTN, and GTN with the op. Sudakas clean things up, and the ult is, or the res is going to come through as well to get Sudakas one step closer to having his Viper's Pit online. We talked about how that has kind of gone off a bit. Now Nats is not going to be able to counter. Prime Gaming flawless out for Vikings. Potentially a 9-3 half.
Last round in
That's
the
scary scenes, Doug. You know, when I hear the flawless Prime Gaming comp coming up, I immediately look at the HPs, and when I see that everyone's at 100, that scares me.
It's a bad sign.
That's a really bad sign. That's scary, scary stuff. And for the Vikings side, they're making these retakes look damn easy, Doug. And those are challenging to do, but it just seems like they're synergized on a whole nother level right now that I actually haven't even seen Vikings ever do before.
GTN has that op, only Spectres for Gambit, and that's not the start you wanted, and it goes from bad to worse as Defo and Redgar are both sitting on the sidelines for the rest of the round. Sadak looking to add some more insult to injury. The drone's going to give away the 2 members, drop off, a shock dart there, potentially the op to boot. No, it's Sadak. GTN's Blade Storm. And the op, oh, they have no idea. Oh, they know now. Chronicle, I mean, surely not, right? Yeah. What a half out from Vikings. Gambit never really had a chance at all. At least it didn't seem that way. It seemed like they never got their footing. A lackluster half for Gambit, all things considered.
Definitely lackluster indeed. Maybe they're missing a page in their strat book and they forgot one of them in that mid. It does seem like they're missing a piece. Yep. How many times did we see Defo on top tube just tucked, getting pinged by a dart, getting spammed, getting shock dart? The rest of the squad, he brought him this time. 4 members of Gambit all in mid. Didn't win a single duel.
We're going to throw it to the desk to try to really put an obituary together for Gambit, potentially, at least on Icebox. Yinsu?
Wow,
A little early,
Doug
Doug.
has already.
A little early there.
Doug
Are you
has
trying to jinx it? Are you trying to jinx it?
It's a real thing, but Bala, what a performance from Vikings. As you were saying before we got tossed over to the desk, it's happening. It's happening.
We might have our first real upset. I mean, we've lost this. They lost a map the other time, and it's like, oh, the upset's happening. But in reality, we never really lost hope on them, especially after that 13-0 on Breeze. This time they lost the second map. This time the momentum is in Vikings' favor. I think all signs are pointing. I mean, we just saw the 9-3, so yes, obviously, this sounds stupid, but even at the beginning of this map, I think the signs are pointing
The
towards this
momentum's
upset.
in Saucy's favor.
Yes.
This is nuts. He's unstoppable right now. It feels every time there was that 1v3 before he got the ace that I was like, yeah, he's probably going to win this. Like, there was just so much confidence flowing through him, and you could see, I mean, of course, that was just the most insane thing. The most insane Hunter's Fury I think I've ever seen. It was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, his utility usage, Bala, here has been incredible from Saucy. And he's proving to you why you want to see him on the Sova.
Yeah, exactly. He's just so strong over and over at these types of things. The Hunter's Furies were perfect. I think one thing that was Gambit was not able to adapt well with was how many times do we see gtaV pushing down tube and then a dart coming in while Defo is up above him, and over, Defo's getting pressured by that. Yes, sure, he's not getting spammed or anything like that that's really causing him to have to worry about it, but that's just extra things going off in his mind, and I have to say, it looks a little shaky on the terms of like emotional level on the Gambit side. They're getting loud in some cases. They're getting, you know.
I mean, Sutekos is doing a great job here, kind of the unsung hero, finding Nats in these Viper's pits a couple times, just absolutely just being kind of like reading him like a book. It's like he's studied him, he's learned from him. We've seen a few kind of Nats-esque plays, and he's also kind of learned where that Nats is holding himself, and he's able to knock him out of those positions.
Yeah, and it wasn't Sutekos even on Bind playing the Viper last time, but I do have to say, we saw Saucy call him in the pre-match, the interview. He said he's the Iceman, right? We're on Icebox right now, and he's feeling really, really clutch. I love what I'm seeing out of Sutekos, love what I'm seeing out of Vikings.
Very quickly, do you guys believe?
Yes.
Is it happening?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Why
it
was there
can't
even
not.
hesitation? Yes.
Okay, well, Bala and Papersim believes it is happening. Potter and Doug, let's see if Vikings can pull this off.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yes, just a couple of rounds away from this Gambit on the defensive half. We'll see what they can figure out, because this, I mean, we're on the...
All right, now the last time we watched both these teams playing Icebox,
the one for his troubles. Nats takes care of Saucy as well, so things not looking too terrible for Gambit, but they knew where Nats was. They had to stick it to him, and they did. Shados on the tap, full control from Gambit, back onto the site. That wall goes up. Shados gets it to half. FRZ not able to do much more. GTN
Don't insult me.
has to do something. GTN, you have to do something here. You can't just wait it out. You can't just wait it out. Woo! Gambit get the defuse.
jeez Louise, what a round. A 4-man flank to start off the round. I mean, they didn't even defend A.
I mean, this happens all the time.
Yeah, it was just like, you know what? Never mind. Let's just not play A side at all. Let's just get the retake going before it even starts. And they're already in the site by the time the spike is planting.
Potter, they're buying on the side of Vikings. They're buying up. They're doing a little something here. Yeah, I like this a lot. Play with some swagger, baby.
Yeah, I do feel like in this series, we've been getting these forces in these second rounds almost consistently. And I believe on Split it was that they were able to convert. GTN, he's going aggressive. He's not stopping, Doug.
Oh, there's no other way to do it. This thing only seems to have one speed, and that speed is go. The wall goes up. Sada gets the spike down. GTN still playing around. He does get tagged up. Ooh, and that's a costly death early on.
Beautiful pickup for Shados. And oh man, all 3 members of Vikings are kind of congregated. They're all stuck under the heaven here.
Do they check? Do they check? He checks, but nothing. Shadows drops. Redguard does as well. Holy. Oh, GTN. Nats, they have to fight back there. They have to fight down to Nell, and Nats comes up so big to get 2, but the job's not done. Sudakas, you've got to swing out here. Don't let him do it to you again. The swing out. Sudakas challenges, lands the shots, gets Viking to 10.
All 3 members, Doug. All 3 members just kind of holding hands, singing Kumbaya underneath the raptor there. You asked, are they going to check? Of course they're going to check, and they absolutely checked. But either way, Vikings, they come out on top. These guys have each other's back, and whenever things get hectic, whenever things get tough in those pressured moments, in the middle of the site, they got each other's back.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Gambit got it close. They won that pistol, but given how the second round went off of Vikings' investment, Gambit are back down to pistols. It is 4 sheriffs, 4 of the 5. And Nats has armor to work with as well, light armor, but armor nonetheless. So Gambit are certainly not out of this one.
Look at that.
Stand a fighting chance. They're going. Oh, baby, they're going.
Sudakas, he's either going to have a real good time farming right now, or he's going to get 1 sheriff right here. Well, there you go. Good night.
Maybe Saucy can have some more success. 1, 2. Get a third. Gets a third. No.
The running gun.
Yeah, Shadow said upgraded. He's able to get that. You've got Chronicle trying to cut off rotations. GTN knows that he's there. The spam's through. The shots are clean. They drop him. Still got to get the defuse. FRZ.
Beautiful.
Dancing around. The last one's there. Shadows drops. Vikings get to 11. Potter, you can feel it beginning to build. You can feel the energy in the arena starting to suck out of the side of Gambit as Brazil somehow gets louder and louder with every step they take closer to the upset.
Yeah, absolutely. I can feel the presence of that victory. It's so close for these Vikings guys. They can certainly sense it. And a beautiful round as well. I mean, as their confidence is booming, they're just getting better and better. I talked about the fact that they were singing Kumbaya under Raptor. I mean, take a look at this last round, the ping-ponging between each other. Yep. Each player taking aggro, each player taking off a shot. Again, they have each other's back each step of the way, and it's beautiful to see from Vikings.
The wall goes up. Defo and Shadows, you talk about having each other's backs. The 2-star duelists on the side of Gambit get an excellent start to this round as they find themselves at a numbers advantage. It is going to be rifles the rest of the way for both of these teams, but Gambit, they have the upper hand for now.
And Sudakas, he's going to try to find some sort of timing here in mid. I think he's got to wait just a little bit longer. Maybe his teammates towards this B main can get contact for him, but depending on how these frags go down at B main, that's going to be the opening for Sudakas potentially to make this kitchen flank work.
Oh, oof, not able to land those shots, but man, that was close.
Oh, this wall. KZ?
Redguard's waiting. I think he's waiting for it. Yeah, as soon as the wall goes down, both of them swinging on that at just the right time. Vikings just down to 2 members left in the round. You've got Sadak with that res. You also have Saucy with some utility. I mean, there's a possibility to delay here long enough to potentially make something happen, but Saucy has to stay alive, right? Like, well, that was the win condition probably in the round unless Sadak goes insane, and he's not. Chronicle gets a defuse. Gambit gets a 5. 1 step closer to that Hunter Fury.
1 step closer, that's gonna mean a lot. That should help out, obviously, the defenses, and especially towards A. You know, all second half, we've been mainly focused towards this B besides that pistol, but one of the things that was a struggle for Gambit was their A defense. Shadows and Dreco, that sort of ping pong that we were just commending Vikings about. It's pretty difficult to play the A side, and I think that's why you're seeing most Icebox compositions always have that Jet Reyna duo combo, right? It just helps be able to actually fight for A site with those get out of jail free cards, with the dismiss and with the dash. So we'll see what kind of forward kills Shadows can get, but GTN, he finds one in mid.
Viper's pick coming through. Defo finds one as well to trade that back. So even though things didn't look exceptionally great early on, they seem to have equalized, they seem to have stabilized for now, but the Empress coming through for FRZ. the drone to clear the way. Safe passage onto the site. Only problem is you've still got Defo. Defo's back there, and he's never an easy kill.
Sadok should get the spike down here and swat back across to safety. And hang out on top of 410 here. But yeah, this is where Vikings are going to shine. I mean, this sort of post plant with all the layers that they have in the shock darts and in the stage slows.
There's a lot of ultimates here. You just heard the second Empress come online. GTN still playing around with that Bladestorm spike ticking away, but they're moving in a bunch. They're moving in a bunch, and that might be their entry in. FRZ is able to get one and drop back. Nats holds as well, but FRZ is not going down without a fight. A 1v1. Defo's so weak. He's got that Bladestorm to tap. A little shoulder given off from FRZ as Defo goes back up. Oh, the shots are there. Spike ticking away. He's gonna get away with it. He's gonna get away with it. My goodness, it was just enough time that was bought. You heard the pop-off come through as well as Vikings get to 12.
What a round from FRZ. Superstar moves, man. The dismiss is coming in right in the nick of time. The frags went down so fast in the favor of Gambit, then back towards Vikings, but it was FRZ in the mix, in the thick of things, finding one, dismissing away, repositioning, and he's able to finish out the round there with just some jiggles. And that's got to be so frustrating if you're Defo there, not even given a chance to be able to take advantage of your amazing aim.
Gambit backs against the ropes. Defo's Bladestorm seems to be the opener. He got two. But that's the thing, man. Vikings traded back. Through that, what looked so promising still ends up being an advantage for Vikings, but Chronicle looking to rip this thing right back into his hands. Saucy's got to go big. He's not this time around. Chronicle gets the third, his Gambit gets to 6.
Oh, things got a little too hypey there, Doug. Things got a little too hypey there. I think GTN overheated just a little bit. Maybe there was some sort of miscons. Maybe somebody told him the A site was clear. Either way, he certainly did not want to slow down there. Just going across the rope. That's a freebie for Chronicle. That adjustment on Sudacast, though, to find that second, my God. Godlike moves. A good response, and hey, that puts a 6th on the board here for Gambit.
Well, not only that, but that also puts Viking at a pistol buy.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel like every time I say that, things just go the opposite way of what you'd expect. So I won't even speak it into existence. We'll see what Gambit can do here on the defensive side. You've got a nice setup here towards B long, but the attention from Vikings is at A for now.
And Vikings, second guess. Well, it looks like we're going to see a lot of teeter-tottering here, seesawing back and forth.
Third guess? Third guess?
Perhaps.
We'll go with third guess. And the thing is, I mean, Vikings, so here's the thing, Potter. Vikings have a big lead, and they have a lot of ultimates to their name. So yeah, it's only pistols, but the ultimate economy cannot be ignored here.
No, definitely not Nats. Look at this positioning. Oh, the dart, the tee up. Chronicle setting up his teammate for success. Saucy has a response. Hey, that's not bad. 3 players remaining. All the defenses of Gambit here. Vikings, they only have 30 seconds left on the clock. Spike is down, but all of a sudden, this is looking funky for Gambit.
Yeah, but they still...
I have the spike.
I mean, they have... Okay, so we've upgraded some weapons. He's got the spike and the Hunter's Fury. But this is such a brutal setup, right? Like, you've got exactly Defo and Shados who are able to hold this tight angle.
One bullet.
And now FRZ has, 1 bullet, 5 HP, really nothing to his name at all, as Gambit are able to fend things off, at least for now, and get to 7. But the thing is, there are a couple of things to highlight there. Number 1, Vikings should be able to buy here. Number 2, for Gambit, that was not cheap, right? That was costly. They lost a couple of members along the way.
Yeah, definitely so. Not clean. Not as clean as you want, that's for sure. But either way, a round is a round, and Gambit, they need every single round that they can get.
As one.
Healthy buy, and you mentioned it, Doug. Those ultimates, they are coming in. Chronicles got that Hunter's Fury. They've loved to go A, but it looks like they're going to default towards B while leaving Redguard back towards A.
don't know that they're going to find a ton of room to work with here either, right? Like between the drone, they got tagged up. The Lear was there as well. All right, so now they've been able to push off members of Gambit from that initial angle. But I do like this from Gambit, or from Vikings Potter. Silence, wait it out, have Gambit second guess what the plan is.
Yeah, shot from Defo.
It's gone right back. The Hunter's Fury's out from Chronicle, and they should know exactly where they are. It looked like a second tag. Sudakaz manages to stay alive. Numbers so heavily in favor of Gambit.
And all three members of Vikings are congregated towards B main here. They've got the Sage Wall. Spike could potentially go down. And we've got 3 ultimates done. This is still doable. This is still completely doable for Vikings.
Make me a believer, Vikings. Right now, things don't look great. Sada gets the spike down, as you said. And they do, I mean, they do have the Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury, but they're so heavily outnumbered. And the res comes through. All right. So much for that. A 5v4. Advantage, Gambit still. And you see Saucy is playing far back. He's got that Hunter's Fury. Potter, this very well may be it. Gambit are going to have to take the fight to their laps, okay? You've been able to take care of one. You haven't taken care of the biggest problem that you've got here, though. It's getting better. FRZ drops. There's the Hunter's Fury, but Sudakaz gets 2! Sudakaz gets 2! I don't know that they're going to have enough for the defuse. It's just down to Saucy, though. Shados goes right up and close. Shados gets a 3rd. Chronicle is on the defuse. Gambit stay alive for yet another round.
1 minute or 1 second. Oh my goodness, that just barely they're able to survive there. And that was a 3 versus 5, Doug. A 3 versus 5. Vikings were down 2 men. They're able to almost convert that one. I can't believe it.
And the setup was there, right? We talked about the Sova playing far back. We talked about the Hunter's Fury. Everything was there. And the thing is, Vikings had to get away with at least 1 more kill there, right? Through all of that chaos to allow the Hunter's Fury to be the difference maker. They just didn't win enough of the trades. And off of that, Gambit were able to get into his lap when they were in a 3v1 at that point, right? Like, so even through the Hunter's Fury, you can dance around that, send one guy to fight. That's exactly what Shados did to secure the round.
Yeah. And you know, a part of me almost feels like, oh, Sudakaz, he killed 2 in that Viper's Pit. He was going for the 3rd, and that's what ended up making them lose, right? Because if you think about it, Saucy, he had the Hunter's Fury in his back pocket the entire time. Sudakaz didn't need to overextend past his Viper's Pit to keep the diffuser honest, right? They already had Saucy to stop the diffuser. Why peek? Stay tucked, stay in your ult, make them come hunt after you. But that's just the salty me talking.
Ooh. Gambit not quite done. Not quite done at all. They've won the last 3 rounds. And what felt like was almost a done deal, right, has become much thinner ice as Gambit get to 8. Vikings still looking to somehow put them away. They've flirted with it a number of times. They just haven't been able to pull it off yet.
A broken bye coming here for Vikings. FRZ's got an ultimate to play with, and there's a Bulldog on the board, and I've seen some funkier things. But I'll tell you, a Reyna ulti with a Bulldog can do some serious damage, so we'll see if that even ever comes to play, but it's certainly on the table for Vikings to mess with if they so choose.
Shout out to the observers, man. I was just wondering, like, can he see a foot? Like, is that there? But they drop off the X-ray just at the right time to calm everyone and let them know that it's safe passage for now. You mentioned the light buy. You mentioned the Bulldog in the hands of Saucy. And for Vikings, they've gotten this far up. Ooh, the dart was so good. Woo, boy. That's not the start that Gambit wanted.
He's going to pick up the Phantom, and he has his ultimate. Oh, this
could be problematic. He still needs a kill, though, to heal up. Oh, boy. I mean, just clotheslined. His head was ripped off. But they somehow still make this a 2v3. They're still within fighting distance. My gosh, it's coming down to a 2v2. They still just have the Sheriff and the Bulldog to their name. The spike gets picked up. Chronicle and Redgar looking to avoid this for now, looking to potentially play another round, but Vikings, they have control, they have the spike, they only have 13 seconds, so, and I don't know that they're going to be able to easily make their way towards the plant site. The dart comes through, Sudakaz is tagged, the swing out from Redgar, and Chronicle does it as well to fend things off for one more round, to stay alive, to live, at least live to fight one more day.
Live to fight one more day, exactly what they needed, and beautiful, beautiful stuff. Simple, right? Chronicle, just he knows the time is on his side. It's ticking away, so he just pulls out the recon. Teeing his teammate up, perfect alley-oop to secure the round right here. Redgar able to go across the finish line. We're on 10. Oh no, we're on 9. GG math. We are on 9, but with how the second half started, I did not expect to be here, that's for sure.
No, I don't know that anyone did. Vikings, full buy, light armor in the hands of Saucy, but that's it. No ultimates to their name, while Gambit are much more fortunate in that they have the res and the Viper's Pit to work with. Vikings have made their way up to 410, but that's the easy part. It's the hard part that's before you.
Shadows gets pushed back by the drone. I don't think he even killed the drone there, actually. Okay, he did get it. Viper's Pit's gonna go down. This is definitely making Gambit second guess things. Or Vikings rather, and Sudakaz just walks perfectly into Defo's crosshair there.
And it felt like that was the game plan for Vikings all along, right? Cause some noise, draw out that Viper Spit, and then flip the map. What they didn't account for was that Defo had taken space mid with that operator and was able to take care of the person who was supposed to be cutting off the rotations. Now we're going to end things up on B, and Defo continues to be a monster for Gambit. Vikings down to 3. Bladestorm on mine as well, not able to land the shots. We're down to a 3v3 here. FRC's so weak though, Potter.
Yeah, and FRZ does get taken out in the middle of sight, and just like that, it's all down to Saucy. He's got 2 shock darts to his name, but he's going to have to get some incredible shots off. Chronicle just being patient as ever, waiting for Shadows to catch back up, and this should just be a 3-man simple retake for Gambit. Oh no.
Unlucky. Unlucky. I mean, it still would have been
challenging.
Right, it would have been a bloody miracle.
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
let's call it what it is. It would have been insane. But
Almost
that dart
a checkmate.
didn't help.
Yeah,
Almost.
yeah. Dart certainly made it a checkmate-looking scenario, but man, Gambit, all of a sudden they've just turned a different gear. And now, not only are they starting to hit shots, they're being mobile across the map, their retakes are starting to come into fruition. You're starting to see some successes coming out from Gambit that I haven't been able to say at all throughout this entire series.
And it's a really interesting thing to point out, because this is where we see the difference in teams and their mental.
Right,
Like
right.
Gambit, yes, they've been down. We've seen them down here before, and they've managed to pull it off. Vikings, do they have that mental fortitude? Do they have that experience to feel a game literally fall out from your fingertips and manage to snatch it back? Because right now, this Gambit train is full steam ahead.
Full steam ahead. Oh, I think that dart landed.
Out of my way.
Oh, no, never mind. Defo is able to smoke it off. And full steam ahead, but things have slowed down, at least in this round. That smoke is going to cut off line of sight for Redgar. That should allow some more seesawing to happen for Vikings, but this is looking like they want to go, Doug.
No shot.
Wait.
You creepy, you ratty son of a gun. Oh, he swings out and Sadak cleans him up.
Spike is going to get planted top nest. We've seen this plant coming out from Vikings before. They love it. Their post plants at A have been pretty decent for them actually so far. So for Gambit, Redgar, he's got the res. I think they're going to want to go all left side site together as a squad and get this res off. Oh, what a shot!
Defo, there's the res. As you predicted, Potter, Defo looking for more, and they're going to continue to push their way forward. They have to avoid any sort of post-plant antics. Redgar on the defuse, gets it to half. Sudakaz. Oh, Sudakaz, is he going to get enough of a shot? No, he's not. Redgar gets the defuse. Gambit get to 11.
Jeez Louise. I mean, imagine if Sudakaz has one Molotov there, right? The different options that can and has been happening within these rounds is just insane. Just left and right, back and forth, tug and pull. If Sadak had 5 more bullets there as well in that stinger, maybe things can get even more spicy, but man.
I don't know that I can handle more spicy at this point, Potter.
You better get a glass of milk, Doug, because it's happening. We got one more round and a potential OT on the way.
Now look at this double op setup too. And they're both playing on A, and Shados and Defo. One looking up. Where, I mean, really nobody's peeking up right now. And then depending on how Sadak chooses to play this, he might have walked right into Defo's crosshair, but they both back up. And I really like this because Defo now is going to stay at A, and Shados can rotate towards B to help out if it is a B hit.
Yeah, both Sovas just trading the drones, making sure there's no weird shenanigans, no weird pushes in mid. And actually, the fact that Chronicle was able to break that drone so fast is probably making Vikings just a little bit more nervous than they want to be. But all 5 members, they're going to re-meet back towards A, and this has been it. This has been Vikings' bread and butter.
Well, the bread and the butter has not been good.
It hasn't, but at least they're getting the spike down.
That's true. That's true. We'll give them that. Vikings looking to avoid overtime here, looking to put Gambit away. Off in the hands of Defo. First shot not going to land. The slower pushes him back as well. As GTN and the rest of Vikings make their way onto the site. Different plant position here. Makes him more vulnerable to utility, but it doesn't seem to matter as the spike goes down. It's going to be a straight-up 5v5 Potter for this thing, and Gambit seem to be holding up just fine as it all falls apart for Vikings. Gambit, what the heck? We're going to overtime. We're not done.
We are not done yet, Doug. Gambit do not want to lose. They do not want to go down without a fight. They're able to secure the last, and with all 4, just a pre-take on the tap, the spike's going down before the members of Vikings can even set up in any sort of a post plan. It's go time, baby. They're in there. They're trading remaining. And they come out on top.
And the momentum, you know, we talked about it at the half, like what the energy was like in the arena. You just heard probably the loudest pop-off from Gambit that I think we've heard all week.
Yeah.
Really, like they just went absolutely nuts. We're not hearing, and well, it's not because it's not like Vikings. Beaten and battered, but they're okay.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that from Vikings.
We haven't, and you know, it's worrisome because there are the best teams in the world across so many esport titles that their biggest issue is closing out games, right? It's being able to find that answer and stop playing not to lose, but to actually play to win, play to take it, take what's yours. And I'm not sure exactly if that's what they're missing, but you know, that is generally the go-to, is that when you're at a lead at 6-12, sometimes you start thinking, oh, we can't make a mistake, guys. Keep it clean, keep it clean. And all of a sudden, maybe you're turtling up a little too much. Maybe you're playing it a little bit too safe. So, yeah, let's see Vikings get loosey-goosey a little bit. Loosen it up.
7 rounds in a row.
Jeez.
7. It's gut check time for both of these teams.
That hurts.
Gambit took a timeout at the top of the overtime, took a little bit extra. Make sure you've got your plan figured out. Now we're heading into things. Again, you see the timeline. It really kind of tells everything for you. The one real kind of benefit here for Brazil is, as you see, it was Gambit's defensive half that was so stalwart. But Gambit's attack left some to be desired. For Vikings, this might be exactly what they need.
Yeah, and I actually like this change of pace from Gambit. They are going real aggressive towards A. The drone's already been used. Oh, you can see Saucy. Oh, he's already used it, never mind. Thought he was holding on to that recon, but it's been used, and 2 defenders stuck backside here.
Wall goes up, wall goes down, and I think they saw Defo's shoelaces as he tried swinging around. Defo doesn't seem to mind. Gambit hold up just fine as Chronicle gets 3 there. And it all falls onto GTN, and GTN was never anywhere near the site. Gambit should be able to take this lead here unless GTN just does some sort of absolutely insane performance.
Send them the energy. He's definitely wondering what the heck just happened to my team. They all died so fast. 1 versus 4. He does find Chronicle. Does a little bit of damage, but he's unable to find the kill very fast. And the spike gets taken away, Doug.
Yeah, there's just so much going against him at this moment, and it goes from bad to worse as you saw 3 members of Gambit start to walk up towards that Viper's wall, right? Like, it wasn't just the time, it was, hey, listen, we know where you are, we're not going to let you isolate these gunfights, we're all coming at you at once.
Yeah, tough scenes, tough scenes. Chronicle, where the heck did this 3-piece come from? Okay, so he's the one that planted the spike, turns around and finds 3 kills in the back of sight for himself.
That's not bad.
That is not bad at all.
That's not bad.
Buy that man a steak dinner after this one.
He's earned it. He has certainly earned it. Really, all of Gambit have earned it to go from where they were to this point, 1 round away from finishing things off. But as we mentioned, there's still 1 round to go. Gambit on the defensive side. They looked so good. They're going to have to do it 1 more time here in overtime to put Vikings away. But the Viking squad, this is just now, really, at the end of this map is where we've seen some weakness. They've been so consistent up until now. Defo's not able to land the shots with the op, the glass cannon, and you see some of that wear already. He had no armor to keep him healthy. He drops down to 86 HP.
What a peek coming in there for Sudacast to not get picked there. Just showing just barely an elbow.
Take flight.
And he gets away with his life. That's really good information coming over here for Vikings. A good tag as well. This should give Vikings all of that B main control. You can see it there. Defo, he's forced to dash away, and the A hit. It's coming. Shadows, he's all alone.
It's impending at this point. You wonder if there's trigger discipline, if you just wait it out, or if he spotted 1. Oh, 1! And he's going to be able to stay alive. He's able to dismiss the second! Shadows isn't done! Nats has shown up as well. It's all down to 2 members left on the side of Brazil to keep them alive, to keep this map going. Oh, but it goes from bad to worse. It's all over. Chronicle gets the last. The Masters 3 winners go from obituary to rebirth as they take care of Vikings and move on to the quarterfinals.
Wow, the 9 rounds in a row, Doug. 9 rounds in a row for Gambit to make that comeback happen in the 3rd map. They looked down and out. They looked completely out of it. And you know, we talked about the last time around, it took superstar hero moments to bring the whole squad back together. But it looked like it was a team unit, at least in those last 7 rounds, in that grind to make it back into OT. It took the entire team.
And Vikings, they crumbled. Let's call it what it is. They had it. They were at the finish line. Prize before them, and they weren't able to push it over. They crumbled when they needed to finish things the most. The one benefit for them is that they can learn from this. Their tournament run is not over, but that was a monumental collapse at an opportunity to upset Gambit.
It was, and you know, it's gonna be hard for the Viking guys to walk away from this series with their heads held high, proud of this performance, but they should be, right? Because we've been talking about it since the start of the year. What kind of teams can we expect coming out from Brazil? And for these Vikings guys, each time that we see them, it's a newer, better team. Well, maybe not newer, but a better team for sure. I mean, look at Saucy's performance here. 26 kills, nearly 300 ACS, finding first bloods left and right. The man was on one in the entire series.
He was on one, and look, I'll be one of the first to say it, right? Going into every international tournament, the talk is, oh, Brazil is legit. This time they can do it, this time they can do it. And I walked into this one thinking no different. Yeah, okay, we've said that about them before, but they haven't delivered. This performance out from Vikings, put some respect on their name, man. Like, they're the real deal.
They certainly are. They certainly are. And solid game plans coming through as well, because, you know, generally if you watch a team in an upset and there's just one superstar player popping off, getting 3Ks, 4Ks, and ace here and there, then you're just like, God, that guy's a god. But we can confidently say that the entirety of Vikings is looking good. You know, I commended the in-game leadership, the pace on Vine. They certainly look like their game plan was solid. I'm just wondering what happened to not allow them to finish it off, to close it out.
And I think as much as we can think about what things look like in the future for Vikings, there's so much that we learned from Gambit in this series, right? Because we we can talk about play style, we can talk about who needs to pop off, we can talk about Nats doing ratty things and being the lurk that finds openings in the opponent's defense that just kind of cause problems. But I highlighted this a bit, Potter, the grit that it takes to do that. Right, like to be down 6-12 on Icebox, a map that you dropped a secret earlier in the tournament, to find yourself back into overtime and to find your way out of that to advance, that's impressive. And that's the kind of impressive that you don't teach that, right? Like that's not, you work on your lineups, you work on ping-ponging at the right time, you're working on communication. No, that's something that you earn and you learn off of time together, off of being in situations like that. That's what makes you a better team. That's the mark of a championship caliber team.
It can be. I'm not gonna lie to you, Doug. I'm a little bit worried for Gambit. I'm glad that they were able to win this one, but at the start of today, I was expecting a 2-0. I was expecting to see a dominant Gambit coming out here to just finish it off and say, we're looking at the trophy, we're looking at #1. So I'm glad they were able to finish it off, but there were some weird moments in this series, especially on Icebox top tube. That was weird for me.
Sure, that's fair. It wasn't perfect. I think you're right, but I do want to be careful about not taking away from what Vikings just did.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, because that wasn't just like a Gambit looked absolutely deflated and they didn't know what they were doing. I mean, that felt like a slugfest, a heavyweight fight. And the good news is, for those of you at home who enjoyed what just happened, we're going to get to look at it again. We're going to throw it over to the Prime Gaming post-match highlights and then a break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, everybody in this tournament wants to take down Gambit, and today we'll find out if Brazil will be the ones to do it in Team Vikings. And based on their last matches, they very well can.
One enemy remaining.
And there it was. Chronicle gets a second. Chronicle needs one more to win the round. The classic swinging around the corner. You gotta land the shots, but no.
And I'm in a set pace first. I'm in a set pace. 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 I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. I see I ride the beat.
After that sensational comeback on Icebox, Gambit have made their way to the quarterfinals as the first seed out of their group. I'm back on the desk with Bala and Paperthin. None of us thought that was going to happen. I feel like when it got to 12, maybe I was the only person that thought, it could happen.
I swear, like 2 rounds later, I started to see the problem for Vikings. Though.
Yeah.
Immediately, you could tell they were nervous in that situation.
Shaky.
There was
yeah.
saucy with the shaky. Like, there was moments to close out, and it was moments that strategically they were still doing well, but then strategically started to break apart as well. And, yeah, I mean, it was close. This was – I am very, very happy to see Vikings come out with this level of performance against Gambit of all people.
I mean, this is – look – Vikings defied expectations here and exceeded anything we could have hoped for in a lot of ways against Gambit. They took a map off of them. They pushed them to OT here. Yeah, I think this is just a learning experience for the Vikings, right? Like, I could see them after the match. Actually, they didn't look that upset. Like, yeah, of course they were upset, but they had this look on their face like, okay, guys, we got there. We should be really proud of what we just accomplished. Let's take another step forward the next time we run into them.
I feel like you need to go through these experiences, Bala, you know, to grow and to learn that so you don't do this again.
I mean, I know Gambit is on the screen right now, and I'll use them as an example. They lost to 100 Thieves on Icebox in a very similar fashion, 13-11 in the comeback from 100 Thieves. So, yeah, and then they went on to win the tournament. So that's the type of stuff that you can expect after losing such an important map in such an obvious way. Like, you know what the problem was there. You can work on it. It's very, very, very clear. So I'm not... You know, selling Vikings, I'm not throwing away all my stocks. You know,
no.
I'm very excited for the future with them. But I do have to say, Gambit, scary. It's not scary in a bad way. Scary for everybody else that they have that mental fortitude. I was kind of questioning it a little bit.
Yes.
But it's so nice to see them come back like that.
And I liked what Potter said at the end. She said, that's really shaky. It's hard to say for sure. If we're going to see this same Gambit going forward, but this is the stuff that championship teams do.
Yes.
These are the comebacks that really strong, just indomitable teams have in themselves, and I am really, really excited for Gambit now because I think that is a huge confidence boost. That's a huge momentum boost, and I think they're going to learn a lot from this series.
And something about that, too, is that's what they showed before going on to that playoff run, right? Against Crazy Raccoon. They almost lost that 14-12, and it was very similar to what they did here. So got to give props for them. I do want to give a special look here at Defo, though, because this guy is unbelievable in the way that he is doing his role. I mean, his ACS 213, that's not amazing for a Jet player, but look at the first blood percentage. That's the amount of first bloods that he is getting, 26%. 0.26 first bloods per round. That is unbelievable, and he's participating at a rate that other people aren't. He went 18-12 this series.
And that's
18-12.
That's around, that first blood rate should be around what it was, the best at Masters 3. So that's really, really impressive.
Yeah, also the fact that they were able to keep calm and not let it get to them. 9 rounds to come back, which is, you know, you don't see that every day. But we got to give some props to Vikings here. And one man especially, Saucy, we spoke about him a lot already. Here is the Verizon high-speed moment. This was just kind of ridiculous and nutty. And you don't see many sober. This is like a sober stream if they're able to pull this off.
Yeah, I think this was, when we talk about moments that change the way that things go, this was one of those where I think this is the reason why they were 9-3. Gambit was starting to, like, you know, get a couple kills here and there that you're like, oh, they're starting to feel themselves. But instantly, he shuts it down. The Hunter's Fury adjustment on the last shot to get 2 at the same time.
He was, what, like 20-6 going into the half? I mean, just something just absolutely stupid. I mean, it was an unbelievable half for him. It did, like you said, it did start to look shaky. You could tell with the crosshair placements and some other things that it wasn't all quite there. And they showed us some camera shots of Sutekas. He was sweating. Yeah. And I think that's, you know, that's a lesson, again, a lesson learned for the Vikings, a step towards, I think, something potentially very special.
Well, we're going to see Saucy again in the lower bracket, but for now, let's throw this over to Dash, who is standing by with Nats for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Gambit reminding everyone, why they are the Masters 3 champions, showing an insane amount of mental fortitude there. From 12-5 to 14-12, 9 rounds in a row on the final map, Icebox. That's where I've got to start. Walk me through it. You had to have been a little bit worried when they were only 1 round away from taking it and knocking you down to the lower bracket.
Actually, wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, it was 12-5, but who thinks about that? Yes, we can lose the game, but games didn't finish yet. So you can't play the game. We just continue playing the game. We saw that, okay, we have full confidence. We can win them. We just start doing our things, doing, and it's overtimes. And after that, we just understand, okay, we need one round is this side. So what we're gonna do? We just take pause. We just talk a bit. So what we're gonna do? Because at first half we wasn't a bit confident, and then when it start overtimes, we was full confident, and we just say go rush A and something like this.
That's incredible to hear. Let's kind of walk our way all the way back to the beginning of the series, though. This is a tournament where everybody feels a lot closer in competition than we've seen at past international tournaments. So I'm just kind of curious for yourself what you make of the rest of the field. Dropping a map to Team Secret, a lot of people already talking about how the favorites, you know, yourselves, Sentinels, Envy, are more challenged than before. Do you feel like the international competition here is a lot closer than it was at Masters 3?
Yeah, I guess it's much closer, but at the same time, I'm gonna talk about us because everybody's preparing for us, and it's a bit new level for us because last Masters we was playing like an underdogs, and not many people just was saying that Gambit gonna win, but right now everybody is watching us, and we have to create something new during the game, and maybe something is going on during the game because of that. But if we're going to talk about the all international gaming, yep, it's much closer than it was before.
You talk about you guys having a target on your back, and we did see Vikings come up with some pretty interesting stuff. I want to talk about binds because before we came on camera, we saw the replay of that disgusting Viper snake bite that came across from B site to A, and you literally turned to me and you said, I'm going to steal that, I'm going to use that. How cool is it to be able to come to these kinds of competitions and continue to learn from some of the other best players in the world?
I'm always trying to learn something from the other people because different regions showing different things. I will talk about a little bit about that, Molly, because it was something incredible. We were sure that we're just gonna take control of lamps and easy, we're gonna win that round. But something came from the sky and everybody was just dead. So I'm gonna take that. For sure, I will watch where is he staying, how is he doing that, Molly. I will take that for sure, and I'm going to use that. It's incredible, Molly.
All right, well, now knowing you're Viper and knowing that you know that Molly, I'm not sure if anybody's ever going to let you guys play Bind again. Let's talk. Who knows? Who knows? We'll have to see. I am a little curious, though, too. With Fracture in the map pool and now 7 maps, map vetoes, and you know the whole pick-ban strategy of maps, I imagine, changes a little bit. What's been the preparation like for the team, knowing that there's a different process to select the 3 maps that you'll play on?
Preparation. Actually, then the Riots just enter the Fracture map. We just say to each other, Heaven. No. Even in best of 5, no Heaven. We just start preparing all of the 6 maps, and in best of 3, it all of depends from the opponent. What is he gonna play, what is comfortable for us, and maybe that's the main point, because today we'll just predict another veto, but it's something like this. Every game you're just looking to opponents and trying to make veto from this opponents as well.
All right, Nats. Well, it was a long series. I want to let you go, and I also want to congratulate you on the win, being the second team to move into the quarterfinals. So once again, glad to see you in the knockout stage and continuing to defend that title.
Thank you so much. See you in quarters.
From here, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's Team Liquid versus Sentinels. We'll catch you here in just a bit.
think about what it could be. Shouldn't need a ventilator to breathe. I just need good vibes, music and weed. Filling my lungs, exhaling bad things. I just wanna chill and make a little pee. Wanna live free from the stress, need relief. You don't believe the move around me. Haven't you heard round here, round the queen? Yeah. It's like I'm suffocating. I can't catch my breath, frustration. I'm caught up to the test, I'm waiting. So patient, they're getting out my neck. I'm wrecked, so won't you let me breathe? Won't you let me breathe? I'm suffocating. Won't you let me breathe? Won't you let me breathe? Won't you? Won't you? Won't you let me? Won't you? Won't you? Won't you let me breathe? Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando.
Welcome back to Champions, where I've got Paper Thin and Achilleos here to join me for the first ever meeting of Team Liquid and Sentinels, and this one promises to be good, to say the least. Let's be honest, though, right out the gate, it's Team Liquid who looks like the stronger team based on the one series that we've seen of both of these teams so far at this tournament, and for me, that's kind of the top storyline here.
Liquid looked indomitable. I mean, they just looked so clean, so crisp. Everybody's doing their role great. There were pop-off moments for basically everybody on this squad. Yampy's doing such a good job filling in as the main shot caller for this team now. Everything is just clicking.
Yeah, it's been a really wonderful look, and it's so strange to say that this is the first meeting. It feels like these two Titanic teams should have clashed long ago, but lo and behold, here we are. But they have looked absolutely excellent so far. Granted, small sample size, but the same could be said for Sentinels.
Exactly, very, very true. And I think it's easy for us to take a look at Scream, take a look at Nevera, the two brothers on the stage together. The way that they've been performing, again, it was Nevera who top fragged on Haven in their first map. It was Scream who top fragged on the second. But I want to take a look at somebody else, somebody who brings a little bit of stability to the squad in Link.
Link was nuts. I mean, he had that ace, of course. I mean, he does such a good job locking down the entrances to sites. He works off his own utility very well as an Astra. This guy has been really, really impressing me. Among a ton of impressive Astras at this tournament, he has stood out so far. And, of course, it helps that he has an incredible team behind him. But, I mean, on his own, he is absolutely cracked.
Yeah, he kind of have throws of Mako, about him where if you need him to clutch, he absolutely can do so. Maybe that statement is not.
I was wondering how long it would take for one of us to make a Vision Strikers reference.
Make some kind of reference.
I should have known it was coming.
I mean, seriously, though, when you take a look at some of the best Astros in the world right now at this tournament, especially, like, those are two of the names that I'm going to bring up, even though Vision Strikers lost that series. But Link, I mean, he's going to be looking to come out here, and if he can take down Sentinels and continue to perform like he did in their last series, then maybe he's just the best site anchor in the world.
I know you already mentioned small sample size, but off of that small sample size, TL immediately inserted themselves into that conversation, right, for championship contending team. And I will have to say that if you take down Sentinels, even in their shaky form at the moment, that's one of the best ways to enter the quarterfinals and continue that discussion around, oh my goodness, is this one of the squads that can truly take it?
I think it has to. It has to make them one of the favorites alongside Fnatic. I mean, right now these EU teams are looking very crisp, very clean, very polished. Everything has come through for them in their practice. They play off each other so well, especially Team Liquid here. They've got great ideas on the macro and how to approach the map. I mean, bringing the Odin out onto Haven proved very, very powerful. You can control a lot of space with that gun. A lot of people kind of forget about the Odin on Haven, but not Team Liquid.
Nevera pulling that one out.
Yeah, they like to stick through with that one. I mean, we had the drop shot out of heaven with the Odin to go ahead and get a kill. So some wacky, wild nonsense going on there in that game. But yeah, I mean, they're very honed in on the match when they're in there. It seems like they're not really allowing themselves to get distracted at all. They're just constantly focused.
From Team Liquid to Sentinels, let's talk about them. Yes, they picked up the victory, but we're still not seeing that whole kind of that whole picture of what Sentinels once was in terms of the dominance that they have put up on the international stage before. Obviously, competition has gotten better. I just spoke to Nats, who very much said that, hey, all the regions are stepping up, and it's very obvious when you see these top teams challenged. But Sentinels, it almost feels like something's missing, something about that fire and ease at which they played while being explosive.
There doesn't seem to be the same level of coordination that really impressed me at Reykjavik. It always seemed like somebody was right there to step up. I mean, off of first contact, they were nuts, right? Like Tens in particular was just absolutely devastating to other opponents in that. And if he went down, then somebody like Shazam or Dapper was right there to back him up. So I think there's a little bit of kind of lack of coordination, but my bigger complaint with Sentinels has been their mentality. It seems like they're kind of a little bit off their game. They don't seem as focused as I would like to see.
Well, so I like to call it on Tens, right? Because he at least still individually looks like he's performing well. So then it is about that follow-up, right? Whether it be another member mechanically performing and finding those shots, or as mentioned, Shazam, the guy who's leading the team, right? And if it's the mental that's falling through, if it's the coordination that's falling through, you're going to look to him to get everybody back on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, while they do have Raucus here alongside of them, offering up some round over round little advice, this is what we need to focus on, this is what's going wrong, go into this position. Shazam is still, at least to our knowledge, very much the one who is the driving force of this team. He is the one who's going to be doing the lion's share of the research, IGLing for this squad round over round, and if he is having an off day, that is going to affect the squad. We know this. That's, true for just about every single team out there. If your IGL's not having a good time, you aren't either. And he has been shakier than ever.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You know what he can be. You know what he is at his peak, and that's why you want him in that driver's seat. You don't want to rip away too much responsibility from the guy who has become known as one of the top IGLs in the scene. So we'll see if he can get back to exactly that. Before we dive in to the series itself, let's get a quick word from Dapper on this quarterfinal qualifying matchup.
My name is Michael Dapper Galino, and I play for Sentinels Valorant. We're the first team to qualify for Champions, and that was like a huge relief. You know, everybody wants to be at the biggest event while other teams are like fighting for their spots. We're just chilling there in the back eating popcorn, watching them. I think everybody expects a lot from us. I think we have a whole bunch of fans that care about our performance. If it isn't, we're not gonna like beat ourselves up too much, and hopefully our fans don't either. Thank you for all your support throughout this year. Hopefully we end Champions and with the trophy to take home for NA.
Sentinels have found themselves in a very interesting position throughout the year because of how early they qualified, right? And we hear Dapper talking about that just now, and that's where conversations of complacency start to come in. How do you really get better when you're at the top, right? That's a continual conversation in any sport, particularly in esport. And so I do definitely wonder how they'll ramp up throughout the tournament, facing tough competition like they do here with Team Liquid today. And on the conversation of prep and that opportunity that they've had to watch the other teams play, that's where things like map select come to mind, right?
Yes.
Okay, you've got all this game tape of these other squads. How are you going to win out? Starting in map vetoes.
I mean, this is going to be an interesting one to say the least, to see how they want to pilot this. I think for TL, we saw them take away Fracture off the rip versus Crew. I think that that's just a map that they don't want to touch. So I think that we're very likely just going to see Fracture off the board. After that is where it does get a little bit trickier. Breeze seems like a place they'd want to go, but every other map, for the most part, Sentinels kind of has them if you look at the all-time win records.
Well, so you're right with the Fracture. We're 1 for 1.
This gets a little weird for me here. I mean, Sentinels have been a good Breeze team, but they didn't look good against Furia. That's the map they dropped against them. And, this is a team that I think can, create a lot of space. So it's going to be Icebox. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense, too. They don't like that map either. A lot of people are kind of not favoring that map outside of kind of the quote-unquote minor regions.
All right, you called out Breeze for Sentinels dropping it. And that means that maybe Team Liquid has targeted, said, hey, they don't look as clean as they once did on Breeze when it was first in the map pool at M3 and TenZ was popping off. So they think maybe they have found something within Sentinels play that they can abuse. I'm wondering about Haven because both these teams like Haven. So whether or not you're going to force it into the map pool yourself or try to leave it up as that third map decider, I gotta wonder.
I think from here you want to go for Bind. It's something that is not great for TL. Their win percentage at all times is going to be around 59%. Sentinels are sitting at 71. So if you want to just kind of go for mathematics, this is the clear-cut pick, in my opinion. So.
All right, so Sentinels, targeting in some senses Team Liquid's worst map. And if TL has thought that Breeze is Sentinels' worst map, we're kind of, mirroring each other, at least in the approach and strategy to map veto. So now we enter the second ban phase.
Well, now I think you got to take Haven off the board because of what you saw with the Sentinels on it. They looked really, really strong. They have a lot of really unique stuff. One play that I wanted to really highlight, just never got a chance to during that Haven game, was Dapper had an entry with his Cypher. It was crazy. The way they set him up, he used his cyber cages to push himself behind the boxes, picks up a double. You don't expect the Cypher to be the one popping around the corner there. Team Liquid, this makes sense to me. I think this is the strongest map that's left in the pool that Sentinels have available.
Yeah, TL doesn't want to see it, just like you don't want to see it for exactly that reason. If somebody like Dapper is enabled to be an entry on a Cypher, it's going to make you think twice about it. So that means we've got Split and Ascent left up to go. Oh, and there it is. It's already been answered.
Okay, I was about to say this is a little bit of a toss-up between the two because Ascent, while Sentinels are going to be quite strong on that map. It is one of the few where Team Liquid have a slightly higher win percentage. And then they showed us from their series versus Furia that they don't really want to play Split. They banned that one away. So it's kind of, take your pick here. A little bit of a catch-22. It seems like they're just going to allow Split to go through as the decider if we do hopefully get to map 3.
So, hopefully, yes. I'm with you on that one. I want three maps. But how are you guys feeling coming out of this? Do you feel like either side came away a true victor in map vetoes?
I don't feel bad for Sentinels on this, to be honest. With Breeze and combined being the first two, I think there's a shot that they can actually get this. The problem is just Team Liquid just looks overall so strong.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, pretty much no matter what, because they're Sentinels, even though they look shaky versus Furia, you have to expect that they're going to improve match over match. So it's really difficult to kind of sway in one direction just based on the map pick. I think TL, if they take Breeze, they're in a really good spot. Otherwise, if Sentinels is able to take that away, we could be looking at a 2-0.
I also want to see how TL looks just up against Sentinel's gunplay in general, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about the sample size and all of that. What happens when they do run into a wall? What happens when they do run into 10s? And we'll find out in just a moment. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it's Agent Select and then Map 1.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Okay.
Welcome back to Champions for our regional clash between Team Liquid and Sentinels. We've got our maps locked in. It's Breeze, Bind, and Split. We've got some Agent Select ahead of us to figure out what these teams are going to be bringing onto that first map in Breeze. But more than anything, man, I am just excited. I am just excited to finally see these two teams go up against each other.
It's huge. I mean, this is a dream match for fans. This is what you wanted to see. You pretty much expected it with the group draws, and we got it. We got our wish, and I mean, this is going to be huge. This is Valorant history in the making.
Sentinels on the defending side first here on Breeze. Let's kind of wax and wane on Agents as best we can. The major thing that we've seen here on Breeze as any kind of difference between squads would be whether or not they're willing to reach for the KO. Sentinels has already showed us that they wouldn't. But that's about as far as we get.
Yeah, last time out they go for something a lot more stock standard. Jet, Viper, Sky, Cypher, and the Sova. People still kind of straying away from Killjoys for the most part. Cypher's been the predominant Sentinel on this map, but Team Liquid, they might actually mess with some KO. They've done it twice in recent history at the Red Bull home grounds. They did play it. That one of their last series, I believe, in the Grand Finals versus Ascend. They brought it out. They were able to get a win there. And then prior to that was against Footballist, also in the same event. So they are certainly willing to kind of mess around with it. KO is great for opening in onto sites. So we'll see if they do it here.
I personally love kind of both options, right? It's always fun to see a mirror matchup because then you feel like pure skill really does make the difference. But by the same token, every once in a while seeing a strategic difference. Okay, slightly different tools in the toolkit, and how are those utilized effectively? We're soon to find out. Oh!
But they're going to go for it.
Oh, it is. There it is.
And I like this because I love seeing different players try out the newer agents and show us some new tech. PTC was one of the ones who really exploded on the scene for us during the LCQ. Now you come out, you've got Soulcast playing, you got a couple other people picking it up, and they're showing us some new tech. Stax's tech on the attacks on Icebox, using it for post-plant utility was awesome to see. So I'm hoping that Soulcast has got some new stuff for us as well.
We got a few differences. It's not just the KO.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, I was just talking about the Killjoy.
Yeah. I like the Killjoy in particular on this map because the nano swarms give you, especially on your attacker side, which is really the most powerful side on this map right now, it gives you that extra layer of post-plant utility.
Well, we could talk about this matchup for ages, but I know two others who could talk about this matchup for ages, and we got them standing by just now. DDK, Sean Garris. Take it away, gents.
Thank you, Dash. Yeah, Dash is so generous, letting us talk here because we could definitely do that. We could turn this into a whole podcast situation. We've done our prep, and there's so much. We didn't even know how this veto was going to go. We spent like 45 minutes trying to figure out
going back and
how
forth.
Does this even work. But we've landed here on Breeze, as you can see, for the first map of this incredible best of 3 between Sentinels and Team Liquid. Sean, talk to me. What do we have here off the bat?
Yeah, well, like they mentioned on the desk, Dapper switching off of the Cypher back onto the Killjoy. This is what we're used to. This is the comp we've seen Liquid on recently. They're 3-0 on Breeze since the start of September, and this right here is the 0 point for the elbow push. This is something you'll see Solcus throw all game. So they're just spreading out across the map, Dan. We're going to have a slow pistol around here. Both teams respecting the push. And actually, Sick is prodding into Aim, and Dapper's pushing down.
Yeah, we have that K push, and Nivera's going to see this. How much challenging does he want to do? He's actually feeling quite confident in taking these jiggles. Does have some support there, as we can see. Soulcast also good for that. And they're going to actually push back the Sentinels' aggression. And 1 minute, 15 seconds left, and it can be a complete reset. As we can see right now, Team Liquid can go anywhere.
Exactly, and this is how Team Liquid likes to play in this meta. They like to use the 0 point early, and then right as it recharges, they'll slam into the site. Now, Dapper cannot get hit by this. All of his utility will be lost.
He's playing very close. He might be first contact, has himself a TENS, playing the pyramids as well, so that's certainly good backup. He is a menace with the Sheriff, and already tapping away. They'll see the aggression from Team Liquid as they start to try to make their way forward. They've managed, of course, to get Link up in halls as well, so we'll have to keep an eye on him a bit later as he gets activated. But there's that first headshot from TENS as Team Liquid try to force their way forward, but getting the spike down, it's going to take a lot of fighting, and Sentinels are giving all the fights, denying the door entry from Link. He's been taken out of the action until he is the last player standing, and he's got no teammates here left. Unfortunate for Link, but of course, amazing for Sentinels.
Exactly, and the in-game leader was the one doing it. Shaz falls there, and Link finds 2, Dan. He's now in a 1-on-2. 8 seconds left on the clock, not nearly enough time to pick up this spike. Whew. Crispy shots, though, coming in from the Sentinel player over there on Team Liquid. Link gonna save this ghost, unfortunately, going into the next round. And that's a very strong start from Sentinels, and something we didn't see the first time we saw them on Breeze, which you and I saw them on against Furia, right? They faltered. They picked Breeze against Furia and lost 13-9.
And Furia, they're a team they probably were not expecting such resistance from. It's earlier in the tournament. Team Liquid, this is a huge scalp to take. Even if it's early in the tournament, you need to be able to shut down a team like this. It's going to be a huge moral and confidence victory going further into the tournament. So hugely important matchup here. And we're going to get the aggression from TENS in mid.
But the 0 point doesn't catch him. I don't think they're going to be aware of TENS in this insane off angle. He's in the middle of mid.
Comes the Trailblazer for some information. Scream spotted. Again, just some pistols. I say some pistols. There's 4 Sheriffs. We know how deadly they can be. But the headshot machine will receive a headshot from the aim machine.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, they kind of both are.
That's very true. What a matchup in that sense. The star power on both teams is going to be very entertaining across this series. And
oh, this is interesting, Dan, because Yumpy has lurked past that alarm bot that Dapper placed in the halls. Oh. He could find an opening here. But this is important for later rounds. If Dapper keeps placing this alarm bot here, Yumpy, who's actually the in-game leader of Liquid, just found out something really important in the setup.
See how that comes to play into the future rounds. Something will certainly be keeping our eye on as we see the prime getting flawless there coming through from Sentinels is that lurk dynamic. We know Team Liquid loves to get their lurk play on the attacking side, and we'll have TenZ being the player that's going to be floating around that horse position quite commonly, so he might be a player that they'll be running into when they're setting up that lurk. And also, I would expect Shazam will also be around that position. But that mid-round drone as well is pretty key, so we may see more maneuvering from Shazam. I don't think he's going to be super static.
Yeah, but that one was very easy for Sentinels. Prime Gaming flawless on the eco, and right off the bat, that's that aggressive KO knife we were talking about earlier. Just spreading out across the map, though, but TenZ is looking for this, Dan.
And he might just get it. Oh, Soulcast quicker to that one, though. And that is the Orb 1. You can see Sick was there, ready to try to set up a trade. He actually finds it. He knows that he is not going to be good for any more there. Falls back behind the walls, so they do come out in the 4 versus 4 here. They have just Spectres here. Of course, Sentinels on their bonus, let's remember. As Team Liquid looking to pressure the A site, but not fully committed just yet. But that's about to change as they start to press forward. Oh no, that's unfortunate for Sick.
Liquid stalling out right now. The arrow immediately broken, but Dapper is taken out. Danny swings.
And that's the opening that Team Liquid were waiting for. Got the 4 versus 3 now, and it's going to take something quite crazy, I would expect, from Shazam. Again, they're just on Spectres.
Dan, they've all rotated here. All 3 Sentinels players are in this site right now.
And that's a big frag to get, and Zoms gets opened up as well, playing off of Shazam, and somehow with the Spectres, they are finding these kills. And now it's going to have to be up to the gunfight. Soulcast takes down one, the trade again from Shazam as he wraps around the corner, looking for the next one, just toying with Link. He could play the time, but Link is going to get a challenge, and he is looking good for it this time. 2-1, or 1-2, I should say, as Team Liquid pick up their first round against Sentinel's bonus.
Wow, Link, that's what they need out of Link on Team Liquid. He's going to be that Cypher that's coming in last into the sites. You said it in the pregame. In the Cypher role, the way Liquid uses Link on this attack side is to basically just hold spawn for the flanks, hold the B push for the flanks, hold, back A for the flanks, and then you can come in late, whether that be halls, mid door, or A ramp. That's where Link is going to thrive in this series.
On the first gun, it looks like actually we're going to see Liquid going for a fast play into B.
They have the null command. There it is, Dan.
There's an null command, but TenZ is on the other end. He's got the operator in hand. He's looking for the first opponent. Zoms around the corner with the Spectre. Takes down 2. They can't get through the choke point. This is a huge problem. They commit in. And there's so much damage from Zom. And now there's just Link left. The lurk. The spike, though, down in the choke point as Link tries to rotate around. But they know that he has to come into this position. They spotted him. And Shazam is going to take his head off. Sentinels defend. And Team Liquid, they try to surprise them. But that did not work out.
Wow, that's a play we've seen a few times so far in Champions already, the null command B explosion, because you take out all the Viper utility if the Vipers are, you take out all the trips if a Cypher's in the side, and same thing goes for the Killjoy. Unfortunately, Zoms drops the Molly right on the ground, double damage immediately. They have TenZ upping the pillar. That's one of the most passive angles I've ever seen TenZ in. So I think this might have been a read by Sentinels, Dan.
Yeah, it could very well have been. And the fact that, as you say, Zoms, preemptively dropping the snake bite, that is so suggestive that they were expecting that and wanted to bust that timing. They knew the KO ult was up. So Sentinels, they read it completely. I think you're totally right.
Look at this. Liquid's economy's broken, Dan. They're scrambling right now. Probably just going to use this round to talk about things. They don't really have much to work with other than the Sheriff on Scream. He's a couple orbs away from Bladestorm still. And if you look, Sick has gotten pushed up at B thanks to Zoms, guarding that window location. They have a cool little bait setup going, but this is certainly coming at A towards Dapper.
Yeah, time to make some money with Dapper, or perhaps farm the lockdown. Really getting a spike planted would be a victory, getting the bonus money, getting a couple kills. Small goals, we'll see if they can achieve any of them here. Team Liquid on the attack. Looking for that plant. It's looking like it's going to go down. A bit risky to try to stop that from happening. So Sentinels will give it. And Shazam is going to just get himself a double with the shock dart, of course.
Now Liquid locked out of this site. And how do they defend this spike?
Actually getting through the poison orb, but they are going to take that damage. And that's actually created some problems. They have time to work with. They don't have to rush this one. There are some more peeks coming through. Liquid trying to defend this, and Sick will hold it down. So 2 kills, a spike planted. That's actually a pretty great result, honestly.
That's a very successful eco right there for Liquid, especially because TenZ is going to have to reinvest in shields as well. So great job keeping the economy in check for Sentinels. But here we go, Dan. The first real gun round of our game. Team Liquid has some ults on the board. They have the Hunter's Fury on their in-game leader, Yampi. And maybe the Viper's Pit, on Navera if they take a site. But other than that, they're not really working with enough, true ults to win the round. But they're setting up for the A split, Dan. The Poison Arm is going to go in halls.
Yeah, and same thing with Sentinels. 4 ults came online for them. But here we go. TenZ holding down the Hall's position. And he's so damn good. Takes down Scream instantly. That's the problem. 5 versus 4 advantage. And there we get the Blind Hunter's Fury coming in. That's not going to find anything, though. And 1 minute, 20 seconds left. And Team Liquid looking to see what they can find here. Some forward ground game, but TenZ on the angle. He's just waiting for it. Another freebie for TenZ.
Yeah, the young superstar is really finding his form in this series. He started off a little slow against Furia, but that is definitely not the case today.
Yeah, I think playing against an opponent like this, well, I'll hold that thought for now because TenZ, he will be put to the test once more. And Soulcast almost found a timing there, but TenZ cannot be denied. And he'll take a third one. He's having a lot of fun right now, and Team Liquid.
Sick actually just used the Seekers as well, Dan. They just went right up to Navera, and he broke them both. So Sentinels knows where both of these players are. See TenZ looking for his 4th.
He wants to take everybody down. He's pretty happy to go so aggressive as to go for that deep peek, and that's just showing the confidence, and that's what you need to see from TenZ, of course. We've seen it all tournament long so far.
Poison's off.
15 seconds to go.
Yeah, and this was an important one for Sentinels, and the reason why you know that is the instant double ult at the start of the round, right? They know this is Liquid's first buy. If they can win this round, they can kind of snowball the half. Liquid's going to take 2 guns in, right? So it's not a perfect round. But that's why you would use so much utility. People probably wonder, why is Sick using those Seekers? I mean, they're in, what, like a 2-on-4? Why is he using those? Well, that round is actually incredibly important for the economy. And Sentinels knew that. They used everything to win this round. Liquid's going to have a hobbled buy this round down, but I think they might invest.
No. We'll have to see. You can see that TenZ is just all over them here. And as we mentioned, he's going to be floating around that Hall's position quite a lot. It might have a change here, looking to go aggressive, perhaps out of mid doors, or he's backside A. We're getting a timeout, so I'm going to start trying to read his intentions out of his minimap movement for the moment as we get Team Liquid calling that one. And I think it's justified.
Yes.
What you were saying.
It's a hard spot they're in right now.
Absolutely, and they need to figure out how to handle that. And it sucks because they haven't had many buy rounds to really establish what's kind of working, where are the problems, where are the openings that we can maybe try to work on. They don't have much data right now.
No, they don't. And they're also in, like I keep mentioning, they're in a very poor spot, economically speaking, in this game right now. If they were to invest into this round, they have the 2 guns they saved. Scream is on a Blade Storm. But then 2 other players are sitting there at 3K. They don't have enough for, a Vandal armor or Vandal shields and any utility at all. Maybe one can drop a rifle to the other one and then just go into the round naked. But it's not the best option. That's what I'm saying. And Liquid's in a very hard spot because they don't want to let Sentinels run away with the economy here this early.
Yeah, and one of the other things that's quite detrimental is that I think, Liquid is a team that does want to run a lot of those execs and then play those post plants. But the unfortunate thing is that firstly, they haven't been able to set up the Hall's lurk because TenZ has been dominating that position, and you have to put a lot of investment to get him off of that. So that's one problem. The second problem is the fact that we have seen so far Sentinels ahead on the ultimates. So that's the only difference really we have now, that Sentinels don't have those ults to fall back on in terms of denying or winning those post-plant scenarios or denying the XX entirely. Right now, that's the one big advantage we have for Team Liquid. They'll have the ultimate advantage going into the next buy round that they play.
Yeah, this is actually a scenario Liquid hasn't found themselves in recently, Dan. This is a losing scenario. They've won 11 straight series. They're probably the hottest team in this entire tournament coming out of the LCQ and EMEA.
And this is the Sentinels factor. And we'll go into that a little bit more in a moment as we get round 7 kicked off here.
The 0 point breaks the drone and notifies them that TenZ is there as well. That's a lot of information going Team Liquid's way. How are they going to use it, though?
Looks like they may be looking to contact into A again. We don't have much weaponry here. It is the Blaze Storm for Scream. A couple rifles saved from the previous rounds. That is quite a nasty timing, isn't it?
They're going to play this round very loose, Dan. It looks like they want to walk out dry into this A site and look for fights.
Oh, TenZ he's certainly ready. The wall will allow them to gain some ground into the site.
Feel the tension building.
Oh, couple pings there from the recon, and Scream's looking for it with the updraft. Won't quite catch anything though. Storms is close, able to punish. TenZ looking for his first target, but not quite sure where to look, and in that time gets taken out, and it's working here. This contact play is looking good, and just to seal the deal, we get the Viper's pick coming in. Oh, that's a nasty one from Soulcast. And they have denied every single rotation. Great round there. Looks like the contact worked out very nicely indeed.
Yeah, absolutely slammed Sentinels with that A hit. You could see Sentinels was aware it could happen, but the recon was a little bit late. And by the time it hit and got that ping, Liquid was already in the setup they needed to secure the couple frags, get the Viper's pit down, and I mean, the round was over. It was over in the blink of an eye at that point. And again, you know, Liquid setting up at the start of this round in a very similar base setup that we saw earlier. We're going to have Link lurking mid with his cam, and we're going to have the Viper throwing a Poison Orb up in A halls, and some quick defaulting over here, getting Soulcast, you know, that null command over at short.
Yeah, we've got the aggression and halls this time though, because we've got TenZ with the support of Shazam, and now TenZ is holding the angle to allow Shazam to get deep, and we haven't seen this look just yet, so we'll have to see how that affects this, because we get Liquid trying to scale into that A site. They're getting the same positioning as the previous round, but the difference is Shazam's timing on the flank. But Shazam's on a very good timing here on this flank. He's going to be absolutely key as he starts to walk up now. He's going to be able to find one. Oh no, the jiggle from Nivera is going to go. Oh no, it gives the game away. However, on the front of it, the rest of Sentinels are charging forward, finding success in their engagements. Just Link and Nivera left now to try to secure this one. Oh, TenZ over the top with that updraft is creating way more pressure towards A main, but Nivera stands tall, but Sick with an insane flick finds the kill, and TenZ on the defuse plenty of time. Sentinels, they've absolutely crushed it.
Wow, a couple fluff shots coming in. I guess, you know, Nivera kind of had that coming to him based on how Shaz whiffed on him. So crazy round though from Sentinels. What a retake. Oh my goodness. It's so difficult to hold either of these sites on Breeze when the null command comes in. Both sites are usually anchored by people, you know, like a Killjoy who needs that utility, a Viper who needs her utility as well, or a Jett who's opping and needs the dash. You need your abilities in these sites. That's why the KO is so powerful here. And man, was that a good hold by Sentinels.
And now TenZ is going to apply his operator towards the A main position. It's a push though. 3-player investment from Sentinels to take forward control. How deep are they going to go? They're going to pick up the orb and fall back, and we've got the A halls push coming through. Soulcast, Yampy. Okay, they lose Soulcast deep.
Oh, Sick is actually going to use the Trailblazer to re-clear this out. Dan, so intelligent from Sentinels. We've seen this lurk punish teams.
Soulcast does get out of there though. It looks a bit sketchy for a moment.
Liquid right now spread out across the map. Link has lurked his way into elbow, and Sentinels has fallen off of the 4-player A setup they started with. So Liquid's base default doing a great job at manipulating the rotations. And now they're going to get this nice 3-on-1 against Dapper.
Are they going to try to set up Link here? As they start to pressure forward. They don't have much time really. So they might just have to go for the full commit indeed onto the A sites. Comes the Hunter's Fury to try to remove these defensive players, but Shazam taking down two key players. But Yampy has got a 2-piece himself, but TenZ still alive at the backside with that operator in hand. Low HP, but he wants to keep the angles held. Waiting out the Cloudburst, or the recon with the Cloudburst. Yampy! 3K for him now, 2 versus 2, 10 seconds spike has to go down, and it will, just in the nick of time. But in that time, we'll see Sentinels closing the distance, moving closer. Great shot there from Flink, down to Yampy now, looking for the ace here. Yampy with operator trying to skate his way back into a better angle, swapping out for the Phantom, dodges the flash. And he's found, oh, he's found it! He found it! Yampy with the ace! Unbelievable series of kills from Yampy to pull Liquid back into this one.
Wow, potentially the play of the tournament so far, Dan. I have never seen anyone take out Tens like that. That is insane. Yampy looked dead to rights. Tens had the perfect angle on him, and he just launches his last shock dart, takes the star player out of the game, and then it's the last two. Oh my, what a round.
Like, all the Sova utility in this round was extremely impactful. From every shock dart, every Hunter's Fury blast, the recon, everything.
Wow, what a round from Yampy. You can see Sentinel's economy is kind of on the brink right now. Dapper on the Spectre.
And there's no odds for either team right now as well.
Oh, and this is definitely going to be a P-pop, Dan. Link lurking up elbow. But again, Zoms shuts them down right away.
That's why they haven't been going for the P-pops. However, Screen's going to get in there trying to create space for his team, but Sick, he doesn't care at all. He's going to just put an end to all of that aggression around that choke point, and they can collect the spike, but they've been sent back, tail between legs, in a 3 versus 5 with no answer, no response to this initial defense.
The situation grows tougher and tougher, but Yampy, he's the one player that can bust them out of this, Dan. 4 on 3 right now in Sentinel's favor. But keep in mind, this is Breeze, and the rotations are massive. Link and Solkis lurking together in a pack right now into middle. They're going to find Dapper.
Yampy's feeling the game so well right now. I just knew the info jump peek would come in.
Left.
Sentinels want to confirm the rotation, and once again, a peek for information gets punished as Solkas takes down Shazam in mid. 20 seconds though, they have to get the spike through that position on B main. And on the other end of it is going to be Sick. Backside, Sick can win this round for Sentinels. Tens is looking to make it difficult as well. They can't get the spike across. It's got to be on Yampy again, but Sick has the position. Sprays down Yampy, and there's nothing left to do here for Link. Extra damage perhaps, but no. Dapper shuts it out. And it's another round in the bag for Sentinels.
Oh, Yampy getting the round as close as possible. The two players with such a good lurk in middle. And the awareness to 0 point the mid door, keep Dapper at bay. It looked very sketchy for Sentinels right there. Luckily for them, Yampy was pretty low and on the Sova on the up roll, so no escapability. Really not much to do right there. He can't really progress onto Sick.
We saw the spacing between Scream and his teammates that didn't look quite on point. Perhaps Liquid starting to show some cracks, but we'll see what they can do. Couple rounds left in the first half. And it is going to be a hero rifle. Navera picking up the Vandal.
Sick has pushed B, and he is right behind Link right now.
That is not a good look for Team Liquid.
Oh, Sick is backing up. Having second thoughts about it. Meanwhile, on Team Liquid, Dan, I think one of the biggest problems they've had this game is they can't find a way for Scream to get activated. He's had 0 success so far this game.
Yeah.
So I think Liquid moving forward in this particular map needs to probably do a better job of utilizing their utility to get him the fights he needs.
Zom's getting some info around elbow right now, and he's mostly being left to his own devices towards B. We'll get Sick rotating back. And there's the Seekers, just to absolutely make sure that they don't get caught off here. This should be a guaranteed round. This should be 8 for Sentinels. And the Seekers tell them what they need to know. 40 seconds. Liquid really looking for an overextension, but it's not happening just yet. Oh, a toxic screen set up by Navera towards the A site to kind of offer a fake. But given the fact that Dapper's in front of the wall, that fake is not going to work out. But that is a shot and a half from Link. And they're just going to have to split on the B site, and they've got to pray that they hit the shots here. The flash, though, onto poor Scream. However, Sentinel's still looking to control this one, but Spike will go down.
Spike planted.
3v3. Spectre collected by Link. Weapon superiority for sure, but look at that flank through spawn from Link with the Spectre. Not the ideal weapon, but can he find a timing? Oh, he might be able to. He's got to be so careful. He wants to get closer with that Spectre. He needs to guarantee the frags. Can he make it happen? Yes, he can. Takes down one. The second, he's patient, but no. Dapper denies Link. And Nevera coming into the back, can't deny the lockdown in Sentinels. That was way scarier than you would ever have imagined. They had to burn Seekers and the lockdown to secure that round.
By the skin of their teeth, right? And it looked like it was in the bag early. It looked like they had such a positional advantage, especially when the Seekers came in. But that shot from Link was a banger. Oh my, that was filthy to open up this B site. TenZ did such a good job staying alive. And the late flank from Link, the one we keep harping on, just fell short. Barely misses that frag on Dapper, which would have won the round.
If he had a rifle as opposed to the Spectre, then he would have been good to go.
Absolutely.
8-3 though, and we're into the next round here, and it is a 4-buy.
Revealing area.
Scream faking the updraft up in halls. Has second thoughts backing out, and again, Liquid going into this A site. They've been shut down at B so much, Dan. It's becoming one-dimensional.
Shaz looking to watch over the Hall's position. TenZ backside A. I feel like they are feeling an A exec from Team Liquid with the way that they're set up at the moment.
Absolutely, and with the Null Command and Yompi's Hunter's Fury, this is going to be very explosive, and TenZ is going to have to fight till his death.
And now, utility comes in. TenZ looking to activate around the pyramids, looking for the first one. Little ping there from the recon. Can he find anything with the operator? No! Nevera shuts down TenZ in the madness of this take, and Team Liquid have put their opponents in a huge disadvantage. 5 versus 3 in favor of them. Make it a 5 versus 2. Shazam and Zombs is all that's left. Trying to thirst on the KO. That's just hilarious. And I mean, Shazam gets the kill. Was it worth it? What can Zombs do here? What can Zombs do? Last round of the first half, has to go for it. Can he get some better stats at least? Drops into the side, I think, the first duel. And it will be denied by Yampy, who better. 8-4 at the end of the first half here in this best-of-3 series between Sentinels and Liquid. Sentinels coming out in this series looking hot.
Yeah, this is a Sentinels we haven't seen for a long time, Dan. We didn't see them in Berlin last event, and now we haven't seen them here yet until this half. This is the team everyone's been looking for, and man, is TenZ on form.
Yeah, he's looking excellent at the moment, and this is one of those matchups. It's super clear to me that for Sentinels, we're seeing them looking across at Team Liquid and thinking this is an opponent that we deeply respect, we desperately want to defeat, and we're bringing out a new level to our form. And they're going to keep showing new levels and looks. That's what a championship winning team does. But it is time to toss it back over to the desk. We'll see you back here shortly.
Thank you very much, gents. On TL's map choice, Breeze, it's Sentinels who find themselves up 8-4 at the half. Coming out with a fire here, paper thin, and in so many ways doing exactly what we had questioned about them from their first series, where TenZ has looked very much like himself throughout a number of their performances. The rest of the squad stepping up this time around.
Yeah, I mean, you saw great holds from multiple members, Zombs, Dapper, Shazam, everybody getting it done here for them. So this really set them up nicely for the eventual operator that gets into the hands of TenZ.
Yeah, and while he's looking great, Shazam is looking in form right now, there's somebody who absolutely doesn't on the other side of things for Team Liquid, and it's Scream, who is just having an abysmal start to this map.
Pretty brutal. Found his first kill of the entire map in round 12 of the first half. That's something you're going to criticize. For Yampy as well, he found his first kill in round 9. It also happened to be the next 4 after that for the full ace, and so good on him for showing up in a big way when he did. But you mentioned those first 5 rounds, where it was Dapper and Zombs early, and then Shazam here on round 5. All of these guys stepping up in a big way before that op comes in finally for TenZ.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here the combo utility. It's the Shock Dart and the Snake Bite, and this is what set the pace early for them. The analysts, or excuse me, the casters did a really nice job highlighting how they were ready for the initial null command where they threw the Snake Bite right in front of B main, and that did a ton of damage to the people coming in. That opened things up for the spray down with the Spectre. So they're doing a lot of really nice things with their utility.
The thing I love the most about that play is that the shock dart was enough to kill, but it just shows that Shazam and Zombs were on the exact same page in that moment. They sent out the snake bite because they know that they can get them off that spike. They know they can get those kills there. Shazam's doing the exact same thing. So it's showing that these guys are operating on a similar level simultaneously. They're on the same page. They get those kills.
Every single one of these 10 players can have their day.
Yeah.
They can have their day to pop off. The makings of a championship team is a team where all 5 players are having their day on the right day. And this is a little bit more the glimpse of a Sentinels that we think could challenge for a championship. Now, of course, only one map, and it's only one half. Yep. We're going to have to see what Team Liquid has prepared on the defensive half. And I am definitely going to be looking at Scream to individually step up alongside his team. But where else can the answer be found?
I'm not sure. The good news is he doesn't have to do entries anymore because every single one, except for the very last round, failed. Every single one. I mean, he dashed in front of Solkas when he was in his, knock state or whatever you want to call it, and every time he was just inting him.
Well, we're at a bit of a loss for a way for TL to get back into it. We'll see if they've got answers for us as we hand it back to DDK and Sean for the call.
Yes, we are back into the action. Second half between Sentinels and Team Liquid is kicking off right here, right now. Sentinels looking fantastic. Can Team Liquid step up to what Sentinels have been delivering? We're about to see, Sean.
We're about to see indeed, Dan, and they're spread out in a base default a lot like how Liquid was on their attack side. They just want to wait things out, make sure they don't get hit by that 0 point. All of the info goes Liquid's way. Just gonna let all of the crazy nonsense at the start of the round happen. And then they're going to make their push probably at around 1 minute on the clock.
Tens with his signature Sheriff. You wouldn't want it any other way. Scream as well. The other resident headshot machine on the other team, also with the Sheriff. Again, you wouldn't want it any other way. We'll get the drone coming through now for info towards A, clear out some of those positions, but it gets broken by the 0 point. Love to see that. What a great counter.
It was a fantastic counter. Scream on the jet, close enough to hear the drone, tells Solkas exactly when to throw that 0 point. And no info is received for Sentinels.
Here's the Sheriff around the mid doors. So Sentinels starting to amble their way towards B. But the setup on B is certainly dangerous. We've got both Link and Nevera. That's the Cypher and Viper combination.
Indeed. And it looks like Elbow was open, but as you can see by that cam, it wasn't. But Yompi's pushed through A halls then and found Sick.
And that's going to speed things up for Sentinels.
Yeah, that was their only A pressure.
They basically have no option but to just go for it at this point, and they know that they are being expected. They're just going to have to hit the headshots as pistol rounds go, and it's all Team Liquid on the headshots. I mean, on everything in this round. They really just, they forced Sentinels to a bad hand.
It didn't seem close. Liquid had Sentinel's number at every turn on that pistol, and Scream getting a second on the board is very big. I mean, he started this game in such a brutal fashion. I think he was 0-11 into that last round, and he got an op frag on the last round of that half.
Yeah.
I've never seen Scream have a game like this before.
Yeah, I mean, it could turn around completely as we switch sides here. And, Dash is asking the question, what are Liquid going to bring to the table? I can't wait to get to the full gun rounds. We know that Team Liquid likes double operator setups, but so much more to talk about that a little bit later as we get into it, because Scream with that Marshall looking for it here, but it looks like Dapper may have evaded this. Surely Scream will find him, though. It's just a classic at that range. Scream will have time to react as if Scream goes deeper, and he very well might. Dapper's so ready.
Yeah, so patient. This is, even if Scream came on his screen, it's still a hard frag to get with a classic from this distance without Scream turning and just
I need to know the answer, Sean. Scream,
yes,
please
I know.
Keep going.
I don't think we're going to get it because there's prodding around this A site.
Yeah.
Shaz working his way up A halls any second now.
The drone comes through defensively from Yampi as he looks for that A main vision. And they actually, Sentinels dodged the drone vision. So right now, Liquid's still in the dark.
Oh man, this is so wild.
Sweating
the patience on screen. He knows that turret's still there. He can still hear it. He knows the Killjoy's close. He just has no idea where.
Some sound cues. Dapper's going to hear that one.
30
that might be a
seconds
timing for Dapper to start lurking up. We'll have to see. But yeah, exactly. Dapper's moving up, and that's going to force a dash out from Scream, but he wants this kill. But he has to defend the A site. He's got to help his teammates out. There's a timing for Dapper to come in, and Team Liquid are hitting the frags hit, but it's looking a bit scary. Nice one from Scream there with the Marshall, the no-scope coming forward as he keeps it on running. And it looks like at the end, with all said and done, 3 players survive. no spike planted actually ends up being okay for both teams, I would say.
Yeah, I would say that's a massive win for Liquid. When TenZ gets that Marshall headshot to open up the round, you have to get the immediate responses. And he actually gets a second before the triple answer, quadruple actually, answer comes in from Liquid. Flawless at that point. They close out the round, keep all of the rest of their economy intact. But now we get the first gun round in. And TenZ, I don't think he'll have an op. Yeah, he has a Guardian. This is something we saw in the Furious series. He overbought second and ends up with a Guardian on third.
All you need to do is click on heads, so...
Arrow top mid and the turret to hold that door push. This is a default that Sentinels is running towards the B site.
We already see the problem for Sentinels on the attack here. B is locked down with Cypher and Viper, and the KO Jet combo on A is kind of how Liquid like to play this.
Yeah, this B site is loaded with utility. Like you mentioned, we have the Viper wall, we have all of the Cypher util, we have a Sova that could quick rotate in Yampi. But Sentinels is going through elbow. They're going to get spotted by the cam first, and how does Liquid respond?
This is so scary for Sentinels, walking into all of this utility, like you said, loaded. There's that poison orb. Drone goes forward, it's going to catch Navera, but they can't punish him. Already discern too much from that information. They're going to force their way forward here and see what they can do into this B site. So far, he keeps for those entries still. Able to get back sight, but here comes the wraparound from Link. Able to take down Shazam, another one. The Spectre really doing a great job, and Link is just clotheslining these players from Sentinels. And Liquid are quickly back on the board. 1 round deficit now.
This defense, Dan, looks locked down. Absolutely stellar utility usage right there from Liquid. Good job by Link maneuvering around that pillar, finding all those frags. Started with a Spectre.
The question is going to be, as we said, the B site, that's not where you want to go. You want to try to exploit the A site, but that's where we're going to see, again, the pushes from Scream. You've got the support from Soulcast, the 0 point to stuff any early drones or util, or any fast pushes. So they can play the delay game, and also play the KO out into mid as well if necessary.
And again, Sentinels is just looking to keep their default centered around mid. It looks like mid is going to be a focal point for them against Liquid in this matchup.
Sentinels trying to... They're going to have to really... I wonder, actually, if they're going to be able to find the right approach for this setup, and we'll talk about that a little bit more as we see exactly how now as this maneuver towards A, how that works here for Sentinels. Looking for just an overextension, a Sheriff headshot, some Marshall tags, soften them up. Oh, but you know what? They're going to go straight into it. The flash play, that's backfired. That's the overextension they Sentinels are looking for. 5 versus 4 now for them as they have an opportunity. They put up the wall. The reactions here, the rotations in from Sentinels, rather from Team Liquid. Team Liquid, okay, they're finding great success with the rifles. Soulcast! Oh, he's owning them right now. That could have been so much worse here. So much worse.
Yeah, absolutely. But we've seen that time and time again so far in this half, Dan. We see Sentinels have success finding the first blood. Even last time they had Marshals, TenZ did it. But the responses from Liquid come in so fast. The rotations into the choke point and the utility to support it just so quickly. The Viper Molly, the shock darts coming in from Yampi, the swings from Soulcast, as well as the 0 point. So many things to slow down Sentinels after that pick and just win the round easily.
And here it is. That's the timeout. We were talking about this, and we need to figure out, well, Sentinels need to figure out, collectively, we are not a part of Sentinels, but they need to figure out how do they manage this setup. Cypher, Viper on B, impenetrable site effectively. Yes. And then also we've got the situation, okay, you've got Jet KO towards A. They use the 0 point to kind of stuff the early pushes, early execs, early drones and trailblazers, these kinds of things. I mean, I'm thinking they could just bulldoze the A site.
Yeah.
But if they try to do that, they have to do it without utility initially. So how would you handle this, Sean?
It's very difficult, right? It's a delicate thing to deal with because, yeah, like you're mentioning, if you go A fast, you're likely going to get suppressed. So you can't go too fast. If you go B fast, I mean, that's just not even an option. You have to go through all that utility. You're definitely going to die going through the Poison Orb and the Molly into trips. So you can't do that. That's why Sentinels is looking around mid a lot. Now, I think they need their lurkers to come online, personally. I think they need to be doing hits where there's lurks active across the map on the other side, where that person can take ground and the team can roll back into that player.
Okay.
Now,
Well,
it's very difficult. Way easier said than done. Way easier said than done.
We'll see if they set up some lurks. We've seen that, setting up a player in elbow or setting a player with deep holes. These could be two ideal kind of lurk setups. You work players there early. We'll see if that's how Sentinels try to handle this, and then they get the option to split sites as well. So we're expecting something a bit different now from Sentinels, but Liquid might try to expose it. They've got 4 players towards A early on. So Viper's come over. They're anticipating a heavy A push on Liquid, and they're ready for this. Seekers go forward, the mid push through the doors. Again, it feels like Liquid expected this. They're ready for it.
Oh god, this flash,
Quick
Dan.
underhanded flash over the top here. They are taking away the door position from Sentinels. Sentinels looking to reset, and there's gaps. They know there's gaps. We actually have Dapper going up towards mid-nest.
Oh, the 4v4, Dan, but Sentinels has no smokes. The controller's arm's taken out early. And this is that lurk I was looking for. Dapper is active. He's going to find Link here, but who wins the battle?
This is so important. Oh, he's going to have just a slight advantage, Dapper.
And just like that, Dan, I think he's questioning rolling into this site, but immediately the Viper utility is activated. The 0 point comes in. That's so much info for Dapper. He's faking this site with his ult. And Sentinels, they're going A.
But the Soulcast is at back B, so he can call this. He knows it's a fake immediately. Surely this lockdown is not going to sell this one. All the information's there for Soulcast. But actually still, it looks like Liquid not sure.
30 seconds left.
Sentinels are playing it so slow towards A that they thought it was actually a double fake, I think, Sean. And they get a free A side because of it.
Wow.
The mind game.
Maybe a bit lucky there. Dapper now nested up in middle, has the turret at elbow to hold his flank. This is going to be a very, very difficult retake for the Liquid members.
They have been clean and sharp on some of their headshots.
Look how much they have to clear. They have no idea how advanced these Sentinels players could be. There's so much to worry about. From halls to mid to deep spawn. They could be anywhere.
And even the flank.
Yes, Dapper could have been at elbow the whole time. He just did a lockdown there.
And you can see Soulcast is looking for that. So they respect it. They respect, just like you say, all of that space that was gained by Sentinels. And that's such a crazy... That's like so much about timings. The fact that Sentinels didn't just roll straight into the A site off of the lockdown, thinking that the lockdown would automatically sell it, but they did, because we saw Liquid had that info, they got to play a back B. So it ends up being a double fake because of the way that Sentinels delay the push into A. It's just really so smart.
Yeah, Liquid's rotations actually looked really on point.
Yeah, they know what's going on.
Navera and Scream, the brothers, were rotating back to A before Sentinels were out A, while the lockdown was down. But again, we have the base setup, Dan. How can Sentinels keep doing that, right? That was 1 round after that tack timeout. They're going to need to build some here.
Yeah. And they were expected. The play that they had made was expected as well. So it's a good recovery from their mid-round.
Ten's dodged that 0 point. I don't know if they're aware he could be this close yet.
It's quite a nasty angle. That's a very deep angle into that B connector. So we'll see how that plays out. Yampy with his drone. I don't know that he spotted Tens with that, actually. Oh no, Dapper tagged and fragged by that drone. Hunter Shuri combo. However, Shazam has a Hunter Shuri of his own. He might use that to clear out the position around the pyramids here for this A attack, and they do have a split from Tens. He's managed to find... Oh no! Tens! No. Oh my god, I can't believe what I just saw. Soulcast takes down Tens, and maybe that's the best chance gone right now for Sentinels. Can they recover? Hunter's Fury sent forward, but it doesn't push the players off of pyramids. Shazam able to take down Scream. Might be able to claim some space, but they still can't work their way through. Oh, they have been completely stopped here. Great defense from Liquid. Unbelievable moment from Tens, though. That is not what you expect to see. That's the turn in the match that Liquid needed.
That is an absolute momentum changer, Dan. I know Sentinels has only won one round in this half. One round in this half. Here's to that, but yet that is heartbreaking.
So yeah, and then he whiffed.
Yeah.
Zam has a Hunter's Fury of his own. He might use that to clear out the position around the pyramids here for this A attack, and they do have a split from 10.
Oh, tie!
Yeah, Liquid really reading this very well. They're ahead of what Sentinel's adjustments are. They know what the adjustments are going to be. And this comes down to pure firepower now from someone like TenZ. Blaze Storm in hand. Because as we said, Liquid, they know what's coming, they're set up for it. The difference is made with the star players. TenZ jiggling. It's gonna find some information. Drone down halls to make sure that that position works.
TenZ trying everything in his power to get an updraft at a distance far enough away where the player can't hear it. Tried the one for doors, tried the one for nest. Finds nothing, so they're going to go back actually into this A site. And Dan, it's a totally different setup now. Yampi is here with the operator as well as Soulkiss on the KO. Sentinels hasn't dealt with this yet, and I don't think they're going to be aware that there's an op here, especially after the early battle with TenZ.
Here comes the drone.
30
Yampi
seconds
on
left.
the side doesn't concern himself with that one though. We've got null commands and Yampi just shoots TenZ straight in the chest. Soulcast holds it down as well. Beautiful stuff. And there's nothing really that is possible here. I don't think the Sentinels, there's no time to get the spike planted at this point. So what is the objective? Dapper's going to take down Link. Can they save the guns at least? Looks like they might be able to, but that Cloudburst actually, I think, saves Sick. It's going to get out of there with that gun. And there it is, Team Liquid, 10 rounds to Sentinels 9. Sentinels not having any hope here. And Sean, it is a strategy thing. Right now, it looks like Sentinels are underprepared in how they should be dealing with this strong B setup. They're not working mid or A in such a way that is allowing them to get these post plants.
Yeah, this KO has been a real thorn in the side for the Sentinels right now. And that round in particular takes the Blade Storm away from TenZ. That causes Yampi to peek into TenZ, and he only has a classic. It's just, he's entering A site as the entry fragger with a classic. The KO is absolutely obliterating these A hits from Sentinels, and they have nothing at B.
KO stonks rising. We got the fast push. It looks like
3 of them hit, but Zom's utility stays up. That's huge.
This is what we're talking about. That 0 point so effective at stuffing these timings on these early A hits. But there comes that Viper's Pit. We'll see what can happen behind that one. Sick able to take down Soulcast at the very least. Spike goes down. We haven't seen many of those. Lurk around. Oh! The snake bite double damage shock dart. You love to see that. 4 versus 3 Sentinels looking in good stead here. He does have a neural theft if you can find a body for that. But that Viper's Pit is so difficult to deal with. Spamming in, and he actually gets lucky, Yampi. And there's a Viper's Pit to counter the Viper's Pit. Yampi charging forward. Oh, as he follows the Viper's Pit around the circumference of it. That's beautiful work from him. And somehow Team Liquid doing all the damage. That's absolute, just such amazing work from them. And they have time for this.
They do have time.
I can't believe that they managed to make that work.
What a retake,
Sean.
Dan. I can't believe it.
Just like following the Viper's Pit as it expanded,
smart.
it covered him in the Viper's Pit, his opponent.
It takes away the distance on the near site. What an incredible play from the new pickup. Team Liquid Nevera. Oh my goodness, that's so smart.
This was crazy. I mean, just look at Yampi running with it. Like he's chasing Seekers.
Gosh, that's brilliant.
I've never seen that actually, I don't think. It's just quite like that in this situation.
Not like that. That is very smart. They used it to progress into another Viper ult. That is so smart. Oh my goodness.
I'm blown away, Sean. I'm still thinking about that. And I think Sentinels are blown away as well because they got the plant down. They had a lot of advantages. But once again, Liquid find a way. And it's with Yampi leading the charge.
Yes, and it looks now, Dan, like Liquid is going to run away with this match. That was, I mean, when it was 9-8, that was Liquid's first lead of the entire game. So Sentinels was about to answer back, you know, tie it back up, take the momentum back. And Liquid just said, no, no. This is such a pivotal moment in the match, and I think Sentinels right now needs this timeout to regroup and come into this round with clear heads because they have lost some tilters.
Yes, that round is a backbreaker, that one. And if they can find a way to rally back after that, that'll be impressive. But that is the kind of thing that Sentinels is absolutely and historically demonstrably is capable of.
Yes.
And what's going to be interesting is if TenZ can come online, because he has also been so far this tournament, one of the players that can bail them out. So we'll see what they're able to do here. But Liquid looking like they are strategically and tactically well ahead of Sentinels.
And again, Liquid changing up their setup. And look at this. Navera now has moved to the A site, and he's with Solkis. We've never seen this pairing at the B site. And it looks like that's where the start of Sentinel's default is going. They've had enough of this A site. He's treated them terribly.
Trailblazer up. Elbow into mid. So the early mid pressure and control hasn't actually been a focus for Liquid, really. They've given it in many rounds. Be quite interesting to see if TenZ can get into the nest, but you can see that Scream has a great angle to cover for that. And Yampi as well. Back B with that operator takes down TenZ. That's not
This feels
good.
desperate, Dan. This feels real desperate. Sentinels is roaming around the map and just praying TenZ gets a kill. I don't like this look right now if you're a Sentinels fan.
I was really hoping that TenZ would find his way into the nest, but as that is a hole. However, we do have a deep position and Zoms on holes. But how would they use this position?
Blocking sight.
Scream winning that battle a little bit. Sick actually left at 38 HP.
I think Zoms is looking to push through here. Through the holes. He's found himself the trip.
Yampi's holding this though, Dan. So if he actually pushes through, oh dear.
Oh, he knows though. He's got the angles. He has such good model awareness, player model awareness, able to jiggle out the operator from that distance. Falling back, and in the meantime, we get the B split coming through. It's going to require every single player to hit their shots here for Sentinels, but Scream off to a good start there for Team Liquid. Certainly such a strong setup. Shazam, sick, strike back, one player backside Link. He can end this. They line up, but still, they take him down very quickly indeed. Very little time, but just enough to get the spike planted. Unbelievable recovery here for Sentinels, but
Solkis
it's not over just
yet.
yet.
Dan. He has everything. And those flashes are lethal through this Viper Toxin wall.
And there's the recon. He's going to get... Oh, he doesn't get pinged by it.
Oh.
Now the util coming into play there. There's the frag grenade, but gets absolutely dropped by Shazam and Sentinels.
Wow.
Again, you put their backs against the wall, and you have to keep your guard up because they are always going to find a way to do some damage. Amazing, especially after how desperate TenZ's push looked at the start of the round.
That looked very desperate. That's the first round so far in this entire match where Sentinels took that first engagement in such a dry fashion. I don't think they have an answer right now as to how to enter these sites. We might see a little bit more of that, a little bit of prodding, looser type of play coming out of them. That's what they were built on, but the game has moved past that.
It would be great to see them find ways to like destroy the Cypher trip with shock darts, try to find ways to open up control around holes and mid-nest perhaps, but similar approach to the previous rounds.
Seekers are out right now at elbow, Dan. TenZ is right behind them with Sig.
There's a Hunter's Fury as well to really send it towards spawn. That should be able to help them deal with these players, but Link anchoring there eventually. Looking to try to escape this position. Oh my god, how has he done that? He's taken down 4 players by himself, and now it's down to Dapper to do exactly the same. 2 players quickly oncoming from spawn, and he can't defeat Scream. That's 12 now for Team Liquid, as they have put Sentinels on the ropes.
Oh my goodness, what a monstrous hold by Link right there, Dan. Oh.
You think he has 2 and that's it? He's good. You've done your job.
He is dancing around, dodging Seekers. Look at that perfectly placed cage to peek into the elbow position. Gets both. And then swings in the middle of the open with a Phantom nonetheless.
Just totally in the open. Totally expect. You can't expect him to get any what he's already got there.
Absolute legend play right there from Link.
But we're back into it here. This could be the last round unless Sentinels find another way to deal with this. And their buy is atrocious. Zoms.
Oh, damn, this is the lockdown breaking darts. He's waiting for the... Is he waiting for the lockdown? Oh.
Well, there's a suppression, so he knows that he has to wait to line it up.
Oh, Dan, I think Yampi's going to do it.
There it is. There's one.
Killjoy's everywhere molding right now.
Oh, no. There's nothing. There's nothing
Oh,
that you can do.
it didn't work.
Oh, it didn't?
He didn't shoot the second one.
Why didn't he shoot the second? Oh, okay, that's interesting. But Either way, we've got the Sentinels right now in the A side, but not with the spike. Zoms is in cave, he's got to get across with a spike. That's... I mean, they were waiting for the walls to come up just to make this completely safe.
No more ults remaining on Sentinels. They're going to have to fight their way out of this. Oh dear, all 3 of those players suppressed, Dan.
And now Liquid starting to get closer and closer, but Sentinels defending, taking those fights as Team Liquid try to cross those positions and close the distance, opening themselves up. Sentinels having some early success here. Soulcast, there's the quick flash around the toxic screen! That's insane from Soulcast! Takes Tenz's head right off and is now just down to Zoms. 1 versus 3, there is a time concern here. Zoms, there it is, there's a snake bite. Can he stop this? Is the snake bite going to be enough? It is going to deny this one for now. And there goes the flashing. He's going to... Oh! That is Zoms! He's pulled it out of the bag out of nothing! Zoms, 1 versus 3. Sentinel's not dead just yet.
A classic from Zoms! Oh my goodness! The man was at 8 and 16 before those classic kills, Dan. Flips the game on its head with the Red Bull clutch. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. The individual players in this game are peaking right now.
Oh my God, it's so crazy. It's so crazy that he managed to pull this off. It was halfway. He had to win every single one of those fights with the classic. Okay, if there is not a round to rally the team behind, I don't know what could be better than that.
Look at the money, Dan. Scream has the Blade Storm, but Soulcast only has a Spectre. They are running right into Link right now.
Oh, and they're going to take him down straight away, straight into the back B side. We've never seen such success from Sentinels here. And Ten's elevated position. Will they expect this? Oh, does he see the head? Oh, no, he doesn't! Scream comes in! And how much more damage can he do? Well, he's up against that Viper's Pit. The drone, though, can it find the tag in the Viper's Pit? It's found one, but that's not the Viper. Scream, how many can he get here? Trying to find his way through to the backside, but he will be deflected by Zoms. Sentinels looking to earn that overtime. Just Yampy and Soulcast left against 4 players. Here goes Soulcast. He's been fantastic, but he goes down straight away. Up to Yampy now. He's been so impactful. Recon not finding any freebies there for him, and Sentinels, they bring us to overtime. They look dead maybe 3 or 4 times in this game, but they're still in it.
They were on life support right there, Dan. I cannot believe we are here right now. We are at 12-12. And they did it in the most ridiculous fashion. This team is so difficult to beat. Even when they're at their worst, they refuse to lose. This is insane.
Yeah, it really is absolutely crazy. The Sentinel. This is why this team, no matter the form that they can bring into a tournament, they have that gear to go to, and we're seeing it right now against Team Liquid. I mean, the question is, will Team Liquid be shook? Will they be mentally absolutely shook from that? We'll have to see as we go straight into the overtime.
We haven't seen Liquid on attack in a long time, Dan. So I think they might spread out, and that's what they're doing right now. They're in a base setup, just waiting for any pushes, and look at this. Sick is going to give it to him. He's pushing B right now.
Very passive, but look at the passive approach here has allowed Sick to go very deep, and he's not being discovered.
He had a good timing too, Dan.
Oh, that's such a good read of the timing, just to know that he has this for free.
Oh, you can feel the potential. They're both teams just so passive and quiet right now.
Oh, but they're going to walk into the angle, aren't they? And Sick is right there. He's right there, ready and waiting. Just goes for the first kill. He's just ready for the trade frag. Where is it? Oh, the whole flash is going to actually flash Soulcast, and Sick rather has full HP still.
And he's trying to get out.
And he's trying to get more info as well. The spike is toward B, and they're moving into A at the same time. Can they pull rotation to A here, Team Liquid?
This lurk from Link is huge, Dan. Yampy's in the site, and Sentinels has no idea.
Oh, this is a toxic screen into the B site, and Link picks up the kill onto Tens. Mass confusion against Sentinels as a spike makes his way back to A. Oh my goodness. Liquid finding every headshot here now, Sean, as Zoms is in a 1 versus 3. He's totally out position.
That's insane. We went from a 3-on-5 to a 1-on-3, Dan. The Liquid lurks. Team Lurkwood out here, lurking into the A site, punishing the Sentinels over rotation. Great play from the in-game leader, Yampy, paired up with Link. Vera, Viper's Pit down, and Zoms has a lot to do.
Zoms making his way forward. It's a pure guessing game. As he gets closer in. There we go. Timing there. Yampy picks it up. And Liquid, they earned the hell out of that round. Going down, as you say, 3 against 5 very early and making it look quite decisive in the end.
Yeah, they finally get one. You know, those are the ones that have been going against them towards the end of this game, and they finally got one going in their favor. The individual plays, though, coming out of Link late in this game, heroic. He's getting them across this finish line.
Oh, this is so crazy. It's good. I mean, Liquid off to a good start. They pick up that first round. We get a Sentinels timeout straight away. What could they possibly be discussing here right now, Sean? If you're Sentinels, what is the purpose of a timeout like this at this moment?
I mean, truthfully, nothing worked too well for them on their attack side. It wasn't like Liquid, where it felt like they had a footing in every single round they played. That wasn't the case on Sentinel's attack half. It was a lot of blowout rounds that weren't even close for them towards the end of that half. So I think right now they're just looking at the approach, right? How do we set up at the start of the round? Do we need to go faster at the start of the round? Do we need to, reel back and wait the KO knife out? What is the play? Is the play only to have Zombs play passive so that way the controller utility stays up? Because right now, their approach to the KO is what's wrong. It's this approach of timings around the KO. The KO is always winning them, right? He's always going to use the 0 point to suppress people at A main, the molly over there at the mid doors, and the hit just becomes so discombobulated. There's no cohesion.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I mean, I've been really wanting to see stuff like the shock darts breaking that trip, because Liquid are relying massively in the mid round on that halls trip, and it's kind of shutting down the lurk plays from Sentinels in halls, and that's one of the things that they need.
Or the shocks at B, B or those A halls. We have yet to see that come out of Sentinels.
But here we go, we're back in the action once again. Can Sentinels tie it up, or will Liquid take the first map here? Breeze in his best of 3.
Trailblazer sees Scream over here at this A site. That gives them a lot of info, and he's tagged by the drone, and he's down!
Oh, he goes shot out of the sky by TenZ, and now a 5 versus 4 advantage. They will realize, Sentinels, there's enough delay that there will be a rotation from Team Liquid. Looking to just slowly scale into the A site. They're checking their flank as well. Soulcast providing presence for Team Liquid around the pyramids. There's a frag grenade that will shut down the spy plant. It'll have to be moved. Toxic Screen now runs out of gas. That's going to open up some more duel opportunities here. Once again, Soulcast keeping that pressure up high, but I think the Toxic Screen up again just to deny it. And now Sentinels have that plant. Nivera looking for a timing around the side, but Shazam with the lurk. Can he find it? Yes, he can. And they need it right now. Sentinels need this from Shazam. He takes out another one. Now they get one man to the good. Sick finds his opportunity, pushing forwards. Pressure from all sides against Link, but he takes down Sick. And it's the 1v1. The in-game leader, Shazam. Can he come out here for Sentinels? They need this to tie this one up. Spike down on the ground. Link playing the time game. Hopping up. Looking for the timing to go for the swing. He takes it for Team Liquid. What a 1v1 from him against the in-game leader of Sentinels. Sentinels, it was such an impressive rally back from such a desperate position. But in the end, Team Liquid held their mental, they held their ground, they came back, and they got one map in the bag in this best of 3.
I'm at a loss for words, Dan. This is a map where Scream started 0-11. 0-11 on Breeze. This is the map that Sentinels picked against Furia. This is a map Sentinels is comfortable on. This performance on the defensive half from Liquid, especially Link, it's unbelievable. I can't believe it. What a first map that was.
Just this. Our job is to spit out words, but there really aren't too many words for that one. I think everyone watching really felt the tension there, and to see both teams have to go to a new gear each and every time to try to step up. And I think what we saw here is that Liquid's preparation for Breeze, tactically, strategically, that's what really won them.
Yes, a cut above. A cut above. I think you nailed it late in that game in OT, where you said we hadn't seen the shock darts to break the trips, right? That would have been a massive piece of utility that helped out Sentinels break into the B side, activate their lurks a little bit more, which never really came into fruition on that attack half. But man, this is all about Liquid and just the mental prowess to come back into this game when the way they were down.
Yes. Yes, and just seeing right at the end there, that's just such a beautiful like 1v1 clutch against Shazam.
Yeah.
I love that was the winning moment.
Yes.
Seeing how both players are trying to read the timings of the beat. You got to commit to a swing at some point. Shazam had a time issue. Link, he could just stay there, be passive, but he knew he had to pick a moment. And just seeing the kind of mental focus and the confidence.
You could see it built. You knew he was going to swing there. It was building all game. The confidence for that swing right there to close it out. But now we're going to go to bind, Dan.
Yep.
And that's the one weakness for Liquid in their map pool right now.
Oh, it's just set up so perfectly. We're going to take a breather, go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here in Valorant Champions. It's going to be good.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Bubblegum. Dance like it's 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 bubblegum. We pop bands like it's bubblegum. Bands like it's we pop bands like it's bubblegum. Bands like it's we pop bands like it's bubblegum. Bands like it's we pop bands like it's bubblegum. 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 Bubble bass.
Welcome back to Champions. We're only one map in, but this series is already delivering. Gave us an overtime and a comeback win by Team Liquid. Just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted. We knew that this was going to be a spicy series. The first time that these two teams are clashing, and it's all correct. Everything is right in the world right now. We go to overtime, and unfortunately, we can't go beyond 14 and 12. It seems like, you know, with the 3 OTs that we see, that's going to be the final score. But it's just awesome.
I'm going to lose my voice, and I'm not even on the cast. I'm yelling at this thing so much. This is just unbelievable. So many back and forth plays, so many incredible moments, so many hero plays. What a treat.
What a step up by every single person on Team Liquid. Sure, Navera's got the top combat score at 230, but you look across 227, 227, 221, and those top 4 players for Team Liquid all had 20 kills. So they evened it up as a squad, and it all started for me in a lot of ways with Yampy early in the series, right? He was the one who was doing something on the first half, and the rest kind of picked it up behind him.
I mean, they like desperately needed somebody to do something, and Scream absolutely was not. He and Yampy were going back and forth, round over round, not being able to pick up any kills. Yampy finally gets on the board, makes it an ace, and then from there continues to find steady impact. We know that, you know, him playing Sova, he is one that will always go for that operator, whether he's on that, whether he's on the Killjoy. That's where he feels the most comfortable. That's where he starts finding that impact for the side of TL, and everybody else just kind of gets on board with it.
And it's his utility as well. I mean, his utility play was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
This headshot percentage is absolutely just ridiculous.
Team headshot percentage over 30%.
That's stupid.
That's nuts.
That's
That's nuts. Shows you how they were turning it on. And that's just incredible to see. Again, it started there with Yampy in the first half, that round 9 ace. Phenomenal. We had everybody else stepping up behind. And I don't know when Breeze became a defensive-sided map, but apparently it is now. We speak of Yampy turning it on with that ace. That's our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. Let's relive it one more time.
Just absolutely beautiful off the bat. You know, you're just going to go ahead, get in here, get a nice little dart through. And this definitely comes, you know, to him suddenly just getting more than he was even expecting. Comes up with 2 kills off the Hunter's Fury, but he's just trying to get 10s.
Yeah, we celebrated the first kill on the Hunter's Fury because it was his first kill of the game.
Right.
Yeah. And then he followed it up with 4 more.
This was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the around the pyramid with the operator is just disgusting, and then he follows it up with the flick on the sick. I mean, just absolutely nuts stuff from him. Our second Sova ace of the day. I mean, this has just been one of the best days of Valorant I can remember. I mean, period.
Sova players rejoice. I also do want to call someone else out, though, on Team Liquid, because my personal MVP for them
I think I'm right there with you.
was Link.
Me too.
Yes.
Yep.
It was Link.
Yep.
I mean, we talked about him as an anchor. That's why we featured him before the series even started. And B felt like it was almost never an option for Sentinels, simply because that's where Link was posted up. And then even in the late rounds was coming in clutch time after time.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about him in the pre-show coming into this, you know, how great of a site anchor he is, but he is also incredibly clutch. You know, if he's by himself, more often than not, he's going to be able to take the rounds for you, and he just continues to show this time and time again. You know, he just has a great game sense. He doesn't necessarily need to flip over to his Cypher cam to get info. He's just got a great read on where people are going to be typically, and, you know, that last little 1v1 standoff, him versus Shazam, is just the perfect way to kind of end it.
It was brutal. It was brutal.
He's so good at so many things, and the lockdown is the first thing you see, right? You saw that quad kill towards the end of the half, and then he's good on the lurks as well, right? He's showing up at the right times in the right place, and you can see his KDA phenomenal. First bloods, whatever, we don't need that, but 20 kills is absolutely ridiculous. This guy is unbelievable right now. His form is nuts.
Yeah, round 15 had a B-side on lockdown. It was round 22 when he had that 4K just floating out in the middle of B site with the Phantom, which was incredible in and of itself. And then, of course, the final round locking it up. So kind of every step of the way on the back half, bringing Team Liquid to a 1-0 lead on their own map. And I think that's why it was important for them to win it, because we talk about where we're going next. Sean called it out. If there's one hole in Team Liquid's play, it's going to be bind. But there's also something that we need to talk about on the side of Sentinels. While everyone else stepped up, Tens found himself in the 4th slot on the leaderboard, 14, 21, and 4. So a step back for him, and I want to check in on him and how he's warming up for this second map of the day with our Aim Lab shoot-around.
Well, he's already had to reset once, so not a great look, but I suppose. But yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster ride for just about everybody throughout this this first map. But 10 started off strong again, a bit like Yampy, gets that operator in his hands, starts finding heavy impact. But as TL picked up the pace, he wasn't really able to keep up with it. He started falling further and further behind, and it really fell on the shoulders of the likes of Zoms, of Dapper, of Shazam to really try to push Sentinels into that OT. And then unfortunately, just don't quite get far enough. They fall short.
And I want to give Zoms and Shazam in particular a lot of credit here. They played really, really well. Shazam hit some really nice shock darts multiple times, some great snake bites, some great cover from the teams. I mean, those guys did all they could, but Tens was just a little bit behind, and we saw, of course, that whiff coming through mid doors.
That was brutal. That was a bit of a tilter. And by no means do I want to paint this as a disastrous position for Sentinels. Again, it was a 14-12 victory for Team Liquid. It was close.
Yeah.
But that is the kind of person that you're going to look at in terms of a scoreline to say if a couple things change for him, that whiff doesn't come through. That's a round win possibly for Sentinels. Maybe you're not going to overtime to begin with. There's a number of things, right? This is just going to hurt me to rewatch it, but it's important.
Got to do him dirty with the replay, huh?
Hey, I didn't choose to do that.
Production pulling it out.
Yeah, don't point the finger at me.
He's just trying to follow him to the left, and then he ran out of mouse pad space.
The cord got caught. That's why you got to switch to them wireless mouses out there, friends. Okay, you don't want to get caught on the end of the desk. Let's talk about map 2, though. Let's talk about the recovery that's necessary by Sentinels here. We're going to bind what works for them, what doesn't, where can they take advantage of Team Liquid.
Well, they're starting on the attacker's side, and we saw this lockdown defense. I mean, I don't think you're going to see a Cypher on Bind. You usually don't, but you're still going to have the Viper. That's still going to be a problem. And the way that, they used the KO was really interesting because they had the Viper utility and the Cypher utility on one side, the KO on the other side. So that way, if they tried to break through A, they can throw that knife out, slow down the utility on that side. It was just unbreakable on the front side of B with everything that was in the way. There was no way to counter it really on the way that Sentinels had their agent lineup set up.
We asked a lot of questions about KO. We asked a lot of questions about KO on Breeze, and we're now seeing the effectiveness of it. You got to start to wonder how much is it going to start bleeding into other maps? Will teams start utilizing it to kind of stymie the offense, the pushes that you're talking about, while you're using different utility to just put up, a great wall of defense on the other side?
Yeah, Soulcast played it extremely well. He was shutting down utility left, right, and center, canceling Sova drones, taking TenZ out of his Blade Storm when he's trying to enter. They're talking about on the broadcast, suddenly he finds himself stuck at Pyramid with just a classic in his hand, nothing else realistically to do, and he just ends up dying. He played it extremely well. Bind is a map where you can see that KO come through. It's just, have they workshopped it enough to feel comfortable going for it, either of these squads? It's hard to say because TL, they banned it away in their first series. This is going to be our first updated look at this map with them. Same for Sentinels. We didn't see it in the Furia series.
I'm done trying to predict stuff. I'm just throwing out options at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, this tournament's been so wild, Dash. It's just been like everybody's kind of playing maps that we've never seen or they usually don't play, and they're bringing in new stuff. I mean, like I said yesterday, Vision Strikers brought KO for the first time ever. Yep. So there's all kinds of new stuff being brought to the table here. Everyone is bringing, everything they have, every strategy they've been planning for the last couple months for this event.
For me, that's the fun of having a 7-map pool, finally, right? It really is forcing a lot more creativity. You're seeing teams pushed onto more unique iterations or combinations of matchup by matchup.
Yeah, gone are the days of, ban your opponent's best map, play your second best, etc. Now there's a lot more depth to it. There's a lot more thought that has to go into the map draft and whatnot. So it's absolutely fantastic to see. And you do have to make these hard decisions. If your Team Liquid, it continues to see that they want to ban away Fracture, and they're willing to go to this map where they do not perform well historically, because they're just that much more concerned about the other maps.
Prime Gaming agent select him. We're delivered another KO. Soulcast is going back to it.
I mean, I feel this is going to look a bit similar on the defender side for Team Liquid, where Soulcast is on one side, and you can transfer around between A and B with the KO. I think either way, you've got a lot of ability to control Showers or U-Haul on A, and then Hookah and B main on B side. So a lot of options here for Team Liquid, and Sentinels, they've got to find some kind of magic to break through this stuff.
I kind of figured that TenZ was obviously going to stick with the Jet. I wasn't sure if maybe we would see any kind of adjustment, somebody go for something like a Raze, which has kind of been creeping back in popularity a bit, at least on our side of the planet, their favorite thing. But no, just going to be sticking with it. So nothing too shocking to be seen here, I suppose. It's just going to come down to how they pilot it.
Right, will be that single difference in where the flashes come from. Sick on the Sky, Soulcast on the KO. As we mentioned, Sentinels maybe going to feel like they just took a bit of a punch to a gut, having been in such control over the map Breeze from their first half. But again, this is where they should feel comfort in terms of the map pool that is in front of us for this best of 3. So looking for them to pull something out, dig deep, bring us to that map 3 that I know everybody out there wants to see.
Yeah, I hope that they are able to get it done, but one of the big concerns is, on paper, Sentinel should be able to win this on Bind, but I would have said the same thing about Gambit in that last series. So, the tides are changing. Things are getting shifted around.
Times are changing. The map is loading up. The players are ready. DDK and Shot Garris take it away.
We're back at it again here. Map 2 between these two titans from North America and from Europe, respectively. And Sean, we're in map 2 on Binds. We've got Team Liquid on the defense and Sentinels on the attack.
Yeah, this is Sentinels map pick, but we haven't seen them here for a long time, Dan. Not actually since August, I believe. We saw them week after that game, actually, against 100 Thieves. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a minute.
Steal on the Jet.
That was back when, Sick was locking in Raze, TenZ was locking in Reyna. This is a very different look. Very different. But here we have the A site denial of vision coming in from Dapper, the Poison Orb going towards U-Haul, the wall going up to block vision. Shaz trying to get control of Shower on this Sova roll. Meanwhile, Sick getting presence inside hookah. Zom's holding long. This is all just spreading the map, trying to feel out Liquid setup.
Tiny poison gap to work with there. It's crazy that everybody still has full HP, honestly. And we'll get Sentinels now walking back towards B. No info right now for Liquids.
They've left Shaz alone here with this Sova and a drone, Dan. I think they're trying to fake this A side. They're trying to pull a rotate, and they're getting the KO to cross spawn right now.
Oh, and there's going to be the catch. Ten's able to open up there, and that's all the Sentinels looking to try to get in. The Astra Nebula trying to slow things down, and in fact, Sentinels aren't really in after all. They're struggling to get out of the choke point. Yampy, that's a huge fight to get. Crossfire now between Yampy and his teammate over at Cubby. That is huge. And now these Tens and Shazam to try to do it here. But Yampy doing so much damage. Does go down though.
Screams out, Dan.
2v2, and yeah. Here he goes in from the back, but Tens snaps back at him with that ghost, and now it's just down to Navera, 24 health to work with. And there's the plant. There's a 1v1 perhaps for Navera, but he's now missed the timing. Tens coming off of the spike plant, can now assist.
He's trying to bait a fight. He's trying to bait a fight. Fake a fight with one, get the fight with the other. But it's not happening, and Shaz is going to take him out and close out the round. But man, what a hold by Yampy at long.
Crazy.
It looked like Liquid was out of that round, and he came up so big. 3 frags and a dink on the 4th. Answered only by, of course, Tens on the other side, getting 3 of his own.
Yeah, this was a really great round there from Yampy. And that 1v1 just alone then sets up the crossfire here between him and Link. So if Link is able to kind of stay alive a little bit, they can kind of play that angle. And it could be a 1 round. Like, that is the potential there because of Yampy doing so much. But, of course, as you say, fantastic pistols there from Sentinels. Something we had in question after their match against Furia where they lost so many.
Indeed, and here's the same early round setup coming out of Sentinels. The wall and Poison Orb block all vision from this A side. Zom's getting spotted at B. Little bit of info coming in for Solkis. This is Sentinels using all of this Viper utility. Just clear out the close short A push. You know, keep the variables to a minimum. Again, the spike is still down in market. This is just Sentinels kind of feeling out the map, prodding around, and trying to figure out which site they actually want to go to. Sick throwing a guiding light in hookah that doesn't get anything is a little bit telling.
Yeah, I can see that there's no bite from Liquid. They're just rotating to A, not reading into the guiding light there. And oh, a couple concussed there, I think, in the U-Haul position. Dapper will be able to hold this one. Oh no, it's actually Tens who just, I think, 180 slaps Navera in the face, and 4 players left for Liquid. Scream able to make some of this work, and uh-oh, these Sheriffs are starting to really create problems. We see a big U-Haul take now from Sentinels, shoring up that position, playing it
the
close.
0 point, Dan. It's there. He could take all these abilities away.
Do have these taken still, and they're going to move back out again, reclaim some ground after that frag. Trying to work with these 2 Sheriffs, still dangerous, but that heal's certainly going to be very important. Has to be the headshots here with these Sheriffs. Lincoln, yeah, it just feels so oppressive from these Team Liquid players. They've got not too much health, just the Sheriffs, and they look so dangerous. And Link takes down another one. So much damage coming in here just with these few Sheriffs that they managed to cobble together. Oh my god, Sean, that looked way too desperate and just dangerous.
Yeah, it looked like, oh, and Zoms falls to the spike.
Oh wow, that's so much damage.
So much damage coming in from Team Liquid on that eco round right there. Sentinel's going to come into the first buy, and it's do or die. If they lose this round, they're going to be broken economically. You know, they're not going to have that second buy after the bonus that most teams get. Link continuing his form coming into the second map.
It's the first gun round, although that said,
Dan, this is, I'm gonna cut you off. This is very different. Dapper's setting up his A setup, but everyone else is grouped very quickly around B. No Showers presence at all. This feels like a B hit.
You have the KO in Soulcast, using the 0 point, trying to slow things down, get some information, of course, gets a suppress, I think, on just Shazam. So just 1 player, that's not a huge tell.
No map control for Sentinels right now. It's a little bit worrisome. It means they pretty much have to commit here to B. They would have to go so far into the blind.
Liquid still with 3 on A. Sentinels might still have a timing into this B site. Solkaz here. He has to hit his shots, and he's not going to. That Guardian from TenZ is just so dangerous.
He's in, Dan. He's in the site.
And there's no way to really stop it. Sentinels have position. Now the question is, what does Team Liquid do? They don't have ult, so the retakes. Oh, you've got the Judge though, right there in Hookah, and there's not anything to respond to that with, and that's going to be a rifle collected. 3 versus 3, and Sentinels, the only post-plant positioning they have is Garden right now, and TenZ with a Guardian.
This is such a risky spot TenZ is in, and he gets
spammed.
Gets spammed by Scream.
Zoms trying to create some distraction. He's trying to buy time for the lurk. He has to buy time and distraction for the lurk. But there is Link again, swinging with the Spectre, and every fight won by Team Liquid. Great retake from them. Sentinels found a timing. Sure, I mean, they had a 4 versus 1. They found a 4v1 on B, got the spike planted, and still Liquid come out with 3 alive. Unreal.
Yeah. Again, the hero of the match right now for Team Liquid is Link. Staying alive in that hookah position. If he has a rifle or any other gun than a Judge, he's going to be visible to those players in the site. But he has a Judge, and he tucks himself in the perfect little hidey hole there in Hookah and takes out Zoms the second he enters. That really screwed up Sentinel's flow into the round. You see TenZ caught in that weird position holding Hookah. Great recovery, though, from Liquid. Again, though, fast B hit again, Dan. This must be a weakness.
TenZ does pull out that Blaze Storm, and we can talk more about that B weakness in a moment as we get TenZ getting sucked in, and there is a Judge right around the corner into the Nebula. He goes with a Judge Link. He misses the first 2 shots, gets taken down by Dapper, and that's going to isolate Solkaz. He's alone on Garden, and he just has to hold on before that reinforcements comes, but TenZ knows he's got to try to find him. Can he get to him? He's roaming around inside the Nebula with that Judge, and Zoms is going to take him down. Great read from Zoms. There's that Hunter's Fury finally put to use by Yampi. And, well. Sentinels, they're in a great spot here.
And they have the Judges now pushed up in the Defender spawn. It's like the roles have been reversed, and this is going to be a super hard rotate with the Judges close range.
The Sliggy Judges. Making their way around Elbow. Here's the hold. Dapper with that Judge, you were mentioning it. Gets the 1, but Scream with 2. And suddenly, there's opportunity. TenZ, though, strikes back. Not going to let this happen. Nor will Sick, as Sentinels, they win a round right back against Team Liquid. That's a fantastic result, and I don't know how they managed to circumvent the Judges. That looks so difficult to deal with.
Wow, Dan. That was the eco that Liquid earned from having that strong second round. It didn't matter. The Frenzy runs into that Nebula, taking out the Judge, and Zoms classic spams the other one. 2 Judges holding the B site, both fall. What is this? 3-1, Liquid now on the eco. They're going to Sheriffs. It's time to aim, Dan.
Yeah, and Scream, he has that Blaze Storm too. See if he'll pull that one out in this round. TenZ still on the Judge. Love to see it. And there we go, Blaze Storm pulled out. Looking to go aggressive perhaps around this one. Falling back is Sentinels, but Dapper is still holding the position, so they will be safe. Navera is pretty weak here now. Trying desperately to get more, but I don't know that he's going to get any more, so just I don't know, Navera is so screwed in that position, just nowhere to go, locked away in the prison.
Yeah, it's one of those weird scenarios where all of the Sentinels players are here. So if they just all stay there and try to get this frag, they could easily lose the round from someone that flanks them and makes a really crazy scenario for them. So they just ignore Navera. You know, he has enough to worry about when he opens that door.
And we can make a quick point here whilst we see Liquid maybe trying to do something here. Maybe I'll hold that thought. I just feel so nervous. Maybe Scream's going to come through here with Navera, find a way to do some extra damage, pick up some guns. There are lots of guns actually to be collected, possibly. If they choose to go for that. And there you go. Cloudburst through the TP. And some guns on the ground. They're going to try to do some damage with these. Oh, they're going to fall back. They're going to fall back with them. But we can make a quick point here, Sean. You said the B site seems like it's being targeted. We understand that the B site, you have 2 agents that are kind of split up from one another. They don't really have util to support each other. And we're not seeing setups where they're playing together right now. So it's easier for Sentinels to isolate the defense by hitting that B site right now.
Yeah, it's a very odd pairing that they have over. They have the Astra and KO. It's not one that I'm used to seeing in the B side. It's difficult because those abilities don't really, they're not as impactful as some of the others at stopping these super aggressive B hits. That's why we see a lot of Sovas over there. We see a lot of Vipers, things like that can really bog these hits down. Even Skies over at Garden. We see a lot of things like that, but this is such a different look, and so far it hasn't been successful, Dan.
Yes, and we almost saw Scream going across 2B to start this round. He's picked up a Guardian. This is not a good buy from Team Liquid. It's not the best buy ever, but they do have the Operator on Yampy, and here he goes, looking for the A-short aggression. Nothing given just yet. There's the swing, and Yampy connects with nothing but the headshot onto Dapper. Tens takes the opportunity, dashes forward. Love that into U-Haul with the Judge, the perfect weapon for this one. And Scream trying to hold backside here, trying to reclaim this position, but surely this is too dangerous against Tens. He's got that Judge, and in he goes. He's converted another one and just locked away any chance at a trade.
It's really not fair when someone as good as Tens uses a Judge, Dan.
And there goes the Cosmic Divide too. That's going to really make things difficult for the retake.
Absolutely. The retake will almost certainly have to come through U-Haul, and that won't be a problem because both these players are suppressed.
Jumping Judges. Okay, Scream's going to find the headshot onto Sick. 2 versus 3 here. Is he just Ten's going to push the Cosmic Divide? Oh, he does! He goes straight through, finds the timing. And now it's down to Soulcast. They know where he is. They make the play around U-Haul, but too many angles, and that's another round in the bag from Sentinels. 5-1, even though Yampy opened it up. The quick response from Tens evened that up and allowed Sentinels to roll right through.
Yeah, one of the better openings we've seen from Team Liquid after that pistol round, and it didn't really amount to much of anything this round. It looked like Sentinels was always in control, large part due to Tens with this Judge. He took U-Haul and made it his own.
He pushes the Cosmic Divide, Sean. He's a mad lad.
Yeah, with an Operator nonetheless.
Yeah. Basically a shotgun for Tens, though.
Yes.
Okay, Team Liquid timeout, and we've highlighted some of the issues, right? We're seeing that B site get targeted down due to those weaknesses, isolating those players, the Astra, the KO, we were talking about it. But the question is, what's the adjustment for Team Liquid now?
This is the problem for Liquid, is that they have a lot of, I don't know, a weird comp setup in both of these sites. So I think they might need to switch it up, maybe move Yampy to the B site. They also have the problem of that Yampy's opping on the Sova, whereas normally we would have a Jet opping in a game like this. So it's creating a weird dynamic right now in Liquid's defense on Bind, and I'm not sure. Maybe Scream is going to need to op and control B a little bit more. Maybe they bring Yampy over there on this Sova role. It's a very interesting setup right now that Liquid's running, and I think it's also causing them to lose control of Showers a lot on these hits, right? It's not like they're losing it because Sentinels is taking it. They're just not really playing it, ever. It's very odd choices right now being made by Liquid.
Well, we'll see if the timeout was in any way sort of elucidating as to how Team Liquid should find the clarity to handle this situation, but we're on a weird buy right now. I see 3 Judges, Sean, and 2 Sheriffs.
Yeah, definitely a weird buy-in. But Scream is looking to challenge this along B right now, Dan.
This is a scary half buy. I'll be totally honest with that. And we'll see once again the commitment towards B. And as you say, Scream is there to shore up that Garden defense along with Soulcast on the KO. Oh, Dapper getting sucked in, trying to fall back there. Oh, that's a shot and a half from Tens. Fine Soulcast, drops him cold towards that B site. And the rest of Sentinels will be behind Tens. Oh, no! Come on, Tens! That is not fair. And he's going to dash forward, and he's going to draw the fire, and Dapper's going to take down Link. What the hell do you do against that?
The drone didn't even tag the man yet, Dan. He didn't even wait for the drone tag. He just wanted the no-scope then and there. Wow, what a shot.
Just give it to him. Where's the last one? Nevera has a Judge. So, I mean, yeah, this is a tough one.
We mentioned Tens had a good start on Priest, but he really fizzled out. He's sitting right now, I believe, at 13-2 is what I just saw. So he's having another very solid start.
Yep.
But he needs to be active in the late game if Sentinels wants to come back in this series.
So one of the things you mentioned on at the end of the last map is that we saw Sentinels barely losing the first map Breeze. And now we go into Bind. You said this is the hole in Team Liquid's map pool. As far as the veto goes, this is the main hole. And right now Sentinels are looking very threatening.
Yes, actually, ironically, Dan, this defensive half is their only half in the map pool since the start of September where they've won less than 50% of the rounds. So this is their biggest weakness that we're witnessing right now. And that's why Sentinels, this is a power pick by them. They're going into Liquid's map pool right now. And Liquid doesn't look to be handling it very well.
And we have Scream again. This is the adjustment. He's playing the operator now to support the B site.
Toxins going up.
0 point maybe coming soon. There we go. That's it did not break the drone.
Shaz with an adjustment in his positioning, and Scream breaks the drone. That's a lot of info. Tens takes the angle.
And Scream's actually rotating back to A right now after showing his presence on B. It's a gamble, the reposition. Oh, we have a very deep position from Yampy, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he arrowed outside Showers early, Dan. This is exactly what I was saying. They're pushed all the way through Showers. Look at his advanced position. But still, Dan, 3 people are on A, and this B site is going to fall any second.
Maybe they were expecting a mid-round rotation that never came. Viper's Pit dropped on that B site. That will allow a spike plant to go down. And Soulcast does have the null command. See if that comes into play here on the retake as they start to coordinate. Team Liquid rallying around every position, looking for the coordinated retake. The spike goes down, actually. Soulcast making plays. There's the flash. Shazam, the only player not flashed, takes down Soulcast. Huge 1v1 there from Shazam. And now it's up to Scream and Yampy against 4. And there's a good start from Scream and Yampy. 1 apiece, 2 versus 2. Yampy's being spotted, Tens gets shot in the back. Scream comes out of nowhere, takes down the rest, and a 2v4 is converted into a 2v none. Team Liquid somehow recover.
Wow, I think Sentinels just two-headed their way out of that round, Dan. They thought there was more people than Liquid had in that site. They were terrified. They didn't want to plant. They didn't want to move out into the site, but it was open. It was free for them the whole time. And then when Scream gets here, look at this, gets the op kill, picks up the Phantom. Oh my, he's back.
Such a big round to win. That's going to put 2 on the board now for Team Liquid. Playing a similar setup, they've got Scream on the operator. They've got the double operator setup. Yampy towards A with his.
And Navarre actually used the Viper's Pit over there in Showers. His full control of that area of the map with Yampy opping in heaven at A.
They know the judges here. They heard it destroy the Trailblazer. Oh, Scream is coming up to Hookah as well with that operator. Will Link provide the bait? Link playing anti-flash.
Ooh, Dapper is lurking up short A right now, Dan. He's being very active on the lurk, but it won't matter. Scream gets the opening.
Just would never expect Scream to be there. They just cleared that with the Trailblazer as well. Quick pop flash there. Will that deal with Link? Sick comp. He can't push it quickly enough. He's looking to the left. This Hookah attempt has been completely forward, but in the meantime, lurking through the A site. Dapper, can he make the difference here for Sentinels? He's created a lot of space. Navarro with the Showers control on the Viper's Pit, but Dapper's so deep. Sentinels looking for that plant now. There it goes.
30 seconds left.
Dapper with a lot of positions to worry about here.
It's going to take a lot of foresight for them to do. So no Dapper's here, but he's whiffed, Dan.
He has, and Navarro is there on Showers. Could peek at any moment. Look at Sentinels, they're looking to play around the spawn, and it's all going to be here, rallying together. Dapper, he takes down one more, pulls out the classic, and he's got time to work with now. Shazam still has U-Haul. There goes the Blaze Storm. Scream out of the window, trying to see what he can find. Navarro is the one to take down Dapper, though. Shazam, he's got so much to do, and now it's just up to Zoms. Not a lot of time. Zoms bites his time. He takes them down, and they don't have any time to get on the defuse. There's no time left. Zoms, he takes it in the 1v3. There's nothing they can do. It's out of their hands. He goes down, but it doesn't matter. Sentinel 7 on the board now.
Incredible. Incredible. Zoms, he's quiet. He's quiet again, Dan. But just when they need him the most, yet another 1-on-3. The brothers looked like they had that clutch in the bag. Nevera goes back to red. Solkas back up. Oh my. Zoms played that so perfect. Right before the half comes in, he takes out Scream, drops that orb. Well played by Zoms, and look at the buy coming in from Liquid. They know they're in a rough spot. They need to invest something. They need to get more rounds on the board, Dan.
Yep, and with Zoms Nation collecting all the Red Bull clutches, it's looking more and more difficult. Trailblazer there's going to spot one on top of the B site. Lots of pressure. In fact, it's not just pressure, it's a full commitment. What on earth is happening? Tens, how does he get a kill? What is going on? Tens is going to go down. He gets traded out, but enters a 2v4 after the smoke clears. But Shazam's able to find one. Scream looked for information. Nebula pops down more information. I think Shazam is so worried here. Liquid players could be anywhere. Needs to get the spike towards the hookah exit. Able to pick that one up. Can they reset out of this position? Shazam gets back, and Zoms gives the info. One is towards Garden.
So now Liquid actually should have all the info, but if you look, Nevera's actually a little confused about things. Shazam finds both, and Nevera's locked all the way by the A site. I don't think Sentinels will expect this, though, but the recon clears back site, and that's a free plant.
Oh, man, Nevera has a hell of a job on his hands. 1 versus 2, and these two players in the post plant, they could be anywhere at all.
Yeah, especially with this amount of time on the clock, Dan. And this is a very, very difficult clutch for Nevera, but he has his wall here. If you look, the wall blocks off both Hookah and Octagon.
And that will allow him to clear some positions safely, but there's a guessing game here. He can't guess, I mean, he can't check everything. Gets closer. Now he's going to start to realize what's going on. He's been tagged. He's going to get absolutely spammed there. Shazam with a quad kill. Excellent stuff there from the in-game leader of Sentinels. 8-2 now the score on the first half. And it would not surprise me if they rallied all the way to 10 here. They're playing excellent bind against Liquid, who are starting to look like they are struggling. Well, I mean, they've been looking like they're struggling for a while now here on this first half. On the defensive half, like you say, the weakest half in their map pool, perhaps.
Yeah, they look like they don't have the answers, and it's not from a lack of trying different things, right? They've even tried pushing through showers. They've tried stacking sites. They've moved around, had the double operator in play, including getting one onto Scream. But they just can't string together these rounds. They have another buy in them. They have a couple ults to work with. Yompi's is the key one that I'm looking at.
And these hookah setups, they've been pretty good actually from Team Liquid. They've planted 2 players there. They've managed to find some success, but Tens. He is finding his form here on Bind. Nice opening there from him, and they can reset off after that one. But actually, I say that, Tens is still pretty deep. He's going for more. Finds a kill onto Scream, and Shazam pushing them back on the A side. They can barely see Sentinels players before they get just annihilated.
And they know these last 2 players, Dan, they've been playing B every single round. So look at Sentinels. They're just speeding it up to the A site. Zoms is going to be in charge of holding this flank, but Solkas has quite a good timing.
He does actually, yeah. And he's going to actually escape. If he was to push, he would have escaped Zoms and found the back of Tens, but could never know that, of course. And oh, it's desperate. It's very desperate here for Team Liquid.
That's another round. Yompi is trying to piece this setup together. Liquid has yet to figure out that Sentinels just doesn't care about showers in this game. They just don't care. And Yompi has gone there quite often. He's aerialed the back. He's even droned out of showers this round. But instead of pushing through and taking that advanced positioning, he fell back into sight and got tagged by Shaz's drone, got ulted and taken out. These are the things that Liquid are lacking. Actually taking what's given to them. And the shock dart takes out Link. This round's all but over. Solkas is trying desperately to hold on to this Vandal.
Yeah, and I think one of the rounds where he went very deep on showers and it was going to be play, they had the info. They still had 3 just stuck on the A site. They didn't use that info for a rotation, expecting a mid-rounds kind of adjustment, just expecting a default. But that's not really how Sentinels have been playing as well. So And look at Tens, you know, his confidence is just getting out of control. And that's a problem, especially if we're going to a third map, which it looks like if this keeps going, that's going to be on the cards.
Split is on the cards, Dan. Let's go.
The Soulcast set up in Hookah once again. Sick making all the noise.
This is a very fast long B play by Sentinels. This is a different pace than they've had all game long. Seekers are already out. That's Yampi's ult.
I think they go for the tally, Sean, because they just heard all the TPs from short. And we've got a lurk through onto the A side from Dapper. They're going for the TP. They've massively outpositioned Team Liquid. Oh no, this is terrifying.
Oh my, Dan, look at this. The one-time Liquid has the fast rotate. They get absolutely outplayed by Sentinels. Dapper's lurk up short. Plant coming in from Sick. Shaz holds the flank. All 4 Liquid members locked out in spawn right now.
There is a Cosmic Divide for Link for the retake. And there it goes, cutting off short and showers. Oh my god, Tens is just destroying everyone with his knives. Oh. Prime Game Flawless comes through from Sentinels, and again, that was just, oh no. The problem is that Sentinels had played players on short a few times, but this is the one time when they went heavy long, they heard the TPs, and the answer was obvious.
Yeah, especially when you pointed it out, Dapper aggressed all the way through U-Haul. He hears the triple TP. Everyone on Sentinels is right next to the teleporter over there at Long B. And then, yeah, Farmer Tens.
Farmer Tens, absolutely.
That's tough job, but someone's got to do it, Dan.
Yeah, that's a 10-2 first half. An incredible display from Sentinels after that first map. They're looking damn good for the W here. We'll throw it back to the desk to hear their thoughts.
A 10-2 first half for Sentinels. That's how you want to see them strike back on a map number 2 if we're looking to go to 3, and it's 10-2 steps up. 18 kills on the half, 4 more than he had over the entirety of the first map, Breeze.
He's unstoppable right now. He just got in the zone. I mean, you can't hold a good player back long. Like, him and Scream both are performing better here, but he has really taken another step forward. He's just incredible. He's so fun to watch when he starts hitting his groove.
Yeah, he's just been going on it there. It's averaging, what, 374 ACS right now, I do believe, and it's not likely to dip too much further because it doesn't seem like they're going to have too many extra rounds coming through once we shift over. I mean, granted, I'd love to see the run back for TL, make it a little bit closer, but it just seems like this is done and dusted.
For me, it's just that's the tip of the iceberg of the comfort that the whole team is feeling on this map.
Yeah, they don't seem to be struggling with the KO utility here. It is a little bit different. Like, on Breeze, right, there's only 2 ways really into the sites on the attacker side, so it's a lot easier to find the timings with the 0 points. Here, there's basically 4 ways, 2 on each side. A little bit tougher to find the timings on those knives.
What about the comment from the casters on the way that the utility and the defense was set up on B, where you're using 2 agents that can't necessarily lend their utility to each other? You've got the KO and the Astra, and they really did seem to get picked apart by the entries of Tens and the speed at which he was able to come onto the site.
Yeah, it's an interesting look here for Link. Normally he's going to be, as we've been touting him up, one of the best side anchors out there, but he's, at the very beginning of this map especially, getting picked apart, trying to hold things down in hookah. He's not able to clear people out when he's the one holding a hard angle with a judge. They're pushing in on him, just out-pressuring him, and he's not really been able to pick up those kills that, we were seeing him get left, right, and center on Breeze.
There's more space open here, Dash. Because there isn't the tripwires and some other utility, the Viper utility as well. So there's more vision as well. Typically, that Tens is going to be able to find for himself. On top of just being absolutely, cracked out of his mind.
Who
with the
pushes
operator.
through an Astra wall with up?
Come on, dumb. It's just not fair when he gets on these tears like this.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting, but it's what you want to see to set up for the bout that we've been touting this to be, right? Again, we keep talking about, okay, first meeting between these 2 Titanic squads, cross-region, and we want to actually see them push each other to the limit, and TL definitely tested the mental there in map number 1. Sentinels is returning the favor in map number 2. We're diving into the second half. DDK and Sean Garris. Gents, enjoy it.
It is so easy to enjoy it right now. Great Valorant being played by the superstars that we have on the server. But of course, TL, we can't we have to bring the elephant in the room and address it. They're getting wrecked right now.
This is
Sean.
so spicy right now. There's a 0 point going over to Garden right now that's going to get all the players, I believe, on Sentinels. Oh, it missed them. They will never expect this setup, Dan. This is an insane bait setup coming out of Sentinels.
Oh my god, the double TP setup there. Oh, and Dapper's going to be able to be that bait. And in fact, actually, they don't even take down Dapper. It's going to work out nicely for Sentinels, keeping this push alive. We've got Scream in spawn. There's players all over the place there trying to challenge back into Garden now, Team Liquid, and they're going to win it thanks to Nevera. The brothers left against Tens and Zoms. Nova Pulse actually connects onto Nevera. No punish, though, is possible.
Both the brothers in the site, Dan.
Play off of one another. That's what they both live for, these moments here in Valorant. Zoms looking for that timing. They're going to push him. They line up, but Zoms can't even pull the trigger in time. And it's down to Tens. Rounding the corner. Ghost in hand. He's going to have to go straight into it surely. And he finds one. There's one more to find. Tens looking for the heads against Scream. The headshot battle. And it's Tens who picks it up with the Ghost. And he has just enough time here for this defuse. He is good. Just about, but he's good. Tens with the clutch. The Red Bull clutch.
Wow, what a clutch from Tens. The mind games on Nevera, using that swoop peek on the smoke there in spawn, doing it one more time in the site, gets burned trying it the second time on Tens.
Slapped.
And the awareness on Tenzo to know exactly where Scream was in that one-on-one was so impressive. Coming out of that orb, looking left side sight, great game sense.
Oh yeah, he's dialed in. Dialed in.
Keep up.
Spectres come out. And we continue to see the Guardian here for Tens. I really do enjoy that.
Yeah, this has to be a force fight coming out of Liquid. They know they need this round. Shaz is going to have to fall off of Showers once that recon tags him.
Farming the ultimate orbs is definitely a good way to get some value out of this round.
Shot done.
And they're going to leave Link and Scream set up over here in the Showers. That kind of indicates that maybe this will be a late A play, but you can see as Liquid moves around the map right now, they've had no B pressure this entire round. They have to go back and clear this out, make sure Sentinels isn't going to be right behind them on this hit, and that's what they've just done. Now the hit's going to start, Dan.
Looking to go in, setting everything up. They've got that split ready to go. Sentinels just playing reactively. Dapper still jump peeking long B, but seeing nothing. There's the tag onto Nevera. 40 seconds left to go. You can see Sentinels are very expectant of this push to come through. Maybe they're ready to get set up to block that vision.
30 seconds left.
On the rafters there. Tens will have to play ahead of it. He's got his spot to play ahead of this. He'll be very committed. He's very committed. He can't get away. He tries to dash out of that. Goes down. Zomzo winning the battle around Yuhor with Shazam in there as well. Massive position to hold on to for Sentinels. Zoms, he's lost one. Can he keep hold of it though? Yes, he can. Taking down another. And with this position, they can work the retake now. Two angles. That's a stunning shot there from Shazam. Down to Yampy though. Flash goes in. There's the dodge. Yampy has to get the flicks, but it's sick with the Spectre to deal the damage, to take the round. Sentinels quickly onto 12.
What a shot from Shazam. Oh my. I thought Liquid was going to claw back into that round. The aimers were coming out on Liquid. The shots were hitting. They got the opening they were looking for on Tens in Heaven. Everything seemed to be going their way. The suppression hits U-Haul. But Sentinels, they just have all of the answers on Bind here, Dan.
Yes, and Tens is 20 for 6.
Pretty good.
It's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. And that's what you wanted to see after that breeze, where he was certainly, as you mentioned, struggling to have impact. Liquid were able to play super passive setups, so he never got to fight.
Yeah.
But on Bind, he's getting a lot of fights, and of course, he's finding a lot of success. As we go back into it here, round 15, it could be all over here for Team Liquid, and all they have to say for themselves is just a hodgepodge buy.
That's nice, Dan. That's the suppression blade we were talking about.
Oh! Oh! Soulcast gets traded out, though. 1 for 1.
Shaz now going to drone up short A. He's not going to find anything. There's a couple players in Showers. Actually, I take that back. There are 4 players in Showers, and everyone on Liquid. It's a party.
Yeah, they have the Viper's Pit, so they will surely have a Viper's Pit set up here going into this Showers plant. There we go. Planting for triple. Ground gained in the site around the Viper's Pit. But it's not worked out there for Scream. Losing some players here. Got U-Haul control, but it's about dealing with the Viper's Pit. Tens working around the perimeter. He's going to go straight in. He's going to go close. He's going to take down one another going down thanks to Shazam. It's just left a Link playing outside. Back APC. Can he find it? It's going to line up though, but Shazam takes him down, and it's going to be a 13-2 dominant second map of Bind as Zom's celebratory shooting into the air, and that's it. Sentinels take us to map 3. They take us to Split.
I never thought it would go down that way. After that first map, Dan, who would have thought Sentinels would bounce back after that crushing loss? Part of an absolute champion right there, winning 13-2 on the second map. But they were supposed to do that. This is what they were supposed to do on Bind. Now we go into Split, a map where both of these teams have had success in the past. But Sentinels, their last Split game was that Envy quarterfinal game. That has to leave a bad taste in their mouth. That was the infamous game where Tens was on Raze and said he wasn't comfortable with it. They fall in the quarters to Envy, and now people are starting to think of Envy as the top NA team. Do Sentinels still have a good split? That's a question I have.
It's a huge question because we also understand that, Shazam's been switching up roles. We're expecting to see him actually picking the Sky. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So that's crazy. That's like the one map where he's not playing Sova in the current iteration of this team. And as you say, we'll have to find the answers as to how Tens can be set up for success. Obviously, absolutely a key part of Sentinels having success, having a championship run. And Split is going to be a huge map. I couldn't think of really a better decider for these two teams to play each other on.
And Dan, I mean, I'm not trying to get us too happy here, but Liquid historically plays a Breach. And I know what you think about Breach. You know what I think about Breach? We love us some Breach.
We do love us some Breach, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back for map 3 after the break.
Okay.
Are so strong. Oh, you guys are so cute. I love it.
Welcome back to Champions. After the way the first half went, we expected it to be quick, and it was exactly that. Sentinels locking it up in 13-2 fashion, pushing us to that third map. It's where we wanted to go. I think it's the first thing that came out of your mouth
Pretty much.
when we were talking about this series was take me to map 3.
Map 3, first time squaring off against each other, all those good little statistics. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly where we wanted to end up. Split of all places is certainly going to be a bit of a shake-up here for both of these squads. Neither of them, I would say, would particularly say that Split is their favorite map. So this could get a little bit slobber knockery, I guess, if I could use that.
Ooh, good word.
If I can
good
make
word.
that a verb.
I'll allow it.
Or an adjective.
Yeah, you're right. Like,
grammar those words away, Kilios.
Whatever. Gotta love it.
I don't have a degree in English.
I don't want to oversell the scoreline. I mean, 13-2 is dominant, but it was a win that it was expected for Sentinels, right? So maybe a little bit more dominant than we would have thought, given how close the first map was. But I think for me, the way it was impressive was the recovery. mentally, specifically, and for TenZ now to be rightfully atop the leaderboard for his squad?
Outrageous. He just caught fire. The wind literally behind him. He's just nuts, dude. And I mean, the real question is if we go to split, historically, he hasn't played Jett. Can he maintain that momentum when he goes over to the Raze, if that's what they do?
If they do that. And also, they love to play the double duelist as well. So will we get to see the Reyna? Because that was a change off bind. Typically, they would run Reyna on here with Raze, but they actually shifted, and it worked out for them.
And it's a good point. While TenZ had the 3.8 KDA, not far behind was Shaz with 3.5 on this map. So want to give him a call out as well, since we talked so much about TenZ in the first half. Shaz with a couple of stellar rounds on his own. And again, as we know, very much the in-game leader that was piloting them strategically for a lot of those site executes on the offensive half.
Sitting great utility all day today. Honestly, across both maps, he's getting a lot of really important drones, a lot of important recon darts. Shock bolts have been incredible. A few good Hunter's Furies here and there, but yeah, now Team Liquid still hitting heads. But
I literally just made a face. We're off screen, but as soon as this graphic came up, I was like, are those flipped?
It feels weird to think
a 13-2 when you're hitting 13% headshots?
I mean, it was certainly really impressive on the first map, but sometimes when you're forced to just go for Sheriff eco rounds over and over again, the only thing you really can get is headshots. That can have the stats a little bit there for their favor, but I mean, they're still being accurate, which is good to see. It just didn't translate at all.
TenZ was also doing unfair things with the judge.
Yeah. Like, Sean DDK were talking about it. TenZ with the judge just does not feel fair.
Oh, my goodness. So. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's move past bind, because I do want to talk about the Decider map in Split. Yeah, I'm sure they would as well. I mean, look, the same way we talked about how, in some senses, map 1 would have been a tilter for Sentinels to have had such control of it and let it slip through their fingers in an overtime situation. That's one type of mental battle. Getting stomped is another type of mental battle. But actually, when you talk to a lot of pros, sometimes they say it's the easier one to overcome because you just go, okay, look. Everything went wrong, shrug it off, and
you're losing
reset.
it. Yeah, you're losing the map anyway, probably. Like, you don't feel comfortable. Your strats aren't quite, fully fleshed out yet. You can see they didn't really have an answer for a Jett on really any side of the map. It was basically TenZ just running roughshod all over everything. So, okay, wipe that one clean. GG, go next. And Split, I think, is either of these teams' game. It just depends on who can have typically the better attacker half is who wins Split.
Okay, are you calling, though, like a straight 50-50 in terms of the feeling of comfort for these two squads?
I think it's another overtime.
I don't necessarily disagree. The one thing that gives me a bit of pause here for the side of Sentinels is that they felt the need to ban this one away from Furia. Furia has only played this map 10 times. Granted, they have a 70% win rate, but Sentinels having played it way, way more. They have I think it's 77 or 78%. I have it jotted down. 77% win rate on this map. So maybe they haven't been favoring it as much lately in scrims. Also, the last 3 times I believe that they did play this map were losses. They played it at Masters Berlin. And it was rematches against F4Q and G2 where they were able to turn around, take down Sentinels, and then, of course, they lost it to Envy.
Starting to make a little more sense then maybe why they would have wanted to avoid it in a previous matchup, but they're going to have to play it this time around. I've got 2 main questions then here. Number 1, when we talk about TenZ and what he was able to do on Bind, does he have the same kind of opportunities on a map like Split? It doesn't feel, once you get through those chokes on Bind, I feel like you have a lot of space to work with. Doesn't quite feel the same on Split.
Exactly. It all depends on what agent they're going to slot him into. Again, historically, he's been on the Raze in recent history for the Sentinels, so that means he can't quite do the same things. He can't quite go for the Guardian, right, on the anti-eco round. That's not going to be effective. You're going to see him more with the shotguns, the judges, those kind of things, which, of course, he can be effective on those too, but it's not going to look nearly the same, I think. So I'm kind of curious what the Sentinels have workshopped. Like, are you going to keep allowing TenZ to open up with the Jett, with the snipers, with the long-range guns, or are you going to, be comfortable enough to put him on the Raze?
Second question is the battle of the site anchors for both squads. We called out Link as being integral to TL's success early on Breeze, basically nullifying an entire site as an option for Sentinels when they were attacking. I'll say the same thing about Dapper. When Sentinels look their best, he's also able to do similar things on his Sentinel, locking down a site. So how do you see that battle playing out between some of the anchors?
I would have felt really confident about, Link coming out of Breeze after Bind. Things did look a little bit rough. I'm expecting him to be playing around the B side of the map, poking into Garage, looking for that early aggression, and if not, lurking back, maybe trying to catch people off a rotation through, ropes over towards A, etc. If he can find the group, if he can get back into having a very solid read on the movements of Sentinels, I think he could have the upper hand, but it's whether or not you can shake that stomping that you just suffered on Bind,
They're going to need someone to play the flashes, and recently it had been Link with the breach, but he's so good at the Sentinels or Astra that I almost would like to see him be in that role pretty much permanently as much as possible. I mean, he's not a bad breach by any stretch of the imagination, but he's been so good recently with some of the controllers and Sentinels that I want him on that.
Well, that's where I'll throw it out there. Soulcast on the KO. Not that I'm going to say he should play KO on every map, but he clearly does have a flashing agent in his pool. Does he want to go to that so that they can free link up to play a controller? Maybe. We'll see. It's all...
Yeah. It's all, I don't know.
It's all just conjecture. That was the word that I took 15 seconds to find. Sorry.
I couldn't remember the name of Cypher. I'm like, what's the agent with the gray hat?
Oh, man. Oh, dear. We're getting into loopy territory here. We still have this whole last map to go into. That's a look.
All the adrenaline's going to come back as soon as they load into the server, though. It's
Start
that kind
yelling.
of thing. We're completely glued to our screens. Yeah, they're 3 inches from our face, and we're having the best time watching these players play. So recapping real quick, the question of will anyone bring out the double duelist is a big one.
Yeah.
Probably Sentinels if anybody's going to
anyone's going to do it. I think as well, we haven't talked a ton about Yampy since that first map.
Sure.
And, when he gets an op in his hand, I am always curious to see, how the game can swing. Gets a lot harder to push into A site, for example, when you got at holding on ramp, things like that.
We haven't seen the double ops either from Team Liquid.
We haven't gotten there yet. There's always a chance that we do see that come through. I mean, obviously, Yampy now, he's going to be changing over. Likely, we're going to be expecting the Killjoy, I would suspect, just because...
Over the Sova.
So, yeah, I mean, Split, Sova, you so rarely see it. We've had it a couple times over in the Korean region. It never looked particularly great. I've heard some rumors that people are starting to mess around with it a little bit more, maybe actually make it a bit of a workable composition, but I'd be really surprised to see it here in this such an important match to really try to go for that. So I'm expecting to see Shazam and Yampy both shift away from it.
Just time will tell.
Really curious about what this is going to look like. I'm just anticipating something unusual from somebody. And I think I wouldn't be too surprised to see the KO still rolled through for Team Liquid in some manner or another. It seems like they're very keen on trying to make this work across the board.
It's also one of those situations, too, when this is a qualification map and you've been pushed to this point, you don't continue hiding something. If you've got it available to yourself, right? This is the moment that you pull something out. If you've been prepping it behind the scenes, we get our answers rather quickly.
Okay, but I mean, the shocking thing here, so as we're talking about Link, we'll be moving over to the breach. It's going to be Yampy who picks up the Astra, actually, so they are not going to be running the Killjoy, but they do have the double duelist with Soulcast.
I was about to say, what did we say about the double duelist?
Yeah, well,
but I was expecting Sentinels to do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why it's surprising.
It is the comp that Team Liquid ran against Ascend at the Red Bull Clutch, so they are kind of not showing anything new here, but it is a bit of a different look for the Sentinels since the last time we've seen them on Split. 10's on the Jet, and that means Shazam goes over to the Sky, and then we've slotted in the Sage. We haven't seen everybody be taking the Sage on Split these days.
Well, this is it. They got to get it done with these two comps. It's either Team Liquid or Sentinels booking a trip to the quarterfinals. We're one map away from finding out. DDK and Sean Garris, take it away.
Hell yes. Map 3, it's Split, and we got 10s locking in Jets.
I'm so excited. He baited us. He baited us so hard.
Yeah, you all didn't see that, but we were looking at the Asian select because we saw, Sean set it up previously as well. We had that raise look from him. He said he was super uncomfortable, and the team kind of crumbled around that the last time they played. Now he's going with the Jet pick, and for us, I think that really makes this super interesting.
Shazam on the Sky. This is so different coming out of Sentinels. Meanwhile, this is exactly what you would expect out of Team Liquid Scream coming in on that Reyna, Sulcus, second duelist on Raze. It's a different look compared to some of their other maps because Sulcus is on the duelist, but that does not mean Liquid is not strong on this map. They are terrifying.
Yeah, we're going to see, Liquid playing heavy for that B control. Nothing really to stop the mid pressure, and that's something Sentinels are going to exploit, getting their way up into Mail. It's that B heaven.
Oh, he walled the boom bot off, Dan. All of the Raze utility forced out of Sulcus.
Not much you can do from behind that wall for now. Trying to work on that wall, trying to open that up for him later on. But in the meantime, Sentinel's dropping into the site through Hell Scream at the back. Able to keep himself alive there with the heal. Oh, it's very labored, but Liquid holding on. Soulcast picking up every kill, coming back for a vengeance after getting locked away. And Liquid pick up the pistol.
Fantastic pistol from Liquid, especially with the timing of that wall onto Sulcus. The paint shells buy him enough time to get into spawn. But truthfully, Scream winning that fight and getting the overheal going, that ultimately prevented the site from collapsing because it could have collapsed so fast if Scream lost that fight. So Sentinels now, they're grouped all over towards B right now. Starting in the hole in this map, not what we saw in Bind.
Yeah.
But by no means is this an unfamiliar spot for Sentinels.
There's going to be so many interesting tactics to talk about from both teams in this one, especially Liquid. Yampy, playing very close to the Nebula. He's going to actually take down Dapper.
It's out, Dan.
Able to get that reset. He's got all his teammates there just supporting with the Utah. There's no way to trade out those kills. And they're trying. You got to love the attempt there from Tens. He actually finds what he was looking for, that one kill. But they are getting demolished here, of course, as you would expect. And great look here from Team Liquid. They'll pick up the dub on the anti-eco, and we'll move into the buy for Sentinels. And the bonus for Team Liquid. And that wall that we saw from Nevera on that A site, from elbow in towards A main, that's a great retake wall.
Yes, indeed. So his wall this round blocks off the front site plant location as well as A main, as well as a deeper push. This is a very threatening wall for retakes, as well as just nesting in the A site with your player. So right off the rip here, we're going to have Breach, Fault Lining, and Raze could paint shell this A push, but no one's there.
Yeah, and that A main position is going to be locked down at the start of these rounds. And we'll see that Liquid is also trying to work on the B main control. You can see that they're kind of chomping at the bit there to kind of get their way forward. And they will move forward.
And look how quick Sentinels can get mid, Dan. This is because Liquid lacks that Sentinel on this map. Dapper!
Oh, he didn't expect them to be so close! He did not expect them to be so close. Two players right there. They're going to fall back into the B site, but they've picked off Dapper. That's the Viper gone.
Yeah, no control utility, but that will help, Dan. A pick onto Sulcus over there on ramps at A. They know a breach is in this site. They see the aftershock.
Oh, and that's that mid control you were talking about. Sentinels can just walk up, get through ropes, heaven control, and they're now assaulting the site. And there's no one here to defend this. There's a charge from Link. That looks very desperate. Not able to really combine with his teammates there. And Sentinels looking pretty damn good. Scream causing problems, but at that range with a Spectre, you can't expect too much. Three players back site. And Sentinels looking great now.
Yeah, Shazam took a dink, but still a lot of health remaining on these three players. Scream
oh my
doing
God.
a lot of damage, Dan.
I'm just afraid it's Scream after all. He's going to finally try to drop down. He gets caught on the back as well. And that's it. Converted by Sentinels against the bonus of Team Liquid. And I think this is going to be a story we're going to keep talking about, Sean. You know, the way that the setup is for Liquid, the openings on mid.
There will be a colossal amount of openings on this map for Sentinels, but they're going to be hard to find. Sentinels is going to have to do a lot of prodding, and timing is everything. Liquid will play aggressive on the extremities, just like they did that prior round. And that's what they're going to have to do. Because, like we keep mentioning, no Sage, no Cypher, no Killjoy. Nothing to alert them when Sentinels players are in certain areas. Again, with this B main aggression.
Oh my, that is
very risky.
Oh my God, Soulcast. I respect the cojones on that one. But that will not be a good look. However, Tens does go down, so it's a 1-for-1 ultimately. Trailblazer sent through, taken out. upgrade there. Dapper.
He did quite a bit of damage onto Yampi right there. Yampi had 51 health. The guiding light lets them know Scream is still there as well. A lot of info here coming in for Sentinels, and Sick has lurked around this A site.
I was about to say they're about to go into Nevera, but they actually put the Nebula up so they don't get caught on the cross against the operator of Nevera.
That same Viper wall is in play that we saw last round, and we might actually see it get activated here.
And Liquid have also retaken the B-heaven position. They're going to get flashed there, and that might slow them down. But this is all about winning the A-main battle, and there's a couple players there you got to deal with the breach. Link is in position. He has all the flashes to work with. There's a 1v1 looking to get a util in action there. There's one flash. Oh, Sick! That's so important. Can they roll off of that one? A fast movement from Dapper straight into spawn. Can he find anything more here? Massive 1v1 coming up for Dapper. He finds the angle, but it's Nevera to find the shots. And that wall will slow things down just for a moment, but Nevera's working on that. This is a very difficult hold here now for Sick and Zombs. They're spread apart. They can't really help each other. And that wall can go up. And there it goes for this retake. We talked about it. Sick on the cross. Can he find ways to now swing out? There we go. It's working here for Sentinels. Everything lines up. Beautiful 3K between the two of them. And that's Sentinels tying it up 2-2.
Absolutely magnificent mid-gaming right there from Zombs and Sick. You could see the thought process right there for Zombs. He saw the Viper Toxin Stream. It was going to go up, but elbow was clear. So he's ready. He repositions over at elbow, knowing the wall is up from his Sage. And then Hunter Sick gets this crossfire with him perfectly and swings. Great play in the 2-on-3 from Sentinels right there. And the positioning at screen stand gives you some insight to Sentinels' mindset. They don't want to let the retake wall come into play. They want to play ahead of that.
And I love this Ice Orb as well. It's very important to allow them to win control here. But Tenzi's pulled out the daggers, actually, looking to see if he can find something. Oh, the war. On top of the wall there, looking over the smoke, seeing what they can find. There's the dash from Tenz. Updraft, what can he find? He gets taken down by Scream. Backside. Is there any answer to Scream? Backside. Well, they're taking down his support, but now they're going to take down Scream. He is destroying this push single-handedly. Almost fine. Out comes the classic Scream to finish it off there. Trying to find the Viper, and he's found him, but Dapper, he's going to win the battle. Nevera creeping forward. Oh, what a shot. Now it's down to Dapper, but straight into the Sheriff of Link as well. Link and Nevera. Oh, what a crazy round. Very fast pace from Sentinels, but Liquid handled it very well.
Actually wild. Scream in the perfect spot with the perfect agent to catch Tenz in the Blade Storm. Completely unaware right here. Gets the overheal back to 150. And he uses it to perfection. Dear God.
The lineup is so crazy. Well, the operators come out in 10s now, going into round 6.
Ooh, damn, this is a heavy mid setup here from Liquid. This is a little different. No extremity aggression.
Not much for 10s early in the rounds.
Here.
Can see he's calling out where he expects one player to be. We can see Screams, of course, on the other side.
They're
As
aware,
there to get across.
They're aware that Link is by this A site. He flashed early in the round, and he also broke the Trailblazer. And right now, Sentinels has to assume, he is baiting for another player in this area.
Oh, that's...
Oh, the flash could come any second, and Tenz knows that. He has to get away. The wall comes up. Scream aggresses. Nevera has rotated the fault line. Look at this mid-round aggression. Liquid has cleared out A main. And Sentinels is aware. They have hit the god tier timing, Dan.
Falling back on the site. Liquid will be giving up a lot of control and position, and the contact in is devastating right now for Team Liquid. There's that Ice Orb, the slow coming through, and now they're going to try to roll onto Link. How much damage can Link do in this position? Stuck in the gravity well, still alive though, able to escape to the side, to the back screens, and he's going to take down one, isolating the 1v1s. No! Whoa! Link's getting more than one! That's so much damage at the back of the side. There's nothing for Sentinels. They've got no time. The spike's down on the ground, and Shazam's in a near impossible position. Dapper can't hold the ground to allow Shazam to do anything. No bullets in his weapon. And Team Liquid, again, it comes to Link. anchoring like an absolute beast.
Like an animal. He is just locking down the sites he plays. He is worth his weight in gold to this team. And this is a strat that, in my eyes, is a clear anti-strat coming out of Sentinels. You know, they're trying to bait all of those things that happen, right? They're trying to bait that mid-round aggression and be right behind it. This is an anti-strat through and through. And they had everything they wanted, right? They even slowed the elbow peak so Link couldn't capitalize. They did everything. And Link still came up big. That hurts. That hurts as like the Sentinels in-game leader. How do you call around after that?
Yeah, it's really tough. We have a lot of ults available right now, but it is a save round from Sentinels. Oh, able to actually trade onto screen. Paint shells will prevent Smail from being taken. And Rez onto 10s. Coming through now. 5 versus 4, but of course the weaponry disadvantage. Nivera all catching the rotate out.
Big find from Nivera. Smoke's out of the equation right now. They only have the Viper utility to work with. The wall is over here at B, and the secrets as well. And so much being invested onto this save round for Sentinels.
Here the reload. Are they going to push him all together, all three together, going beyond the nebula, and there's nothing for Yappy to find. Oh, here comes Shazam with a vengeance. And there's not a lot left here now for Team Liquid. They are getting blown up by this this eco round. There is a Rolling Thunder. Does Link use a Rolling Thunder here? I can't imagine.
They're debating on going for it right now, Dan, but it looks like they're going to take these guns into the next round. This is a very hard retake at this point. A 2-on-4 in this eco round. But by no means did Sentinels, you know, not put everything they had with those eco guns into it. They had 2 ults wasted here. Man, what a round.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
The Thrifty and the sick. He's definitely having fun here. We'll go down. Yeah. That's what 10's actually. But that's a great round, and Sentinels sort of pulling the defense out of that B site, leaving just Yappy there, and then just pouncing on him, all three together. Yes. Look at this, just beautiful coordination, isolating Yappy completely.
I think it all started with Scream just getting caught top male. You know, you can't have your Reyna just getting picked like that by a Frenzy. Created such an opening for Sentinels. The res comes in for 10s, and they use that advantage to perfection.
We've got a 4-player setup, Sean, on the A main position. They're going for aggressive A main control.
Early fault line from Breach. There's those paint shells. They instantly clear it. The Viper ult at B. Oh man, but Sentinels is already through B Heaven, Dan. This is the perfect read.
Oh, it is a perfect read. How much damage can they do with it though? Soulcast trying to get over the top. He's got a showstopper. He's going for it. He's going to find damage, but not the kills. Tense escapes with the updraft, and Soulcast will work on that wall. The Cloudburst goes down to slow him, and in the meantime, the rest of Sentinels, they've got to get this site control, and they will. And it's on the retake here now for Team Liquid. They've got the Rolling Thunder ready to go, but it might not get to the site, actually. Stuck in sewers, and might get cut off here. Of course, Shazam, he's going to find this. Oh, and Link knows he's got to get out of there. He's going to be able to find his way back to the site for the retake with his teammates. And it's a fast flight with 2 players. Okay, this has to be huge delay. Can they delay backside? Soulcast takes down one. The other goes down as well. The trade's coming on through, and it's just now down to Shazam and Dapper on the flank. And the Cosmic Divide, they've got to go beyond it. They have to go beyond it. There's no way to stop this. Team Liquid got the defuse. Oh, Sentinels with that double flank. It backfires.
What an incredible retake from Liquid right there. The Rolling Thunder. Oh my goodness, Dan.
I mean, so smart for them to get off site for that fast flank, but at the same time, their teammates are just no man's land.
Yeah. But the awareness on Link to just ignore Shazam on that flank. He couldn't have known Dapper was there as well. He just completely ignored them and booked it. And the Rolling Thunder obliterated those players on the B side.
That's a well-earned 5-3 scoreline here. However, Sentinels with certainly weapons here. We've got a couple of Spectres, a Guardian, Phantoms. No ults for either side.
Shazam lurking by this A site. He might be looking across this Viper wall. The rest of the players in mid. Everyone's actively looking for this fight in mid. Sentinels has had so much success in middle.
Oh, you can see as well, Liquid are cautious. They know that they don't want to get pulled away into mid and then get pounced on through B main, as they've they have before. Yappy clearing B main, but in the meantime, Sentinels, they found that timing.
Yeah, and this is, again, the lack of that Sentinel coming into play. No alerts that there's players in ropes, and Navarre has rotated off of spawn towards B. He's kind of playing floaty, Dan. He could get caught.
Might get some guiding lights over into the side here. Navarre will get caught. A big catch from Dapper. And now Link again has to hold by himself, basically, in the back by elbow, and it's going to get taken down. Sentinels, great movement, and as you say, that spread out defense from Liquid.
Spike planted.
No warning system. This is a round where we can really see it hurts, and Yappy might actually catch Shazam. Oh, he had it. He had it. He didn't know, of course. He can't know.
Yeah, that's the in-game leader mentality right there, right? Just, I can't go for this kill. I need to save this gun into the next round.
And there we have it. You know, again, so many questions as to which team is going to be better on split. Lots of questions still yet to answer. We're only at the beginning of the first half, but right now Sentinel's looking pretty strong and looking for these saving players. They'll find one. How much more do they want to commit to this, though? They don't have much money themselves, Sentinels, so I can't imagine they want to commit too much more, but they're all going for it.
Dan, this map feels very, very different from how Breeze felt. This feels like Sentinels came into this map with a pocket full of anti-strats.
Yes.
They just walked through ropes right there. That is not a Sentinels style play on a gun round. They like to spread out the map, force rotations around, kind of work a default, end up clearing heaven, swing all over the map. That was very, we know exactly how we're pulling you around the map right now. We're lurking up through ropes, and we're going to find the perfect pocket to enter this A site. It's perfect. Perfect leading right now coming out of Sentinels.
And Sentinels actually take a timeout, interestingly
Yes.
enough. So, again, Sean, I'll ask you the question. What are Sentinels talking about in a timeout in this context?
Well, they have to realize that Liquid is now aware, right? Liquid's aware that Sentinels is using mid way more than the extremities, and this is different from how they usually play. So I would imagine Liquid's adjustment here is to put their defense onto mid. Now, Sentinels has the res on deck, Dan, so they might just be down to brawl and then just try to res it up even if they lose the trade battle. That's a dangerous game Liquid could play.
Yeah, that would be interesting, actually. Collapsing on mid of the breach setups.
Yes.
That is actually really strong to win those battles. And as you say, we will probably get Sentinels looking for that.
Yeah,
in fact.
especially with the res. I think they want to take those fights.
So it's I mean, this is going to be spicy this next round, Sean.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, this is a game that's flowing, like I said, different. The duelists on Liquid are... They're playing together a lot more on this map than they had in the previous maps. Solkis obviously moving over from the initiator role he was playing on the previous to now like in this raise.
Looks like it's going to happen, Sean. We've got the breach in melee. They're going to set up for a mid aggression here, Liquid. Just like you said, the brawl in mid. Sentinels want it, and they might
Dapper's
just
so aggressive at B right now.
They're trying to bait them in, lure them in, and play the retake battle.
Dapper's through B.
Oh my god, Dapper, you mad lad. Straight forward, can he take down Yappy? Yes! And he's got the poison orb down there as well. What can Liquid do to answer against this? Dapper has that backside control, and Spike needs to make his way across. Dapper with another one. Can he get it? Oh, he's actually done it. 3 kills. Unbelievable performance at the backside with that lurk. And we never got that battle in mid, and it didn't matter for Sentinels. Scream finds a headshot, takes down Dapper. But the brothers have to find the 2 versus 5 after the res.
They're going to have to win a 2-on-6 to win this round, Dan. And they're good. They're real good. But that's a lot to ask of these brothers.
That is so much to ask. And I can't believe that we end up getting just the crazy lurk from Dapper, just walks into the B side. I mean, the tells were there. When he sees that breach flash, he knows what's going on. He understands how to read the setup.
Yeah, the pace he had was so fast. It was so fast. He was immediately, you know, walking in a straight line towards that B lurk.
Yes.
You rarely see that in these games.
And it's so great to see teams so quickly reacting to stuff like that, because they know the opponent's setup. They've been primed. with information from the coaches. You're talking about the level of anti-stratting. So they know the only situation where that breach flash is coming in maybe at that timing is a very good bet that he's going to get that walkout.
This is Sentinels doing exactly what we just did, right? They're thinking, oh, Liquid just called this timeout. How do they adjust? What have we done to defeat Liquid? Well, their adjustment is to come mid. So what is our adjustment? Fake a mid fight, you just run in B-Dapper, you just lurk. It's actually brilliant the way Sentinels played this round.
And he goes down to 33 HP on that first battle, then gets 2 more kills, 2 more 1v1s. That's outrageous. Dapper coming up huge here as we go into round 11. 5-5, we're all tied up. Not too many rounds left in the first half, and you can't separate these two teams. But the judges, they're coming back.
Hey, this is a pots and pans type of buy, Dan. Everything is into this buy right now for Liquid. If they lose this round, they're looking at a 5-7 half.
I've got your trail.
Well, the Seeker's in mid, actually.
And Shaz is alone, Dan. So he knows now there's a judge in ropes, there's someone in mail, but it's all a bait.
Yeah, it is all a bait, and they're trying to run it into the site right now. They do lose Dapper. That's the Viper's Pit now. Unavailable. So no ults here for this post plant. Oh, the wall, though, is really great. Get this kind of almost pixel peek. Now, Sick looking to kind of have that crosshair placement advantage against his opponents. You may not expect it unless they heard the wall at the back of the site. Liquid looking to set up. Again, 2 judges. 1 satchel for Soulcast to get him close. Around the elbow position, he'll go first. And they'll all try to stream through that back position. And the concuss comes through. That's brilliant and Sick. Able to hide behind the wall. Really good stuff there. Link able to take down 2. And there's another from Scream. They've wiped out the defense on that spike. And Liquid with a beautiful retake.
Wow, the double satchel, I think, came in from Soulcast. That's how he got close on 10s to get that frag. That was the first card falling in the House of Cards. Once they got 10s, everyone else just fell in succession. What an insane retake.
And that pick on Dapper as well, that was the most key player because of the Viper's Pit.
That's a good point.
And now with the last round of the first half here, Sean, we get the Operator back on 10s.
It looks like he's going to take it over here towards B. Scream is here, and when he's played here, he's aggressed, but they've boosted him on the box, and this is a very different look. We've yet to see Scream play like a passive angle like this.
Trailblazer will be shot out by Soulcast yet again. Responds with the Boombot to make sure that there's no one lurking up close behind that.
Scream popping that Empress. This is the last round, so it could be a fake. It's obviously global sound alerts, so... Ooh, the timing was so close.
2 players in this corner. Will they expect Scream? Will they expect Scream to also be in the same corner? Because he's played backside, and you can see they're spamming backside. They think Scream's backside.
Yeah, the Empress is fading. Scream wants to keep the Empress going. He's going to peek.
Oh, and he finds it. Takes down Dapper, no less. He's going to reset his position. 40 seconds to go. Shazam lurking up Mail. At the same time, 6 lurked into the A site. And you can see that Liquid realized this, but the spike has to make its way across. Scream finds Shazam lurking around towards B. 3 versus 3 now.
30 seconds left.
Ten's coming through with the Operator with his teammate, trying to get a spike across the site. Soulcast could break all of this. Oh, the Cloudburst is key, but Soulcast gets to lurk closer. He gets to lurk closer, takes down 10s, but the spike has made its way across to the site. It's a 2 versus 2 now.
Spike planted.
Oh, Soulcast almost had the showstopper, Dan. He was going for that orb. That would have been huge. But Scream now is going to meet up the 2 duelists last remaining. Zoms and Sick kind of isolated from each other.
The wall breaks. Sick, will he jiggle for info? They're waiting for it. There's the jiggle. That's huge. He saw both players. That's all the info there. Zoms backside. Can he survive this one? Trying to give some support there. Zoms takes that one in against 2! Sentinels! They tie it up going into that second half. What an insane 1 versus series of 1v1s from Zoms. And the distraction from his teammates. Sick trying to keep Zoms, give him the best chance he could. Beautiful stuff there from both teams. Play such a sick round.
Zoms, it's the same blueprint every map. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Huge clutch. right when they need it the most. 6-6 half. We couldn't ask for a better game third map, Dan.
This game could go either way. We're going the distance, and it's time to go back to the test to hear their thoughts.
Thank you so much, DDK. Sean Garris, he took the words right out of my mouth. You wouldn't want this any other way when you go into halftime on the third and final map of a best of 3, 6-6. Dead even.
It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's what we wanted. We wanted this to go to 3 maps. We finally got that. Paper Thin's talking about it going to overtime, and it very well seems like
if the trend continues,
it very well could. I mean, with the way how scrappy this is, the adjustments that both teams are making round to round, I mean, this is an incredible battle between these two. You could see what Raucous is bringing to the Sentinels when they take a timeout, they come back, they are able to kind of anti-strat very well what Team Liquid is going to be bringing next, but then Team Liquid right away moving pieces around the board, doing such a good job all over the place.
Who's the person for you on Team Liquid right now?
Link, I don't know. He's been doing overall quite well, but like that Rolling Thunder retake over on the B site was absolutely perfect. Granted, a little bit more of a team effort. All he had to do was kind of show up and hit the alt button, but for the most part, still looking good. Yampi as well would be kind of tied in that first place spot for me of who to watch because he's had some really good lurks.
Person on Sentinels for you.
Ooh, that's tough. Honestly, I think Dapper's been really good on the lurks and that kind of thing. He's been really providing a lot of support, and that's what opened up a lot of these mid pushes, and the late delayed mid lurks from him have been really, really nice. So for me, I'm liking what Dapper's been doing.
A reminder of the compositions for everybody at home, as well as the score lines for the players. You got the double duelists on the side of Team Liquid topping the tables in terms of the kills. That's what you like to see when you're gonna pull in 2 duelists into your composition. And then we've been asking some questions about TenZ on the Jet. How much could he get done on a map like Split? And while he isn't necessarily atop the table, and that might be some concern moving forward, we move to a defensive half for Sentinels, and it's not like he has to create that space and be the entry anymore.
He doesn't have to, but knowing him, he's still going to try to do just that. I think he's still going to go off on some flank angles. I don't know. Maybe he'll taper it back a little bit.
Well, like we said, it's everything we wanted, a 6-6 first half, and so we're going to dive straight into the second, find out who's going to come up on top in this battle between Team Liquid and Sentinels. Boys, take it away.
It comes down to this, back in it with the last pistol of this series, the 6th pistol. And we've got Team Liquid now on the attack.
Yeah, Sentinel's getting some early info in mid. And you mentioned Sick pistol. There it is. Sick putting up the wall in B. He's actually kind of just jump spotting over it for some info. See Liquid just spreading out the map. They're going to fight for mid control soon. That's exactly where Dapper's wall is.
Ooh, Sam is alive still, but there's a return damage from TenZ and then some, but no kill. Soulcast to get it instead.
But if you look, Dan, unlike Sentinels, he's not going to get a heal.
Toxins going up.
Same goes for Scream. These players are low.
There's a spot. How long can Dapper stay alive in elbow? Oh, he gets caught. Oh! He still takes down Yampi. Yampi was a low player. And the molly. Oh, no. Oh, no, Dapper. He's holding down everything by himself. This is so fortuitous.
One elbow, Dan.
He's just trying to hold the time, and Zoms drops. He knows the pressure, has to deal with that position, but Link wins the battle again. Now it's up to Sick, gets a free kill. Upgrade to the Ghost to 1v2. Here goes Sick, full HP, full armor. Oh, he takes out another Sick! He's looking good for this one as he tries to go forward for the challenge. The heal comes through. He's got time to play the dance, and the dance is his. Sick taking out Navera for an incredibly important clutch and pistol.
Oh my goodness, Dan. The man's feet are made out of lead. They were just not getting off the gas pedal. He just was not stopping. He was running through those Liquid players.
He knew he knew he was winning that. You just watch him. I've never seen such a confident play in my life. That is crazy.
That is the definition of a battle sage. He's just healing himself, running into the site. Oh my gosh. He used the information that Zoms gave him from Falling from Heaven and everyone else gave him, and he capitalized on it immediately. That is amazing to see. All the player cams from the Sentinels right there. They're feeling it.
Oh, that's a big moment. We were tied 6-6. Now the question is...
Dan, I don't want to cut you off. We're going to get the fault line and potentially a very fast ramp play. They're thinking about it right now. The breach is Chilean sewers. Here it is.
And the Trailblazer goes down mid to try to get that info, but It is dodged by Link.
They're waiting for the peek from ramps. This is so smart. The peek never came, so they don't need a fault line. It was a trap play.
Oh, they've actually managed to make their way up the A ramp here now. Team Liquid. Sentinels don't have the info just yet. Turns up on the rafters. There's the jump spot, so confirm where Viper is. Has Zoms. Do Liquid try to just bum rush the site when the toxins go down? They're not really able to here. It's just they're creeping, they're edging forward though.
Obscuring vision.
Mids.
Sick prodding B main. That's a lot of info, Dan. And this fight's huge for Yampi.
Yeah, it's not looking like he's very good for this one. And Ben's aware that he might have some support here. Soulcast is that support taking down Shazam 1-for-1.
Look at this, Dan. Liquid's all lurked into B heaven. There's 3 players here. Zom's rotating. He's making a lot of noise. He could fall.
Six got a good deep position in B main, though. That is definitely very strong. But Zom's got a good timing. He's going to be so careful. Oh, the timing is absolutely perfect. And he gets all the information. He takes down 2. He's set Sick up for a layup right now because they can't come off the spike plant. Link can't come off of it. Oh, I don't know if he has time. I don't think he has.
It's very close, Dan.
Oh,
last player.
He doesn't have time. It's so close.
06, I'm pretty sure, was just on the clock.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was incredibly close.
Insane, absolutely insane. That's a round of so many timings.
Wow.
Just look at just when they all turn away.
Yes.
Unreal.
He caught the millisecond timing on that peak. Oh my gosh. I have never seen a plant get so close.
Link, just no reaction
Brutal.
though on the face cam, just no response.
Brutal. The fault line coming in for Male. Liquid gonna fake some mid control. This is actually just a spread out default. Paint shelling over by B, regrouping mid.
They forced up the wall immediately though.
Yes.
Sick had to respect the util.
But look at this out of Sentinels, Dan. 3 players here. Unlike Liquid on defense, Sentinels is not going to give this up for free.
It's lurked all the way up there, has Yampi into a heaven.
Oh,
it's in
yeah.
a pretty deep position.
Exactly where he was taken down last round.
And the question is, how do they activate that lurk? Scream, Soulcast, they're all looking for the headshots here. The mid challenge, look at we have the explosion here. After the ice orb go, they're going to try to go for the take here, surely, but they're stuck in the nebula. They don't want to push behind the nebula. And now they've got to reset this one. They've got to reset the defense. I think it's fair to say Liquid come out with the win here.
Liquid definitely came out with the win. This A hit has been coming for the last minute, and Dapper is now all alone. No one for miles, Dan.
And it's going to be down once
Wait,
again.
Liquid's going heaven. Are they going to head to B?
Oh, you know what? If they make that read, that call, that would be huge. And that Poison Orb would allow them to safely do so.
No, through A.
They're going into A, though. They are going into the A site again. Dapper backside, trying to hold this one down as they will drop into the site. Liquid. Yampi. Oh, Dapper, though, even though he's concussed, picks up another one. Working that Spectre. Close range. 10 seconds to go for the spike. Is he going to try to deny it? He can't. Dapper around the corner with Sick. And it's looking very difficult here. Dapper, do they realize that he's still here? They do. Nivera holds. And he's good for the shots. Close situation. That was the bonus for Sentinels, so 7-8 is Liquid, and now only 1 away from tying with Sentinels.
Dan, that was a fantastic round by Liquid. And I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is not because they did something magical as far as their synergies with all their abilities and their space. It's just not falling into any of those mid traps. It would have been so easy to work up mid and take one of those fights, or overextend into a gravity well, into a sky guiding light. And they didn't. They remained very calm, and then they just let their lurk make the play.
Yeah. Very well put.
Look at this. That's a smoke molly for A ramp.
Oh, and Sentinels, yeah, they're just on the pistols, actually. Let's see what they're able to do with those.
Sentinels stacking this B site, which looks like it's where Liquid is heading. This orb could give 2 players on Liquid and alt. Nivera could give the hit 2, or Link could give the Rolling Thunder 2.
Force out some util. That pressure. This is scary, though,
Sentinels
as you say.
is all over this,
Yes.
Dan. This is very scary for Liquid.
And that wall will allow them to get kind of close. Push playing styles. Oh, going in with the satchel. Oh, Soulcast. Big kill. But Tens takes down Navera with the headshot. Can't reset for another one. But it's Shazam now. Bursting out of spawn. He gets another. And the spike is down on the ground. And Dapper, he's the man of the rotation through spawn. He's going to hear the plant going down here for
left.
Liquid.
Spike
Liquid just
planted.
got 4 ults on their team within this round. How many opportunities will Dapper have? One player just slinking away as Dapper creeps forward, but where's the trade fragger? He guesses wrong. Yampy comes from hell and finishes the job. 8-8, we're all tied up.
Oof. Liquid escaped narrowly there. That is the danger of not getting map control, Dan. Not having any information around the map. Liquid headed blindly into the stack. And I think if it wasn't for that excellent fault line coming out of Link, Soulcast definitely would fall to Zoms there. Zoms had him dead to rights.
One enemy remaining.
That was so close. Yeah, totally. That was a really marginal situation, but bias of both teams, but a massive ultimate disparity in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Viper Wall's up at A. They're aggressively peeking this ramp, and this is the ult that will bleed all the way into the site. If you look on the minimap, it curls in. It's going to plant that seed of doubt in Dapper's mind this entire round. It's a massive mind game right now between these Vipers.
Yeah, how do you deal with this? Spike will have an accompaniment as it moves through spawn to gather back towards A after showing presence towards the B side of the map early on. This is so difficult to deal with if you're Sentinels, especially so many ults behind this.
Yes, and you have Astra over here lurking the B lobby, Dan. Yampy has these global abilities, and he could be activated at any moment.
Full line goes up as well from Sewers into the A heaven position. Now that has Link rejoining the team with the spike.
The fun begins.
There we go, one ultimate. The showstopper comes forward for Soulcast, looking for the entries. Finds the mark. Sick gets taken down. Oh! That's so good from
Dapper with the counter
Soulcast.
ult in the site, Dan. He's running through.
Yeah, Dapper's going to be able to take down one. He gets a third one as well. How has he managed to take out so many players? And the catch from Zoms. I don't believe it. Dapper coming out just enormous with that play.
Oh my goodness. We said there would be some Viper mind games that round, but this is wild. The Vipers have popped off this series. Both ults used again in this round. But this play from Dapper is next level. Just like Navarre did on Breeze.
Yes.
Scales in so fast with it.
Oh man, it's exactly the same way. It's sweet revenge from that Breeze play, just like you said. That's such an enormous round to win.
Liquid invested here, Dan. Look at this 3 rifles on the board scream with a share of half shields.
Liquid also spent 4 ultimates in that last round, Sean.
Oh dear. They're lurking into B, Dan. They're taking this fight dry.
Are they going to be able to find anything here? They're going to get right beyond the wall into the site deep, and
this is the spike too. Dan, this is the spike.
Zoms doesn't know anything about this just yet. Oh, that's big information, but which way does he
It
look?
could be B main.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
Might have a sense of this, and we'll have to see. Zoms going to be wrapping his way around. He's got to have this Galaxy Brain game sense in this position. He's playing it very safe. He looks like he has an inkling.
Yeah, and if you notice, Link is actually playing anti-flash at this point. Liquid's are very ready for a collapse.
Zoms needs help. He needs help desperately. Dapper's going to take down Soulcast towards mid, but...
They've collapsed mid. They know it's B.
Oh, yeah, and he's got the info now. And they do have all the players moving forward here as well. They've got Seekers if they want to use them, but in fact, Shazam will get taken out there, and Scream resets there with the dismiss. Can he keep himself alive for more as he tries to hold this by the pillar? Link takes down Zoms, needs to hold it, but Tens comes through with the Blade Storm to finish the job. And we've got Sentinels picking up another round. And Sean, I just keep thinking back to that previous round where we had 4 ults expended by Liquid, and we had that clutch from Dapper. I feel like now Sentinels have all the momentum.
Absolutely. I think the momentum has shifted this half. Sentinels has won some seriously fortunate rounds, I'll say, this game. And they've also won a lot of very strategic ones. But at this point in the game, they're kind of running away with the economy, the ults. They're in a heavy advantage right now, sitting at 10-8 on the defensive side of Split. You can see, again, you know, Tens playing this middle position, playing B Heaven, but this time Sentinels is giving a lot more passive of a look.
Yeah, Sick actually playing A. He drops his wall on A main as well at the beginning, and that switches that position. Has TenZ, supporting the B players with Shazam as well. They might go for a take here.
This is interesting because Liquid right now is very split up, almost insinuating they're going to do an A fake with a fault line at ramp and Raze going in. But the Seekers are online, but Shaz has popped them a little early. That's not going to give them the info they want. I think Solkis is going to take ramp control any second now, Dan.
Covering it.
Back up into Mail.
Have second thoughts. He's actually going through spawn now. They're regrouping. They're going to go with this B play again.
Yeah, there's going to be not a lot of time here, judging by this pace, for Team Liquid to get the plant in.
Sentinels is all over this. Sick is left the A site. Scream finding the opening kill though, Dan. That opens things up.
Oh, they don't look. Oh, they're not looking hit for. Well, never mind. Soms is going to go down. Great stuff from Scream. He's looking for entry more though, but Sentinel striking back, still holding ground, holding position as best they can, but they will lose the B site. And it's up for the retake, and there's no res. Oh, Sick might have a timing. He is 3 going up. He's got the timing, but Nevera's got the shot. And how does Dapper play off the information? They're going back for the spike. Can he hold this? The spray is not good. Solkas takes down Dapper. Oh, that was the moment. And Dapper doesn't deliver the key clutch this time.
Wow, the spike down in the middle of mid. They have to go up the rope into B heaven, past Sick, into Dapper, past his wall. Liquid claw out that round. They absolutely needed that. 9-10. The game's going back and forth.
It is. It only seems fair that they win a clutch like that after some of the ones that they've been
absolutely
put
Dan,
to.
Look at this setup from Liquid early round. We are definitely.
That's great. Dude, that's my mouse hands.
They're definitely going fast B, and this is where TenZ is opping. He has not opped here once all game.
Oh, and he hits it. Huge shot from TenZ. Absolutely huge shot. Here comes the fault line. There goes Solkas satcheling in backside. Cosmic Divide as well. Zom's going down quickly afterwards, but the follow-up's coming through. Oh, TenZ, don't you dare. You can't do it like this. Won't get an opportunity. Solkas falls back and away, and Sentinels regroup.
Such a dirty trick. Knifing people through the wall. Nevera finds one. Ollie spawn. That'll slow down the retake, but if you look, I think Never's actually already out.
Need to wrap their way around now. Dapper creating some noise and distraction towards one side. Will that allow a push? Well, Solkas says no. The defense is looking quite good here from Team Liquid. Looking so strong, Team Liquid. Every frag unanswered. 10-10. And we're all tied up here between these two titans. And as you said, Sean, it's just impossible at this point to predict.
It really
Who's going
is.
where? What's going to happen with these guys?
Yeah, the second one of these teams, looks to take the lead in this game and run away with things, the other one answers back in spades just so quickly with an insane execute coming out of Liquid. We've only seen all these dry takes. This one looked so polished, and they did it without a player. Scream falling. That was such a clean B take, but we're going right into a fast A take now. They're busting out the execs.
Yeah, we've got that Rolling Thunder that is available.
Yep.
It's going to be scary here. Dapper's close.
This is a save also for Sentinels.
Oh, he gets a tag, actually. Okay, they've actually stopped this, but of course, Liquid get rid of some of that early util. They're going to rotate as 5. Now, the thing is, they have no presence on the map, so
yes,
that does slow them down even more because they have to ask questions. Did Sentinels push certain positions?
Yeah, this is definitely a weird spot Liquid finds himself in, right? Because they have no idea if there's a player in market, down mid, in sewers, push B main. There could be people anywhere around this zone. Unlucky for Sentinels, they have yet to get the information necessary to make this rotate. But I say that, but they're actually rotating right now, Dan. TenZ and Sick have been peeled off the A site. It's like deja vu. Liquid are running into a 4-player B stack. We've seen this.
Now the question is, can Sentinels capitalize on this very fortunate position that they find themselves in, because Liquid also not leaving themselves with the most time in the world.
30 seconds left.
No, and Zoms has a Cosmic Divide. He could actually use this and really, really make things difficult for Liquid.
Off your feet!
There goes the Rolling Thunder. There's a flash to try to counter it. Now can they make their way forward? Can they make their way in? Scream with the first entry. Nice follow-ups from the rest of Team Liquid. It's a frag piece, but Shazam comes in with a quick double, but still, it's not nearly enough there to stop them. Liquid, they take a lead, 11-10, but there's not many rounds left in this one, and these guys are going round by round.
Yes, they're going round by round. This is a big one, though, for Sentinels, Dan, because if they lose this one, Liquid sitting on 12, Sentinels, economy shattered. Sentinels knows that. They need to take a timeout here. They're going to think about how they're going to approach this round. They have a full buy. They have the operator likely on 10s. But how can he open up the round like he did previously?
I think one of the things, though, Sean, I have to say is that the Rolling Thunder was expended, which was that's a big thing. They were forced to do that because they backed away from that A play, and then they needed to guarantee that round. They had to guarantee it, so they had to burn the Rolling Thunder.
Now, they do have the Showstopper still on Sulcus, and last time they had this ult, if you remember, they set him up in a Heaven, and that's where he entry'd out and actually found the frag on Sick down below. Now, the Showstopper has crazy amounts of A-site success on executes. I mean, even going back to Reykjavik, I remember New Turn just nailing execs with that. You know, teams have found so much success using that. Does Sentinels look into that, read that in any way? Does Liquid play off of that? Those are the questions that we have coming into this round.
And when you get this deep as well, it does start to get to that territory of what did really work the best.
Yeah.
Because, you know, so many things have been tried and tested and pushed and pulled, and there's so many mind games, as you say, that it gets harder and harder, I feel like, to make the right call strategically when you're getting deep like this. And we're going to go straight back into it here. Round 22, Team Liquid ahead by 1 round. This map win means you go through the group with that good seed.
Yeah, it does. This is everything, right? We've already seen some crazy teams make it out.
There.
Fnatic's the first one that comes to mind. Dapper, Dan, I mentioned the A-site Showstopper. He's here all alone. Sentinels have stacked the wrong area. Ten's pushing down mid is going to give them tons of info, though. How do they use it, though?
Okay, that's gonna tell all the information that needs to be known as we get just a free site here for Team Liquid. Actually, Seekers get popped there by Shazam. Get some information. Team goes forwards. And he can still plant the spike. And there's a lot of players already knocking at the door of this A site for the retake from Sentinels. Spike goes down, and most players backside. There's one in the opponent's spawn, basically. Attacker spawn. We've also got Scream trying to guard the A ramp as well. The Viper's pit too. But that does give space for Dapper to actually wrap around.
Yeah, he's out.
Spraying in. This is dangerous. This is so dangerous for both teams. It's a firing squad here from Sentinels, but there goes Scream. He's going to win that battle. Huge battle to win. They had the same main control. The spray comes in. That wall's going to be destroyed instantly. Dapper and Six, all that's left. Scream rolling through them like a bulldozer. Six, the only player left, and Scream is everywhere. And he's going to finish it off, and that's Team Liquid on match and series point.
Match point.
Slow start to this series, Dan, but boy, oh boy, is Scream delivering right now. 309 ACS, 24 frags, top of the scoreboard. He is popping off. And that was the most pivotal round of this entire best of 3 so far. Sentinels immediately calls the timeout. They're against the ropes. They have no money.
I saw 3 Spectres, Sean.
Yeah.
3 Spectres.
This is not a good look for Sentinels.
It's pretty tough, too, because I'm trying to think back to when they had success off of these rounds, and really what we're seeing is they're playing pretty passive. Liquid are kind of making these first aggressions. The fault line does give them a lot of play there. We haven't seen Sentinels brave enough to really challenge heavily for B main, because they can't really gain control over A main. It's not really possible with what they're working with. So right now, it feels like Sentinels are in the worst place ever. You're so reactive. You're dependent on your opponent. You can't take initiative.
It feels like Liquid has changed the game on Sentinels in my eyes. Sentinels started this map with their same playstyle, and same with Liquid. Very loose, people going around, making plays. But then all of a sudden, late in this game, Liquid has made the shift of being very strategic, doing executes, entering sites as a team, and layering utility on these Sentinels players. And I've yet to see a response come out of Sentinels.
And this is it, Sean. We go into round 23. Will this be the last round for Sentinels? They're outgunned, but can they find a way? They've only got a Cosmic Divide, but that's the only ult available on the server right now.
Man, TenZ is still 2 off of Bladestorm. It's not like he can just, push B main, grab an orb, and hope to get lucky. He needs to actively make something happen, and he only has a Guardian. It's been hit or miss for him so far this event.
Best gun on the team. They need TenZ. They need TenZ desperately right now. Will he be able to find a way to activate? Liquid have made it difficult.
Liquid has no ults to work with here. But they have a ton of utility due to this breach.
4 players around A main for Liquid. And Sentinels, conversely, 3 around B heaven. They're far away. Dapper, he's got to survive again. He gets concussed. Can he stay alive? Soulcast also concussed. Doesn't want to peek there. It's down to Dapper. How much can he get? Nothing. 2 players unanswered. Liquid looking like they're about to roll through the group into the playoffs with the top seed. And there's only 3 players left here.
And like a walking knife, Navira lurks into ropes right now, ready to stab Sentinels in the back.
And oh no, TenZ gets taken down as well. Team Liquid have done it. They have defeated Sentinels to top the group to move forward to the playoffs in style. Both teams had great looks, but Liquid, they looked better strategically and tactically, and they held their mental in this series, and that's got to feel good for them.
Oh, this is a huge mental win, and probably the biggest win in this Team Liquid lineup history. Scream started this series, let's not forget, 0-11 on Breeze, Dan. Here he is on the last map, dropping 25 frags, topping the scoreboard, 6 first bloods. What resilience coming out of Liquid. They earned this win. They get the high seed going into playoffs. And I mean, it sucks for us to say, but 3 EMEA teams with high seeds already making through. Fnatic, Gambit, and now we have Liquid.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really great to see because, of course, if you're a Valorant fan, you've been following the stories of these teams and these players. There's just so much to love about seeing Liquid have a good performance. And Sentinels, we saw them have a great performance as well. They really put Team Liquid to their limits, and that's a great sign because we know Sentinels is a team that can fight, that can brawl, that can bring themselves, again, into new gears as the tournament progresses, and they're not done just yet. So, again, as you say, maybe not the most exciting news for a North American fan, but there is still a lot left in Sentinels.
Oh, absolutely. This is the same Sentinels we have seen prior, right? They are capable of making massive plays and turning games on their head. This was an opponent that was doing the same right back to them, though, today. And, man, I cannot get over how impressed I was with these TL players and the resilience they had. 13-2 second map, bouncing back. But, yeah, Sentinels will go on to fight in the lower bracket of this group.
And I'm just so excited for both of these teams. There was a lot of questions going into this, and I feel like what we saw in Split from Sentinels, seeing TenZ on the Jet, TenZ did struggle to find his way into a lot of opportunities, but he did look, I feel, more comfortable. And I think there are adjustments that they can make. There's tweaks they can make, I think, which is different to the previous look that we saw from them, where we're like, oh, this just doesn't seem to work. Yeah. So definitely a lot, I think, of pluses when it comes to Sentinels, lots of data for them to work from. And I think they should be happy with, I mean, they're not going to be happy with losing, but they should be happy with the fact that I think it's just tweaks that they need to make to keep plowing through opponents in the tournament.
It's odd. When I look at Sentinels, I don't really know what's missing. It seems like their form is slightly off individually. Tactically, they have this new look with Shaz, obviously moving more towards Sova, Sky, Sick, kind of moving around as well a little bit. TenZ on the Jet more. And it's just not